the past 8 years, she has served as the secretary for the Paducah Ex Students Association, handling a database of over 1,000 people. Mrs. Thompson joined the Windham School District in 2021. At the Roach campus, she primarily manages the computer-assisted instruction lab and teaches math. She brings immense knowledge and dedication to her classroom. Mrs. Thompson makes it a priority to incorporate students with all backgrounds and learning abilities into each lesson, pushing her students to step out of their comfort zone in order to achieve a higher level of learning. As a Christian, she feels that teaching is a calling from God and that helping these students receive their high school equivalencies has been the greatest blessing of her teaching career. To celebrate their successes, she sings and plays the piano at each graduation ceremony. Really want to see that. Her commitment to creating a positive learning environment for students is just one of the many reasons that Mrs. Thompson has been selected as Windham School District's 2023-2024 Academic Teacher of the Year. Please join me in congratulating Mrs. Thompson on this great accomplishment.
Mrs. Thompson, congratulations. Would you like to share a few words with us?
Yes, sir. I hope I don't cry. If it's okay, just bear with me. Good morning. I'm going to take a moment. As a veteran math teacher with 30 years of experience in public school, I've never seen so many incentives for teachers. Not only do we have phenomenal administrators like Ms. Hartman, Mr. Lilly, Ms. Moore, and Ms. Thompson, but we have been given monetary bonuses, raises, and opportunities to earn administrative leave. Thank you, Ms. Hartman and board, for making all those things possible, including this trip. In the 2 years that I've worked at Windham, I have been overwhelmed by the support. Teachers generally do not get the recognition they deserve. We've all been in the trenches and dealt with the day-to-day struggles of education. We all have. Correctional education is a whole new ballgame. Throw in some roadblocks like needing an officer outside your door or having to carry your pen with you every second so that someone doesn't steal it. To the constant worry, is count going to clear today so we can go home? These are all just things that make education a little bit more stressful. It has been a transition, to say the least. So to be honored in this way is just beyond belief. Most of all, I'd like to give the glory to God. I truly believe He put me in this job. I truly believe that. I pray for my students, our staff, our faculty, our officers, leaders, and unit every day. Even though we work in unconventional surroundings, we have to be compassionate. We must show these men through our kindness that Jesus loves them and wants them to have a better life. Some of these men have never had anyone believe in them, never told them that they were smart. I truly believe this is our calling as Christians and as Windham educators. I can't forget to thank my wonderful husband, Vance, and my sweet mother, Patsy, who taught me to have a servant's heart. And of course, my family, including my brand new week-old granddaughter, for all of their support. This has by far been my best experience in teaching. There's nothing more rewarding than seeing those men in those caps and gowns walking down that aisle with that big bright smile, and it just makes me cry, obviously. Just knowing that I had a part in that compels me to want to assist more and more to achieve that goal. I hope that earning their HSCs will be just the push that they need to get out of the prison system and make something new of themselves. Building citizens who will make positive contributions to society is our goal, and it is happening right now at Windham School District. 3,000 HSCs just this year and still rising. There's your proof. There's your proof. It is with great humility that I accept this award, and thank you all so much.
Mrs. Thompson, again, congratulations on your recognition as Academic Teacher of the Year. And you have stated a couple things, again, very well, including the mission of this board in supporting educators such as yourself and other professionals within the Windham School District. And I very much appreciate your words about the need to make sure that those who are carrying out this work are fully supported. And we'll get into it later, but we appreciate, as a board, we appreciate the recognition of the Texas legislature in allowing us to provide that support. So with that, would you please like to come get a picture?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Ms. Nichols, please proceed.
Thank you. I have one more Windham staff member that I would like to recognize for her tremendous efforts to the men and women within TBCJ, Miss Elizabeth Castine. Miss Elizabeth Castine is a lifelong Texan and currently in her 12th year of education. She graduated from Midwestern State University in 2011, where she earned her Bachelor's of Science in Education. Ms. Castine began as a special education teacher and later turned to middle school math, where she really grew to love teaching and building connections with her students. In 2014, she began her Master of Professional School Counseling with Lamar University to pursue her passion in supporting all students through various stages of their lives. She graduated in December 2015 and began her first job as a school counselor in 2017, working with the same 8th and 9th grade students she previously taught. She wrapped up 10 years at her alma mater school district as a high school counselor and was proud to support students through one of their most trying and proud moments in life, graduation. Ms. Castine joined Windham School District in 2021 as the Changes teacher at the Allred campus. Teaching this course has been so rewarding for Mrs. Castine, who said teaching from a new perspective has helped her grow not only as a teacher, but evolve into a more understanding human. Ms. Castine believes that the academic learning is most efficient once emotional needs are met, regardless of the student's age or ability. Ms. Castine makes every effort to prioritize all of her students' individual learning styles and formats her lessons to support each of their needs. She is dedicated to seeing her students grow in their ability to open their minds to a new world of possibilities, regardless of their past. Each day, Mrs. Castine greets her students with a smile, and as they exit her classroom, she leaves them with a simple reminder to make good choices. It is because of her passion for teaching and equipping each of her students to produce their own tools for success that Mrs. Castine has been selected as the 2023-2024 Windham School District Dr. Lane Murray Excellence in Teaching Award recipient, as well as the 2023-2024 Life Skills Teacher of the Year. Please join me in congratulating Mrs. Castine on this immense accomplishment.
Congratulations, Ms. Castine. Would you like to share a few words with us?
Certainly. Well, good morning, and thank you all for having my colleagues, my husband, and myself here. It's been a blast. So August 2nd started my third year with Windham as the Changes teacher at the Allred campus in Iowa Park, and that experience has truly added so much depth to my life, and I am extremely grateful for that. Prior to teaching in corrections, I had that stereotypical idea of what happened in prison, you know, like they show in Orange is the New Black and Scared Straight. And so I had no idea that there was academic, vocation, life skills programs going on. I came from public school as a school counselor where our children are struggling emotionally and socially in this fast-paced world. And this position has given me the opportunity to teach those same things that I truly believe our children need. Coming to corrections was exactly what I needed. I've always had a heart for those who need a second chance. I don't believe that I am the final judge, and so the least that I can do is pay that same grace that I have received towards those who truly want it. I read the book, Oh, the Places You'll Go, by Dr. Seuss to all my students when they complete changes. I think, if y'all haven't read it, I think he wrote it for those who need another chance. I would love to read the whole book to you, but I'm just going to share my favorite page. Dr. Seuss says, "You'll get mixed up, of course, as you already know. You'll get mixed up with many strange birds as you go. So be sure when you step with care and great tact, and remember that life is a great balancing act. Just never forget to be dexterous and deft, and never mix up your right foot with your left." I believe that Dr. Seuss is telling us to be prepared for obstacles in the form of people, places, and things. That's the strange birds. And to ask ourselves if our choices are going to meet our needs over time, not just immediately. That takes careful and tactful decision making. And when we use the tools that we have been taught, we are using them with dexterity and deftness for maximum completion. So thank you again to the board for continuously showing how much you value education and for the opportunity to represent Windham School District. Thank you to my principal, Mr. Thacker, Ms. Moore, and Ms. Hartman for exceptional leadership. It's truly an honor to be recognized for sharing my passion. So I'll end the way that I end every class. Everyone, please have a great day and make good choices.
Congratulations, Ms. Castine, again on this double honor. And the Make Good Choices theme is very much alive and well, I can tell you, at this Nichols household. And I receive that message from my better half every time I leave. So we appreciate the reinforcement. Let's get a picture. The next agenda topic covers consent items listed in the agenda. Board members, are there any amendments, objections, or abstentions to the proposed consent items? Hearing none, the consent items posted for this meeting's agenda will stand approved. The next item on our agenda is our superintendent's report. So I will now turn the microphone over to our superintendent, Ms. Christina Hartman.
Good morning. Today I will present on some temporary instructional model updates. In 2022, Windham School District implemented an academic teacher focus group comprised of a representative from each of the district's 6 regions to provide recommendations and feedback to district leadership aimed at improving the experiences of teachers and students. Members represent the academic teachers on the campuses in their respective regions and bring topics of discussion to monthly meetings for group consideration. The group then provides me with suggestions for review, consideration, and potential execution. Recently, the Academic Teacher Focus Group emphasized the concern expressed by teachers of needing additional time to successfully balance their workload. Specifically, they noted the need to review student progress, update education plans, and implement new initiatives, such as technology in the classroom. After meeting with Windham principals and regional principals to discuss a solution that allows teachers the opportunity to catch up on items while supporting students, including planning innovative, individualized lessons and increasing team collaboration, the temporary 4-1 model was executed. The 4-1 instructional model includes 4 face-to-face days of instruction, Monday through Thursday. Each Friday, students receive individualized instructional packets building on the in-person lessons while staff complete assessments, planning, and professional development. Employees are able to engage in learning communities with their peers while principals target support towards staff in need of growth. Students return packets to their teachers the following Monday for review. This updated instructional model is temporary and will be assessed and phased out as principals and staff report the ability to maintain an equalized workload. The implementation of this short-term model is not only to elevate instruction within the classroom, but also grant campus leadership the ability to seek out potential employer partnerships and engage in staff recruitment. Principals are encouraged to access their communities to meet with industry representatives for discussion, including collaboration possibilities with the district, supporting the efforts to broaden the outreach of Windham stakeholders. In addition, the 4-1 model aids the Texas Department of Criminal Justice with combating staff shortages by allowing education officers to cover other posts within the facility as needed on Fridays. This updated instructional model has been adopted to allow time for staff to construct innovative lesson plans with the goal of not only boosting student attendance and engagement, but also staff morale and retention. Windham campuses will follow a planned schedule to ensure the efficient use of the 4-1 model, with details including the culmination of feedback for students, defining learning objectives, and producing clear instructions and materials for future lessons. Staff within each region will have the opportunity to collaborate and seek peer feedback, allowing for consistent improvement in the quality of education provided to Windham students. This particular model is designed to motivate staff to create activities, individualized and group instruction that correlate with Windham curriculum, encouraging students to apply what they're learning in the classroom to their futures upon reentry. In order to successfully serve our students and Texas communities, Windham must continuously evolve to deliver exemplary educational opportunities. It is the district's goal that the temporary 4-1 model will introduce our educators to fresh and exciting ideas that elevate Windham curriculum and programming and deliver stronger instruction and outcomes upon return to a traditional schedule. This concludes my report, and I'll pause for any questions.
Board members, any questions on Ms. Hartman's report? My only question is, I know this is considered to be a temporary adjustment. Can you give us any insight on the increments on which this format will be evaluated going forward?
Sure. We plan to conduct evaluations between now and December. As we phase back in, I anticipate that we'll phase down to then 3 Fridays, 2 Fridays, and 1 Friday for planning. We may leave 1 Friday for planning. That seems to be very effective across public school districts as well. And I will add that just yesterday and the day before, both Jason Clark with TBCJ and I have had meetings with the tablet vendor to implement and pilot the use of learning management systems within the tablet. So I know that our staff is really excited about that.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your report. Any other questions? Okay. The next item on our agenda is the report from the chairman, and I would like to report out on a staff activities update. Throughout the 2022-2023 school year, Windham School District staff have participated in a multitude of activities and events that broaden both their personal and professional goals and experiences. Windham recognizes the importance of building a strong team foundation, which in turn contributes to the overall success of the district and its students. First, annual employee health and wellness challenges have motivated staff to practice active lifestyles and prioritize personal well-being. For example, during last September and October, Windham's Recreation and Wellness Department partnered with various pharmacies around the state to bring opportunities to receive influenza vaccinations to both administration and campus staff members. Upon receiving a vaccination, members of Windham staff were eligible to earn administrative leave hours. Vaccinations, as we know, are a preventative measure designed to improve health among staff with an alternative goal of decreasing absences across the district. Next, Windham staff were most recently challenged to become more physically active by working in 8-person teams to walk collectively a minimum of 832 miles per team, roughly the distance to walk across the state of Texas during an 8-week period. This Walk Across Texas Challenge, hosted by the Texas AgriLife Extension Agency, is designed to bring a sense of community among colleagues while simultaneously increasing physical activity efforts. The district set a goal of walking 75,624 miles overall. As of the conclusion of the 8-week program, staff walked a total of 85,403.13 miles, marking the third year Windham staff have successfully completed this challenge. Participants earned administrative leave hours by successfully completing a minimum number of entries and mileage to promote engagement in actively challenging the district's health outcomes. Next, this school year, campuses across the district have prioritized participation in team-building events and activities. In May of 2023, staff at the Woodman campus, located in Gatesville, centered their team building around the practice of effective communication. The Woodman campus staff worked together to break out of an escape room, as well as to untangle a human knot in which they had to adequately work through difficult scenarios to succeed. The Lane Murray and Hilltop campuses joined together to participate in a soft skills workshop facilitated through Texas Workforce Solutions, where these team members took part in activities and lessons to aid in the development of their professional soft skills. Following the workshop, the two campuses competed against each other in a game of laser tag, working as a team to strategize and communicate effectively. These activities and others across the district promote collaboration and problem solving as the teams work together towards achieving a common goal. Next, Windham's administration staff have also taken part in a number of morale boosters, such as Muffins for Mom and Donuts for Dad, in observance of both Mother's and Father's Day. These seemingly small acts of kindness and gestures of appreciation brought staff together to commemorate their roles as both parents and employees, celebrating a healthy work-life balance. I know I speak for the entire board in saying that each Windham staff member is incredibly valued and plays a vital role in both student and district success. The work done every day by the women and men of our district makes a difference in the lives of the students they serve and the families of those students, and makes a positive impact on our Texas community as a whole. This concludes my chairman's report.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Ambassador Siv.
Yeah, I was intrigued by the Walk Across Texas program. I remember a few years ago, a few of us were invited to join that program, and I, myself, my former chairman, Patrick O'Daniel, I think Jill and Mighty were also part, and I don't know why we were not invited. Maybe I was walking too slow this time. Was it a blip or something? Maybe.
So, Ambassador Siv, are you suggesting that all the board members need to locate their walking shoes?
I think it would be a great idea that we could be included, because I like walking, and I even suggest to the superintendent that we already walk 832 miles. Why not walk across America? So would we be invited next time, or is it only for the staff?
We will remedy that for the future. In fact, we have multiple physical activity challenges throughout the year, and you all are welcome to join all of them.
Well, thank you.
At the same time, we all recognize that Ambassador Siv can run laps around many of us on the board. So,
thank you. Now you reveal all my secrets.
Ambassador Siv, we will try our best to keep up with you as always. The next item on the agenda is a report on the Correctional Education Association audits. Windham School District Director of Operational Support, Charles Bell, will be presenting today. Mr. Bell, thank you for being here, and if you are ready, please proceed.
Well, good morning, Chairman Nichols, board members, Superintendent Hartman. My name is Charles Bell. I'm the Department Director of Operational Support with Windham School District. The Correctional Education Association, CEA, is a professional association of educators and administrators working in adult and juvenile correctional settings. CEA provides critical training, cutting-edge research, and valuable networking opportunities to deliver effective, life-changing education and training to students. Windham School District recently began the accreditation process with CEA. In order to become CEA accredited, there are numerous steps and requirements that must be accomplished, including extensive documentation and auditing processes. There are many benefits to being a CEA accredited district, including completion of comprehensive program assessments by experts in the area of correctional education, improved staff morale through recognition of professional efforts, and application of enhanced accountability and best practices, resulting in a more productive environment for staff and students. In addition, CEA has a memorandum of understanding with the American Correctional Association, ACA, permitting audits for CEA accreditation to be accepted and applied to ACA audits. CEA has established and continually updates a set of program standards. There are 61 standards, 21 of which require mandatory compliance. In addition, campuses are expected to meet at least 90% of the remaining 37 standards. Each Windham campus is required to be audited by CEA approved and trained representatives in order to meet and support accreditation status. Windham is developing a CEA audit schedule with the goal of achieving CEA accreditation on various campuses. Once a campus becomes accredited by CEA, a reaccreditation audit is required every 3 years. Through coordination with CEA and the Windham's Operational Support Department, each campus begins preparation and an audit date is scheduled. Prior to the audit date, each campus must develop a series of files that align with each standard to demonstrate compliance. During the audit, various district and campus level components are assessed, including administration and management, personnel, education programs and services, instructional materials, technology availability and use, and sanitation. Auditors identify strengths and weaknesses and provide guidance for improvements. Following the visit, the auditors will submit a report and provide a recommendation to the CEA Standards Commission for review and final determination of CEA accreditation. Post-audit, Windham leadership explore the suggestions provided to determine appropriate implementation, ensuring the recommendations are conducive to the environment, staff, and students. The first CEA audit for Windham occurred on June the 27th, 2023 at the Wynn campus in Huntsville. Wynn staff, including campus principal Jason Evans and regional principal Luann Pickett, worked diligently to prepare for the auditor's visit. The auditors provided TBCJ and Windham staff with an in-briefing prior to the tour to review the audit process. Principal Evans then led a tour of the education department to include all the program areas: academic, life skills, career and technical education, and the Echo newspaper. This allowed the auditors to observe and experience firsthand the hard work that is being put forth by the staff and students in each classroom as they work towards their goals. Upon completion of the campus tour, the auditors began the process of methodically reviewing each standard file to determine compliance. And at the conclusion of the audit, the auditors presented an outbriefing to explain their findings. Following the Wynn campus review, the auditors were very complimentary of the educational services provided, the organization and structure of the files, the staff, and the students. The auditors informed those attending the outbriefing that they determined 100% compliance with all standards and reported their recommendation to the Standards Commission would be CEA accreditation for the Wynn campus. During August, the Roach and Woodman campuses also completed their audits to become CEA accredited. In addition, the Cole and Moore campuses are scheduled for accreditation audits on August the 30th and August the 31st, 2023, respectively. Through Correctional Education Association audits and accreditation, Windham continues to be a leader in correctional education. In addition, staff are able to enhance their understanding of policies and procedures, contributing to improved outcomes, thus increasing their satisfaction. Pre-audit and post-audit assessments are utilized to provide campuses the opportunity to reflect on program strengths and weaknesses, offering chances to mitigate any potential gaps through collaboration. The district is extremely grateful for the support of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice as campuses prepare and complete audits. And Windham is excited to continue working towards becoming CEA accredited on additional campuses and improving district processes, policies, and programs for all staff and students. And this concludes the presentation. I'll pause for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Any comments or questions from the board? We just very much appreciate I know these audits require very much of a team effort and in response, but the results that we're seeing speak for themselves. So we appreciate everyone's hard work in achieving the results that are recognized in this way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is a presentation on celebrating Texas history, Galveston, Texas. Windham School District Communication Administrator Danielle Nichols will be presenting. Ms. Nichols, if you are ready, please proceed.
Good morning again, Chairman Nichols, board members, and Superintendent Hartman. Galveston Island was named in 1786 when Bernardo de Galvez, the Spanish colonial governor, ordered the first survey of the Texas Gulf Coast. The surveyor, Jose de Evia, named Galveston Bay in honor of the governor, and the island was later given the same name. The history of Galveston is full of fascinating details, including pirates, the title Wall Street of the South, and the Galveston Hurricane of 1900. Of the island's many visitors was the French Jean Lafitte, a pirate who built the small colony of Campeche on the island in 1817. As Spanish merchant ships passed through the Gulf, he used the colony as a base to dispose of contraband. After 10 years, he burnt down the Campeche colony and fled. His treasures are rumored to remain buried on the island. During the Texas Revolution, the harbor served as the port for the Texas Navy and the last point of retreat for the Texas government. Following the war in 1836, a Canadian fur trader by the name of Michael B. Menard purchased 7 square miles of land. This became the city of Galveston and happened to be the same year that Texas gained independence from Mexico and became a republic. Over the next several decades, Galveston's port strengthened and served as a vessel for cotton to be distributed and farming supplies to be received. Galveston City was given the name Wall Street of the South due to the prosperous banking industry. However, despite the apparent success, the city faced multiple challenges, including a port blockage during the Civil War, the devastating outbreak of yellow fever in 1853, and the Battle of Galveston in 1863. However, the city of Galveston remained strong and surged ahead. Of note, Galveston was the first city in Texas to have electric-powered houses, and the first baseball game in Texas was played here. The oldest daily newspaper in Texas, the Daily News, founded in 1842, still publishes from Galveston. In addition, as you may recall from our June presentation, Galveston is also significant in the history of Juneteenth, when approximately 2,000 troops arrived in Galveston Bay, declaring freedom for over 250,000 people who were previously enslaved. Due to the geographical location on the Gulf Coast, Galveston Island is a notorious target for powerful storms. On September 8th, the Galveston Hurricane of 1900 took the lives of many and forever changed the island. With wind gusts of 120 miles per hour, the hurricane flooded the city and destroyed numerous homes, buildings, and businesses. It is estimated that 6,000 people lost their lives to the Galveston Hurricane of 1900. Following the storm, Galveston City implemented numerous precautions to protect its communities and citizens against future weather events, including a 17-foot seawall was built on the Gulf side, the grade level was raised, and an all-weather bridge to maintain the land to the mainland was constructed. In addition to the rich and informational history, Galveston is a popular vacation spot for friends and family. The island is home to multiple exciting opportunities, including historical home tours, Galveston Island State Park, and the chance to see World War II battleships at the Naval Museum. The history of Galveston is significant and powerful. Overcoming numerous challenges and obstacles, the island is pivotal in the development and progression of Texas as we know it. This concludes my report, and I'll pause for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. We appreciate your report. We also appreciate the welcoming, as always, of the Galveston community to our board, to our representatives of the Windham School District, to our representatives of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, and our guests at our meeting here today. Thank you very much for that report.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the Windham School District budget and salary schedule for 2023-2024. Windham School District Chief Financial Officer Robert O'Banion will be presenting today. Mr. O'Banion, if you are ready, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman and members, for this opportunity to be here today and discuss Windham School District's budget for the 23-24 school year, as well as your ongoing support for our district. This past legislative session was unprecedented in terms of funding for the state, and Windham has benefited and included these benefits into our upcoming budget next school year. The district received increased revenue of $6.4 million from the Texas legislature to implement a 5% salary increase for all staff and continued funding for the 10% salary increase for teachers that was provided in September of 2022. Additionally, Windham received increased revenue of over $900,000 from the legislature as an exceptional item funding to continue the family literacy program and expand the college and career readiness initiative that includes our administrator and 6 regional workforce coordinator positions. We're very appreciative of the legislature for this support. I'll now go over some areas within our 23-24 budget that's located behind tab G in your binder. If you'll turn to page 3 in the Windham School District budget book, you'll see the total revenue increased by $8 million for fiscal year 24 for a total of $77,885,572. The fluctuations from the prior year include the increase I previously mentioned from the legislature. Additionally, the MOU funds with TBCJ revenue increased to $5.9 million to reflect the 5% salary increase. Special grant funds for the fiscal year 24 are almost $5.2 million, which is a decrease, primarily due to the decreased roll forward for our Title I grant from prior years. The all funds budgeted expenditures increased for FY24 by 21% or $15.4 million to $90,589,238. The most significant increase in expenditures for next year is to support the startup of 11 new campuses within TBCJ and privately operated facilities. This expansion represents an increase in expenditures of $6.3 million in payroll and operating costs. We've also included funds for this year's budget for multiple program continuations and expansions. Expenditures provide for over $1 million to expand and improve technology and utilize one-time committed funds for students and staff. Increased expenditures of $4 million for one-time expenditures for added classroom space and administrative office improvements. Funding of over $480,000 for additional education specialist staff positions to focus on instructional technology implementation and professional development for our campus staff. And also included is the expansion of an agreement with the Correctional Education Association to perform robust campus audits that Mr. Bell previously mentioned in his presentation. This expansion will be at 18 campus locations and that they will meet the American Correctional Association accreditation requirements. If you'll now turn to the personnel schedule at the bottom of page 8, you'll see that the overall total FTEs increased from last year's budget by 91.5 for a total of 1,186 FTEs for FY24. The remaining pages 9 through 13 of the budget book reflect our different salary plans. I want to thank each of you for your time earlier this month as we visited with you about our budget. And additionally, I want to send out a thank you to our staff in Huntsville, our business office, as well as our human resources team. They contributed significantly to this budget and made a huge difference in the success in the budget I present today. At this time, I'd like to request that the Windham School District Board of Trustees approve the 23-24 budget for the Windham School District as presented and the salary schedule per board policy. Thank you.
Thank you for your report, Mr. O'Banion, and I'll also point out that prior to today's meeting, each member of the board was fully briefed with respect to the proposed budget, and also that we very much appreciate that it takes a village, to say the least, to put together a budget like this and to work with our legislative process, which, as you said, in this case, has been extremely supportive of the objectives and goals of the district. But with those comments, I'll open it up to the floor. Any board members have any comments or questions before we take up a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. O'Bannon. We had a great time, you and Ms. Hartman, doing my briefing, and thank you for that clarification that you added to today's presentation. I so appreciate that. Great job.
Any other comments or questions from the board? If there are no further questions, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I am honored to move that the Windham School District Board of Trustees approve the Windham School District budget and salary schedule for 2023-2024 and authorize the superintendent of the Windham School District to make transfers as necessary as authorized by policy.
A very enthusiastic motion has been made. Is there, I think I heard a second?
I enthusiastically second.
All right, the motion has been seconded by Judge Francis. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. O'Bannon. The next item on the agenda for today is discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed revision of Windham Board Policy 07.11, Leaves and Absences. Windham School District General Counsel Eric Brown will be presenting on this today. Mr. Brown, when you are ready, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols, members, Superintendent Hartman. You will find Board Policy 711, Leaves and Absences, at tab H of your binders. The proposed revisions clarify which relationships constitute immediate family members for employee sick leave purposes. The rest of the revisions are non-substantive changes for clarity and conciseness. I'll pause now for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Are there any questions from members of the board? If there are no questions, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Windham School Board, District Board of Trustees approve the revision of Windham Board Policy 07.11, Leaves and Absences as presented.
Thank you, Dr. Burrow. I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded by Ms. Perriman. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. The next item on the agenda is the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed revision of Windham Board Policy 07.53, Administrative Leave. Mr. Brown, you may proceed.
You will find Board Policy 753, Administrative Leave, at tab I of your binders. The proposed revisions clarify the family members for which an employee may receive bereavement leave upon the family member's death. The rest of the revisions are made for clarity, conciseness, and formatting. I'll pause now for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Are there any questions from the board? If there are no questions, do I have a motion?
Yes, we do, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Windham School District Board of Trustees approve the revision of Windham Board Policy 07.53, administrative leave as presented.
I have a motion from Ambassador Siv. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion, and it has been seconded by Dr. Burrow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The Windham School District Board of Trustees is committed to providing an opportunity for public presentation on posted agenda topics, as well as public comments on issues within its jurisdiction as provided in Board Rule 300.1. Persons interested in speaking at today's meeting were required to complete and submit a registration card at least 10 minutes prior to the meeting's posted start time. As no cards were received prior to the required deadline, the board will not hear public presentations on posted agenda item topics today or public comments on issues within the board's jurisdiction. I again thank all of you for coming here or attending virtually today. The next meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees will take place on Friday, October 13th, 2023 in Austin, Texas. There being no further business, the 337th meeting of the Windham School District Board of Trustees is now adjourned. It is 9:53. And we'll take just a minute pause, and we'll pick up with the Business and Finance Committee. Which I told you we were going to be because all the corporations, but it's all right. It's good. It's good? Yes. I just see this.
Nice to meet you. Have a great year. Thank you.
No, that's for the TBCJ. If you signed up for the TBCJ, or did you sign up for the Windham School District? It's probably it's green cards.
You signed up for TBCJ, which that meeting hasn't happened yet.
You're going to have an opportunity later this morning. It's okay. You'll be able to speak to it. You'll be able to speak to it. You'll be able to speak to it. Okay.
Good to see you too. All good?
All good. I see you changed the belt pins.
Yes. And then,
We're going to take a break at after.
how are you? Melinda Hall, this is Chairman Nichols.
Eric Nichols.
She's the General Counsel for OIG.
Oh, excellent. Yes, that's right. I think we may have met at some point along the way. Good. Well, we're very glad to have you there over there. It's a very important role, so we appreciate you. So you want to take you're going to take a physical break? What are we going to do about lunch?
That's what I was discussing with the point of contact. So we can do like a fruit thing, or I can try to do a meat tray or something like that, because I didn't do anything last time because they were so disappointed in what we got before.
Right. Well, we need to have something to have. When are we taking the executive session?
Executive session will be following your board meeting, so y'all can go in and go to the bathroom. So you want me to just do like a meat tray and a fruit tray?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right. So you're going to have, that can come out. This can come out. I will give you the list. So if I come behind you as you're going to this meeting, I'll hand it to you. So right now we have one for a agenda item, and we have like 22 for public comment.
Well, just bring it to me when you can. Thank you.
It won't happen until 10:20 because they have till 10:20.
Right,
But
understood.
you'll be rolling.
Understood. Latest?
Fire marshal's there, they're going through everything, trying to just look at, we got all we're moving the inmates that we needed to. It's about 600 inmates that we'll move to another location. Roof on the third floor, and that roof area above the warden's office, pretty much gone. So we'll have fire marshal report next day or two, or just assessment, general assessment. We've got a contract crew that will come in behind that, some engineers, and really tell us what we're looking at. And I think, depending on what we're looking at, we might have some decisions.
No, I think we do. I think we do. We can have I mean, sometimes things happen for a reason, so we can have a discussion about that. But I definitely want to get the update when we get that fire marshal.
Still, everybody's safe though, no harm,
Yeah.
no one hurt. So all that was good.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Well, we're going to try to get this train back on time, but we'll, you know the way it is.
Yes, sir. It doesn't surprise me.
But they're still in one place.
You ready this time? You ready? The meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Business and Financial Operations Committee is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. A quorum of the committee is present, and the meeting is now declared open. It is 10:05. The first item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. Are there any amendments or objections to the proposed minutes as presented? Hearing none, the minutes as presented on the agenda will stand approved. The next item on the agenda is a review of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice fiscal year 2024 proposed operating budget. Chief Financial Officer for TDCJ, Ron Steffa, will be presenting today. Mr. Steffa, if you are ready, please proceed.
Yes, sir. Thank you, and good morning, Chairman Nichols, board members, Mr. Collier. Today I'll be bringing the agency's fiscal year 24 operating budget for your review. First, let me thank each of you for the time that you took to let us individually brief you and field your questions. I would also like to recognize Jennifer Gonzalez, our Deputy Chief Financial Officer, Rebecca Waltz, our Budget Director, Ashley Atkins, the Deputy Budget Director, and really the whole budget staff for all of their effort in putting this document together. The agency's operating budget reflects the decisions made by the legislature during the regular session. This was an unprecedented session. The legislature had a budget surplus available to them, and they made significant investments in the state of Texas and in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice that will pay dividends for years to come. I will highlight some of the significant funding decisions that affect our fiscal year or FY24 operating budget. The legislature provided funding necessary to continue the approved 15% pay raise for correctional officers that was provided in the spring of fiscal year 22. And then for FY24, all state employees, all TDCJ employees will receive a 5% or $3,000 pay increase, whichever is higher. That actually began in July and will carry through fiscal year 24. And then next year we will have another similar pay increase of 5% or $3,000 for all state employees as well. Probation supervision was funded at levels based on the Legislative Budget Board's population projections, which indicate a growth in that population. Funding was also received to provide the local Community Supervision and Corrections Department staff a similar pay raise to state employees. And they also received $23.9 million in 24 to maintain the program supported by basic supervision and community corrections. Correctional Managed Care received funding for a 5% employee pay raise that again is similar to the state employee pay raise, with targeted nursing positions receiving additional percentages. Correctional Managed Care received $58.6 million in FY24 to maintain current operations. They also received funding to add mental health staff to the agency's self-harm prevention office and equip and staff a converted sheltered housing area of the Montford Trustee Camp. $4.3 million was received for capital equipment replacements, and $20 million was received for repairs and renovations at Hospital Galveston. Funding for the Texas Correctional Office on Offenders with Medical or Mental Impairments, or TCOME, was provided to increase the contracts with the local mental health authorities that will allow them to provide pay raises similar to state employees for their staff and also address increased operational costs. Parole supervision was funded at levels based on the Legislative Budget Board's population projections, which indicated growth in that parole population. $24 million was provided to fund the increases in per diems at contracted facilities and the contract for the Bradshaw facility. $38.3 million was provided for the operation of Estes, Diboll, and the Bell facilities, and these facilities will transition from contracted to state-operated effective September 1st. Funding of $27.4 million was provided to address the increases in costs for food, fuel, and utilities throughout the system. $35 million was provided to construct a training facility specifically designed for the agency's training needs in corrections, parole, probation, and leadership development. This facility will be constructed on existing property in the Huntsville area. The agency received funding to replace aging vehicles and equipment, $42.1 million for vehicle replacements, $6.8 million for computer replacements, $19.3 million for capital equipment replacements, $4.4 for radio and communication infrastructure replacements. $4 million was received to provide protective gear to correctional staff. $3.1 million was received to refresh and maintain the agency's comprehensive video surveillance systems. Additional funding in the amount of $138.6 million was provided for major repairs and renovations in fiscal year '24. This amount will afford us the opportunity to make many repairs. Included in this amount is $85.7 million to install air conditioning in housing areas on the facilities that currently do not have air conditioning. Funding was received to enhance security at maximum security facilities. This includes funding to provide body-worn cameras to officers at the maximum security facilities, as well as providing body scanners at facilities to aid in the contraband interdiction. The Office of Inspector General received funding to provide 12 additional investigators on correctional facilities to address the incidence of contraband. The Office of Inspector General also received funding to add and equip 12 investigators to address parole absconders. They will be in the community and focused on apprehending parolees who cut their ankle monitors. They also received an additional $1 million for fleet vehicle replacement. Funding was provided for the projected level of data center services provided through the Department of Information Resources. Funding for additional positions was provided to address cybersecurity, legacy modernization, and the agency's transition to the Centralized Accounting Payroll Personnel System, or CAPS, and we'll be working with the Comptroller's Office this biennium to aid in that transition of those systems. The agency's total operating budget for fiscal year '24 totals $4.37 billion, and I will be presenting it to you today at the regular session portion of today's meeting for your approval. And I will pause for any questions.
Mr. Steffa, thank you for that overview, and I will open it up for the board. Any comments, questions from our board members? Ms. Perriman.
Mr. Steffa, I just want to thank you for the very thorough briefing that we all received from you, and also just recognition of the hard work that goes into preparing a budget of this scope. So thank you very much, as always. You do a great job.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Perriman. And any other comments or questions? I have a question. I heard, as part of the update, I heard about something that is obviously on all of our minds, that is the heat of Texas and air conditioning. I understand in general that that in our system we have approximately 42,000 what we call cool beds, that is beds with air conditioning. Is that correct?
I believe so. Right around that number.
And with this funding that you've talked about, among the funding that has been granted by the legislature, that we are going to be able to incrementally add to those the 42,000 cool beds that we already have in the system. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And is that activity intended to be conducted during the upcoming fiscal year that starts on September the 1st?
Yes, sir. We've already started the initial planning processes, and so we'll be ready to run September 1st and make good use of these funds.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? I see Judge Johnson.
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, just to add to that, we are continuously committed to making certain that we have all our units eventually air conditioned, so that we won't have any issue about some of these facilities are going without air conditioning. Is that correct? That's one of our priorities, and that's one of our goals. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Well, what we've done is over the last few bienniums, we have been incrementally adding air conditioning to housing areas that currently do not have it or did not have it at the time. We continue that, and then that is a portion of our legislative appropriations request. And so this session, they provided us the $85.7 million. So based on estimates, that will add approximately 11,000 additional air-conditioned beds, or air conditioning to existing beds.
Yeah, and we're just committed to, at some point, we have 100% all beds air conditioned. Is that correct? I just want our board to just commend you and your team for wanting that and the commitment to make certain that that happened. And we also want our citizens to know that we have that commitment. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And we very much appreciate the support in this effort. We can't do it without the support of our elected leadership, both local and statewide leadership across the state. So we very much appreciate the support as we move our system forward. Any other questions, comments? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to say thank you to Ron and his team. They've been working not only during the legislative session, burning the midnight oil, but also this summer to prepare the budget and be ready for where we are today. So thank you for all the work that they put into it. But also publicly thank the Texas legislature and the leadership of the state for the investment they've made in our agency. It truly is, this is the most significant investment they've ever made in the agency, and I think it will take us several years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steffa, for your presentation.
Thank you.
The next two items on the agenda are the Manufacturing, Agribusiness, and Logistics Division Report, which will be presented by the Division Director, Mr. Billy Hirsch. Mr. Hirsch, if you would please approach, and if you are ready, please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Collier, members. Today we have two items on the agenda. During the regular session of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice meeting, we will recommend the board approve these items. The Texas Department of Transportation is requesting a permanent right-of-way easement consisting of 3 parts at the Holiday Unit in Walker County, Huntsville, Texas, to include an area approximately 1.697 acres of land to be used for TxDOT's Interstate 45 widening project. If you'll look at the screen, you'll see the 3 segments of land, 2 of them up near the entrance to the unit, and 1 on the very northern point of the unit at the crossroads of 1791 and Interstate 45. The Texas Department of Transportation has agreed to pay $74,286. Stand available for any questions.
Any questions on this item from the board? If not, Mr. Hirsch, please proceed to the next item.
Yes, sir. The Texas Department of Transportation is also requesting a permanent right-of-way easement at the Wynn Unit in Walker County, Huntsville, Texas, to include an area approximately .0546 acres of land to be used at TxDOT's Interstate 45 widening project. This land is actually just on the other side of the freeway from the previous easement request. As you'll see there in the photo there, you can see the prison museum right across the street from it before you get to Texas Forest Service. We own a little bit of a small segment of land there, and they're wanting that .056 acres for drainage. The Texas Department of Transportation has agreed to pay us $7,131 for that piece of land. I stand available for any questions.
Are there any questions from the board on this item? Yes, sir. Ambassador Siv.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have a question, just want to make a comment. I was going to say this in El Paso, but you were not there, Mr. Hirsch. I want to congratulate you on the Braille Conference organized at Mountain View in June. I was hoping to see you, but you were not present. That was one of the most memorable conference I ever attended.
Thank you. We appreciate your attendance there.
And I have attended a lot of conferences around the world, most of them on behalf of the United States, and I found the Mountain View Conference on Braille the most impressive.
Yes, sir. I thank you very much.
And also, please pass along my congratulations to Mrs. Bierman, who did an excellent job in putting that.
I'm sure she's watching right now. So.
Oh, she is? Okay, good. Hey, hi. How are you doing? Well, anyway, thank you so much, and congratulations again.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Siv, and thank you, Mr. Hirsch, for your presentation. The next item on the agenda is a report from Facilities Division Director Ron Hudson on the status of board-approved projects. Mr. Hudson, if you are ready, please proceed.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Collier, members. I'd like to provide an update on the status of board-approved projects. Item number 1 is the Michael Unit Roof Project. This project is currently at 30% complete. Contractor has begun roofing the administration building and is nearing completion. Item number 2 is the crane unit roofing project to replace the roof at the reception satellite. This project is currently 97% complete. Installation of the 2 rooftop HVAC units are all that remain on this project. Item number 3 is the Mumford unit roofing project. This project is currently 74% complete. Contractor has begun installing mechanical equipment and is also roofing on D and E buildings, which are inmate housing. Item number 4 is the Estelle unit textile mill roof project. This project is currently at 90% complete. Detail work and final inspection are all that are remaining on this project. Item number 5 is the Gesture 3 unit roofing project. This project is currently 37% complete. Contractor is nearing completion of the gym roof and will be moving to the chapel. This project continues to move forward. Item number 6 is the Ramsey unit roofing project. This project is currently 27% complete. Contractor has completed the installation of the new roof on the unit supply building. Detail work remains before moving to the administration building roof. Item number 7 is the memorial unit project to repair and replace building structures in the boiler room. This project is currently at 98% complete. The boiler room roof remains the only minor detail work, punch list items, and final inspection. This project should be complete within the next few weeks. Item number 8 is the Chase Field refurbish and repair water towers 1 and 2 and ground storage tanks. This project is currently 64% complete. All electrical for water tower 1 and ground storage tanks have been completed. Contractor is now prepping water tower number 2 to begin refurbishing the exterior of the tower. This project continues to move forward also. Item number 9 is the Wainwright unit design-only project to construct a wastewater treatment plant. This design-only project is currently 95% complete, pending final review. Item number 10 is the Wainwright unit design-only project to construct a water treatment plant. This design-only project is currently 95% complete, pending final review. Item number 11 is the Robertson project to add electronic water controls. This project is currently 54% complete. Plumbing and electrical in Building 12 is complete and operational. Electricians and plumbers are currently working in Buildings 3, 4, and 7. Item number 12 is the Michael unit project to repair and replace the fire line in restrictive housing in 12 building. This project is currently 90% complete. Punch list items are all that remain on this project. Item number 13 is the Telford unit project to replace hot water and steam piping. This project is currently 90% complete. Punch list items are all that remain on this project. Item number 14 is the Johnson unit project to install emergency power in multiple locations. This project remains at 3% complete. We received word that the generators are now scheduled for delivery in December. The next 2 projects are part of the AC intake initiative that was started in FY22 that will add approximately 6,600 AC beds to the agency. The first one on the list is item number 15, is the Johnson unit project to install air conditioning in buildings B1, B2, B3, and pods 1 through 9. This project is currently 75% complete. All HVAC units are now on site and installation of these units are in progress. When complete, this will add 612 beds, AC beds to this unit. The second one of these projects was the GIST unit, air conditioning systems, Building A. This project is currently 35% complete. All AC units are on site and installation will begin early September. When complete, this will add 464 AC beds to this unit. Item number 17 is the Ramsey unit replace Region 3 Training Academy. This project is currently 27% complete. Contractor is currently pouring the concrete tilt walls with delivery scheduled for the last week of August, which is next week. Item number 18 is the Clements unit install monitor pulse fence detection systems perimeter. This project is complete. Item number 19 is the Coalfield unit install monitor pulse fence detection system perimeter. This project is complete. Item number 20 is the Conley unit install monitor pulse fence detection system perimeter. This project is currently 5% complete. The pre-construction meeting was conducted this week. The Michael unit, or item number 21, is the Michael unit install monitored pulse fence detection system perimeter. This project is currently 75% complete. Contractor continues installation of the pulse fence around the unit. Item number 22 is the Telford unit install monitor pulse fence detection system perimeter. This project is currently 5% complete. Contractor has mobilized and began work on this project. This concludes my project status update. I will stand by for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Are there any questions from members of the board about this report on the status of the board's approved projects? The only question, yes, Mr. Ambassador Siv?
Item 18, Clemens with the T. This is different from the one without the T, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The Clements unit with the T is in Amarillo.
All right, that's
The
right.
Clements
I got
unit
it.
is down in Brazoria County, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And with respect to the installation of the pulse fences, again, is that as part of that overall financial impact to the operations of TDCJ, that we are going to be able to redeploy unit personnel formerly manning the pickets?
Yes,
to
sir.
be able to engage in other activities on those units?
Yes, sir. 2 of those units that are already complete, those correctional officers have already been moved out of those pickets on those units. On some of the pickets, you still have to man a few of them for the back gate and the front gate area. So on those pickets that we can unman, those have already been unmanned. Yes, sir.
Chairman, when we're done with the projects, when we're finished with all the system, there's roughly a little under 500 positions overall that we'll be able to redeploy.
Yes, sir.
Well, that is good news, I'm sure, for those who were formerly required to man those pickets, as well as the units where we were able to redeploy that staff. Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Any other questions on this report? If not, Mr. Hudson, I understand you have 2 more items for us today.
Yes, sir. I have 2 items for consideration that I will be asking for approval on. The first one of these projects for consideration is to repair a fire alarm system and install fire suppression system, building 2014 at Chase Field. The work will consist of installation of a sprinkler system throughout the building and a new combination wired and wireless-based fire alarm system. The system will meet the National Fire Protection Association and Life Safety Code requirements and result in safer operations. If approved, the work will be performed by Ranger Buildings LLC out of Saginaw, Texas. This is this contractor's second project they just completed at the Clements unit, the repair and fire line in 12 building there. They finished that project in 2023. The total estimated program cost of this project is $1,765,800. I'll pause for any questions.
Any questions from the board on this particular project as being reported out? If not, then Mr. Hudson, please proceed to the next.
Okay, the next project for consideration is a design-only project to construct new training facility at the Holiday Unit in Huntsville, Texas. The design will consist of constructing approximately 60,000 square foot of training, administration, barracks, and an indoor gun range. This facility will provide needed training space and infrastructure for the agency and will meet all applicable building and life safety codes as well as ADA and Texas accessibility standards. If approved, the work will be performed by HOK Inc. out of Houston, Texas. Some other projects that HOK has worked for us in the past are the designs of the Estelle, Jester Ford, which is Scott, Holiday, Gurney, Gist, Middleton, Smith, Mumford, and Lewis units. Some of the other notable projects that shows the extensive experience in criminal justice and training centers are the Dallas Police Firing Ranges, multiple FBI firing ranges, the Irving Criminal Justice Center, Hayes County Training Center, and recently the Texas Capitol Complex Project Phase 2 office buildings that you see there by the Capitol. The total estimated program cost of this is $4,338,800. I'll pause for any questions.
Any questions from the board with respect to this project? If not, Mr. Hudson, we very much appreciate your report.
All right. Thank you.
There being no further business for the Business and Financial Operations Committee, the committee is now adjourned. It is 10:29, and we will proceed with the directly, the Audit and Review Committee.
Did I get that fancy gavel? Get my deal on.
It's on. There we go. All right. Keep your fingers far away. Okay. The meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Audit and Review Committees called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. A quorum of the committee is present. The meeting is now declared open. It is 10:30. First order of business on the agenda, approval of minutes. Are there any amendments or objections to the proposed minutes? Hearing none, the minutes as presented will stand. One of the best sights you can see at the podium when you're behind schedule is the director of the Internal Audit Committee, and that is division. That is Chris Cerrito, a man of few words, but has a little bit more for us today than he normally does. Let's go ahead and start. Mr. Cerrito, you're going to first talk about the internal audit report for fiscal year 2023.
Thank you, Judge Francis, Mr. Chair, Mr. Collier, members of the board. I have several updates to the status report in your packet. I will begin on page 2. The first update that we have is project 2302. This is a consultation on parole division workforce culture that has moved into field work. Project 2304, inmate releasing, is now complete. Project 2307, Inspector General criminal case disposition, is now in field work. On page 3, Project 2310, Board of Pardons and Parole's case summaries, is now a draft report. Project 2313, 1805, which is a follow-up on hazardous materials storage, is now in report writing. And then the last update is next week we will be assigning a walkthrough on inmate tablets. You can add that to your list. That concludes the status report, and I'll pause for any questions.
No question. Oh, was there a question? Nope. All right, we're going to go, Mr. Cerrito, to our next item on the agenda, which is the proposed fiscal year 2024 annual audit plan.
Yes, ma'am. As you mentioned, this is the one time a year you guys get to hear the auditor speak. More than about 27, 28 seconds. So this is our presentation for the fiscal year 2024 annual audit plan. We're going to begin by telling you a little bit about ourselves. One of my favorite topics is to talk about me, as people will attest. A little bit about myself. I started my career with TBCJ as a correctional officer at the Eastham unit in the mid-1990s. That is now the Wainwright unit. Transferred over to the Ellis unit. All of this while working on my bachelor's degree, working my way through school, and had an opportunity once I graduated to become a member of the internal audit division team. Got into it and realized, you know what, this is something I'm really like and something I'm pretty good at, and so I stuck with it. So I've been auditing since 1998. I'm a certified internal auditor, a certified fraud examiner, and a certified government auditing professional. What that really means is I'm certified to conduct internal audits anywhere globally. I'm also certified to conduct internal audits for the United States government through the standards of the Government Accountability Office. And then certified fraud examiner is also a global certification where I can do fraud risk assessment and fraud investigations throughout the globe. As I said, I've got a little over 28 years. It's 29 now, and I've been with the Internal Audit Division for 25 years. Second, I'd like to tell you a little bit about the Deputy Chief Audit Executive. The Deputy Chief Audit Executive, who is going to walk you through our audit process here shortly, is Renee Russell. I cannot say enough good about Renee Russell. When I promoted Renee to the Deputy CAE several years ago and introduced her to the board, I introduced her as the person who will tell me I'm wrong. That's a difficult task, and she's very good at it. She is oftentimes the voice of reason. She's oftentimes the person that brings kind of that devil's advocate to the table. She's a good personal friend. She's a confidant, and I literally could not do this without her. Renee is also a certified internal auditor, and she's also a certified government auditing professional. She has 19 years of state service. Renee started in the mailroom at the Wind Unit. Made her way to the Internal Audit Division. I hired Renee many, many years ago, and she has been auditing and working with me for 17 years. Next, I'll tell you a little bit about the annual audit plan, how we develop that plan. We have an ongoing risk assessment. That ongoing risk assessment has a list of all auditable activities within the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles, and the Windham School District. As you can imagine, I can go as granularly as I want. Currently, my risk assessment has about 750 line items on it. I could go very, very granular and have 750,000 line items. We have to have it in some form of manageable function, manageable pieces. It's done primarily by organizational structure with some additions related to funding and some program areas that touch multiple divisions. But it's about 750 line items of an ongoing risk assessment that I score on a continual basis. As a part of that ongoing risk assessment, we use some factors. The model we use is called the COSO model. It is put together, it's a model that's put out by the Committee of Sponsoring Organizations of the Treadway Commission. It's known as the COSO model. The Treadway Commission is a quasi-governmental and oversight body that was really put together in the 1970s and then grew through the 1980s, 1990s, 2000s. Primarily related to oversight and management of publicly traded companies. It has also been the globally adopted model for risk assessment and risk management throughout the profession, whether it be CPAs, internal auditors, or even senior level executives and corporate executives. The COSO model sets up three different types of business objectives. You have reporting objectives, which are the creation of financial information or performance information that is provided to decision makers. That would be reports that the board gets from various TBCJ divisions. It would also be reports that go to the governor's office, the various legislative offices, that kind of thing. Typically, it's information that is reported for Brian Collier to make decisions, the legislature to make decisions, or the board to make decisions. The next thing we have is operational objectives. That's 98% of objectives. That's the day-to-day getting everything done. That is the task. Securing prisons, providing showers, supervising parolees, providing funding to various community justice departments. And then lastly, we have compliance objectives. And those compliance objectives, when we're talking about compliance objectives, we're talking about compliance with laws, rules, regulations. That may be Texas Administrative Code, Texas Government Code. It could also be TCEQ regulations, EPA regulations, that type of thing. So when we score this, I look at a lot of factors, but these are the primary factors that we use. The first is the control environment. The control environment, another word for that is the tone at the top. It's the environment in which the particular business process functions in. This component is so important that out of a 100-point scale, it gets 40 points. So the number one driver in any business, the number one driver related to success is culture, is environment, and we consider that when we're deciding where we're going to audit and what we're going to audit. That doesn't necessarily mean that there's a bad culture. It could be a change in culture. It could be we have a new division director. It could be we have a new mandate by the legislature. So those types of things also come into play. The complexity. How complex is this process? How many moving parts? One of the things, as many people in this room can tell you, one of the most complex things to understand is inmate sentencing and how an inmate's time is calculated based on the time in which the conviction occurred. Very complicated process. Because that process is so complicated, it gets audited a lot. Next, we really look at historical problems or historical issues. And I look at typically about a 5-year window, and we look at have things popped up. Do we have instances where things might have got away from us a little bit, or some indicators that something might be out of the ordinary. So we take that into consideration as well. And as I said previously, degree of change. The other thing that we do is I meet with every division director in TDCJ on an ongoing basis. I talk to members of the board, discuss these things with Mr. Collier constantly. We comply with auditing standards, international and U.S. government auditing standards. And both of those standards very clearly dictate that I'm required to rely on my own judgment in deciding what audits to do and what those audits mean. But it would be incredibly foolish of me to rely on my judgment in a vacuum. There are a lot of smart people at TDCJ that understand these processes, so we bring them to the table and have conversations about where we need to look and how we're going to audit. So then we come up with our audit objectives. The audit objectives really are, that is the question we're going to answer. I determine the audit objectives based on what I told you previously, and it's essentially a research question that is provided to my audit team. They go out and they answer that question. It's in the areas of reliability and integrity of financial or operating information, effectiveness and efficiency of operations. Effectiveness and efficiency, when we talk internally, what we really mean, effectiveness, did it work? Is it working? Efficiency is typically, did we do the right thing at the right time at the right cost? We also look at safeguarding of assets, and that safeguarding of assets can be everything from a multi-million-dollar building to tools at a prison. And then, obviously, we look at compliance with policies, rules, procedures, that kind of thing. So as we move forward to the annual audit plan, the proposed annual audit plan, this plan has 9 full scope audits, 1 consultation, and a consultation is a project that is less in scope than an audit, but it's a formal project. And we participate in consultations to provide advice to management, and I'll explain it more when I get to the consultation on the proposed plan. But it's a process where we can provide advice and we can provide insight on risk and potential controls, but we also have to put safeguards in place to make sure that the auditors themselves aren't involved in decision-making and aren't performing management functions. That is to protect us, and it's also to protect the agency. Primarily, we can't have management functions because we can't audit ourselves. So I can't design a process for TDCJ and then next year go audit the process I designed. So with that, I will take you through the proposed plan. As with the budget, I have briefed each individual board member separately, but I will take you through this plan now. So our first project is Project 2401. That is the Corrections Information Technology System consultation. This is the consultation I was just speaking of. This is an ongoing consultation. This will be year 3 of this consultation. And what this is we're providing advice related to risks and internal controls on the project to replace the inmate mainframe. The next project is Project 2402. That is a joint audit on mental health assessments. And when I say it's a joint audit, we have enlisted the assistance of the university healthcare providers. Renee and I met with University of Texas Medical Branch Internal Audit yesterday. They are actually going to assist us in this audit. And really what this audit, and we will also be working with Dr. DeShields at Texas Tech as well. This audit is to evaluate the effectiveness of processes to ensure mental health assessments occur as required and treatments prescribed by the provider are also provided. So did they get the assessments, and if a course of action was prescribed, did they get the course of action? The next one, 2403, is commissary operations with a focus on supply chain. The objective is to evaluate the effectiveness of processes to compensate for supply chain disruptions. Project 2404, travel services. This is an efficiency audit, and we're going to look at the efficiency of the process to reimburse employees for travel that is incurred. 2405 is correctional officer hiring. We're going to evaluate the efficiency of the correctional officer hiring process. We're going to look at the right thing at the right time at the right cost. 2406 is a requested audit. I know at the last board meeting, Mr. Patrick, the independent ombudsman, informed the board that he had requested this audit. So we're going to evaluate the efficiency of investigations conducted by the Office of the Independent Ombudsman. 2407 is the only mandated audit that we're required to do. We have to do this audit every 2 years. This audit is public funds investments, and we will look at compliance with the Public Funds Investment Act. And this is investment of some funds that Commissary and Trust Fund has, as well as some funds that Windham School District has, that they are allowed to invest, and they have to be invested in very, very strict compliance with the Public Funds Investment Act, which basically is no risk, protect the principal. And so we'll look at that, and we provide those results to the Texas State Auditor's Office, and then they compile all state agencies into a single report that will be issued later in the year. 2408 is inmate identification documents. We're going to evaluate the effectiveness of processes to provide inmates applicable reentry documents. This would be things like state-issued IDs, Social Security cards, birth certificates, the things that they need when they get out to access services, to gain employment, to gain housing, those kind of things. We're going to look at that process. 2409 is incident reporting. We're going to evaluate the efficiency of processes related to incident reporting. As we know, in corrections, incidents occur. There is a very mature incident reporting process in TDCJ. We're going to look at that from an efficiency standpoint to make sure that it's as efficient as it can be, and go from there. 2410 is a contracted audit of information system security. This is a first for us in the field of contracting internal audit services. This will allow us to look at an information system using a set of experts. We will contract them in. I've been working with the Chief Financial Officer's office, and very soon we'll get this process started. The system we're going to look at is the Integrated Victim Services System in the Victim Services Division, with a specific focus on ensuring that victim information is protected from unauthorized access and use. 2411 is emerging risks. This is a category on the plan where we set aside time to deal with the things that come up during the year. As everybody knows, the world has changed. The world is different since the pandemic. Risk is different, and risk is ever changing and ever evolving. This gives us the opportunity to adjust our crystal ball as we go throughout the year. 2412 is walkthroughs. Walkthroughs are not audit projects. They are projects that we assign in-house that is an opportunity for our team to go learn about subjects. It is also an opportunity where if Mr. Collier has a specific question, the chairman or a board member has a specific question where you don't want an audit, but we need to learn. We will go do this walkthrough, spend some resources on it, typically issue a white paper for the board, and then I use that to update my risk assessment. 2413, which is the last project, is our action plan follow-up and tracking. Every audit report that we issue that has recommendations, when we make those recommendations, TDCJ management is required to provide a response and action plans associated with those. We have an information system that tracks those on a real-time basis. We interact with all the TDCJ divisions. Once those recommendations are reported as implemented, we will decide whether or not to conduct follow-up activities. We do that based on risk. So if we have an audit where, we have an audit finding and a recommendation where we say, hey, this was an A, here's how you can make it an A+. That's not something we're going to follow up on. We're going to take that as self-reported. Whereas if we have a situation that represented a higher risk and more significant recommendations, we'll do follow-ups on those. And when we do follow-ups, we do two things. First, we go through and say, did you take the action that you said you were going to take? And secondly, and most importantly, did it work? When we have an audit recommendation, that audit recommendation should address a business process that perhaps was causing an undesired result. We need to make sure that that recommendation, that corrective action, corrected the deficiency in the process. So we'll go through and do with that. With that, I'm going to bring Renee Russell up. She is going to take us through the audit process and really tell you, this year's a little different, tell you exactly how we do these audits.
So, Ms. Russell, before you start, Mr. Cerritos told us that you're one of the ones who helps keep his feet on the ground, and you can actually give him good constructive advice on decisions that he makes, etc. Did he talk to you about that haircut before he does
You know, it's not an easy job, and I try never to say anything about the hair or the beard. So today I'm going to take you through our audit process from assignment to report issuance. And really, that starts with assignment of the audit team. So we start with that audit objective that Chris was talking about earlier. And first and foremost, our auditors must be independent, objective, and unbiased. And that's collectively all of us. But the team must possess the knowledge, skills, and abilities to answer the audit objective. What that looks like for me when I pick that team is I look at the complexity of the audit, the topic that they're going to be looking at, and then I look at who I have available, what their history is, their years of service, and I put together a team that I think collectively has the skills to get that audit done. So when I talk about the audit process, the example that I use is the scientific method. I know Chris mentioned earlier that our audit objectives are really like research questions. So when you think of the scientific method, I think everybody in the room has probably done some sort of science experiment at some point in time, whether that be a science fair project or something of that matter. But it really does follow in parallel with our process. So as he said, the objective is really a research question, and then our audit process follows 4 phases. In that first phase is really where they learn the business process and they're doing their research. So I tell my auditors, I want you to research this topic like you're getting a job there. I need you to be able to tell me everything you possibly can about this process. What that looks like is they'll interview key players in the process, everyone from the top to the people at line level. They will identify risk in the process. They're going to read policies, procedures. They're going to flowchart that process. It's a very deep dive into how that process works. They're going to define the scope of the audit and develop audit criteria at the end of the background phase. The second phase of that project is looking at risk, and they're looking at what risk exists in the area and what management has put in place to mitigate that risk. So during this process, at the end, they're really going to come up with a hypothesis. So we know all about the business process, we know where the risks are, we know what controls management has put into place to mitigate that risk. How do we think this audit is going to go? Are they going to meet that objective? What are going to be the challenges? And once they've developed that hypothesis, we move on to phase 3, which is where we do the field work. And that's really where the science experiment starts, because they're going to go out and they're going to test their hypothesis. This looks like interviews with the client, direct observations. They can do data analysis, examination of source documents, validation of data, independent inventories. There's a myriad of other techniques to determine whether or not our hypothesis is correct. Once that phase is complete, we'll move on to the reporting phase. And this is really where we're reporting our results. That reporting phase, what I will tell the people in the room is the first time you hear about our audit results should never be in an audit report. And what I tell our people is tell them early and tell them often. So throughout our entire process, we are talking to the client, and they are brought in for all different levels of discussions throughout that process, and that report should not be a surprise. So once we send out our initial draft report, it is shared with the division director, and we meet with them, talk to them about tone, content of the report, get any feedback from them they may have. We'll make changes to that report that we see necessary, and then we'll send it back out as a revised and ask for management responses and action plans. And that is where they're able to respond to our recommendations and give us an action plan of how they're going to achieve implementing that recommendation. Once that's done, our report will go to the executive level. We'll meet with Mr. Collier and his people, and we'll do the same process. We'll discuss that project, we'll talk tone and content, We'll talk about implementation and what action plans look like. We'll make any revisions to that, and we'll issue a final report. So our final report goes to the client. They'll go to executive management and also the board. And then 30 days later, those audits are issued to the LBB, the state auditor's office, and the governor's office. During the course of all of these phases, there is a very robust quality assurance program that is ongoing. The first portion of that is work paper reviews. So every work paper that is written by an auditor is reviewed by a senior lead auditor and an audit manager. The second layer of that quality assurance review is additional reviews that are performed by our Director of Audit Services. So she takes a selection of those work papers, the most important things in that audit, and she's reviewing them for quality. The third layer of that process is a quality assurance review. It's actually report reviews, excuse me. It's report reviews which are conducted by the manager and myself and Chris. And the fourth layer is our quality assurance reviews. So our quality assurance reviews are conducted once a report is issued. Every report that is issued gets a quality assurance review, and that report review is looking at whether our report is supported by our work papers. Once the audits are issued, a selection of our completed audits get a complete quality assurance review, and those are looking at quality of the audit, whether or not we are meeting audit standards, and efficiency in our processes. And the fifth layer, because we have many, many layers, is an external peer review. So I know everybody in the room always wants to know who audits the auditors. Well, every 3 years we have an external peer review, and they come in and they make sure we are meeting standards. With that, that is my overview of the audit process. I have a quick video that will follow this, and then Chris will come up and answer any questions. But before I move on, I just wanted to thank Mr. Collier, Mr. Mendoza, the directors sitting behind me, as well as their staff, because without the gracious collaboration and cooperation of their team, we would not achieve our mission. We all know it's not fun to be audited. We're probably not the most popular people in the room, but they continue to welcome us back, and they see the value add that we have. So I appreciate that. The video that is coming up will introduce our audit team, and without them, we could not do the work that we do. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Kirsch, Senior Lead Audit Professional. I'm a certified internal auditor and hold a Bachelor's of Science in Psychology from Sam Houston State University. I've been with the Internal Audit Division for 4 years. Prior to auditing, I was with the Commissary and Trust Fund Department for 3.5 years, for a total of over 7 years of agency experience.
Hi, my name is Stacy Gay, and I'm a project manager here in the Internal Audit Division. I have a Bachelor of Science from the Sam Houston State University, and I'm also a certified government auditing professional. I have over 21 years of auditing experience, with 13 of those being right here with the Texas Board of Criminal Justice. I also have experience with TBCJ's Human Resources and Information Technology divisions.
Hello, my name is Salomé Salasad. I've been an internal auditor with the Internal Audit Division for 2 years. Before that, I started with the Reentry and Integration Division in 2019. I have bachelor's degrees in both criminal justice and psychology, as well as a master's degree in criminal justice.
Hello, my name is Robert Harrelson. I'm a lead audit professional with Internal Audit. I have 5 years of auditing experience to include 3 years at Internal Audit. Overall, I have 25 years of service with TBCJ to include stints at the Rehabilitation Programs Division, the Business and Finance Division, and the Information Technology Division. I earned a Bachelor's of Business Administration and Finance from Sam Houston State University, and I am currently working on obtaining my Certified Fraud Examiner certification.
Hi, my name is Oluwajoba Omishakin. I have a Bachelor's in Communications and a Master's in Communication Studies from the Sam Houston State University. I am an audit professional with the Internal Audit Division with about 2 years of experience. Prior to joining the Internal Audit Division, I worked as a correctional officer on various units in Region 1. Also, I had position as a correctional training instructor in Region 1. All in all, I have 9 years of experience with the agency.
Hello, my name is Tyler Cook. I'm a project manager here with Internal Audit Division. I have 9 years of experience in this division and 12 years overall with the agency. Prior to coming to internal audit, I was a correctional officer, a payroll accountant, and a purchaser. I'm a certified internal auditor. I have a certification in risk management assurance, and I have a BBA in accounting.
Hi, I'm Lourdes Ariza, Staff Service Officer. I have a bachelor's degree in psychology from Sam Houston State University. I have 4 years and 4 months agency experience, 3 of those with the Internal Audit Division.
Hello, my name is Melisha McKenzie, and I am an internal staff auditor. I received a Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice from Sam Houston State University. I have about 2 years of experience with the agency as a total, and 5 months of that being with the Internal Audit Division.
Hi, my name is Brittany Reisner. I have 2 years of agency experience, one of which has been with internal audit. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in accounting and business from Centenary College of Louisiana.
Hello, my name is David Harden. I started as an intern with the Internal Audit Division, but was recently brought aboard as a program specialist. I'm currently finishing my studies with accounting at Sam Houston State University. And prior to all of this, I spent a year as a correctional officer at the Ellis Unit, and I spent 7 years serving with the United States Marine Corps.
My name is Carlos Davila. I'm an auditor with 4 years experience in the Internal Audit Division, and I have a total of 14 and a half years of agency experience. Prior to internal audit, I was a parole officer under the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles, and I began my career as a correctional officer. I have a Bachelor of Arts in Criminal Justice and a Master of Science in Criminal Justice Leadership and Management from Sam Houston State, and I am a certified fraud examiner.
Hi, I'm Adrienne Bailey, Management Analyst. I've been with Internal Audit for almost 2 years and with the agency for 12 and a half years. Prior to internal audit, I worked for Information Technology Division as a business analyst, State Counsel for Offenders as a legal assistant supervisor, and Correctional Institution Division as an administrative assistant in offender time management. I hold a master's degree in criminal justice leadership and management.
Hi, my name is Andrew Kruger. I'm an Auditor 4 with the Internal Audit Division. I've been with the division for 5 years, and I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from the University of Texas at San Antonio. I started with TBCJ in 2007, and I've held positions as an institutional parole officer, correctional officer, sergeant, lieutenant, captain, and major on units in regions 3 and 4, as well as correctional training.
Hello, my name is Annabelle Rodriguez, and I am a lead audit professional for the Internal Audit Division. I have approximately 8 years of experience with the agency, of which the last 3 years have been here with the Internal Audit Division. Prior to Internal Audit Division, I held various administrative positions within the Rehabilitation Programs Division, Administrative Review and Risk Management Division, and the Business and Finance Division. I currently hold 2 Bachelor of Arts from Sam Houston State University, one in Criminal Justice and one in Spanish, both received with honors. Additionally, I also hold a Master of Arts in Communication Studies from Sam Houston State University. Lastly, I am a qualified Spanish interpreter for the agency.
My name is Aaron Dean, Staff Auditor for the Internal Audit Division. I have been with the division for over a year and previously worked as an accountant within business and finance for almost 10 years. I hold a bachelor's degree of communication studies from Sam Houston State University.
I'm Charlotte Jeffcoat. I'm the Director of Audit Services, and I have 19 years of auditing experience. I have a Bachelor of Business Administration in Accounting, and I'm also a certified internal auditor, as well as a certified government auditing professional. I started working for the agency 19 years ago as an Auditor 1 for the Internal Audit Division. Now, as the Director of Audit Services, I supervise the audit and project managers, and I oversee all audit projects, which includes walkthroughs, consultations, and follow-up audits.
Hi, my name is Cheryl Foreman, and I'm an Audit Manager for Audit Services. I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and a Juris Doctor. I'm also a certified internal auditor, and I have a certification in risk management assurance. I've been with the agency and the Internal Audit Division for almost 11 years.
Hi, my name is Christy Bailey. I'm the Director of Support Services for the Internal Audit Division. I have 22 years with the state, and 19 of that have been in the Internal Audit Division itself. I'm a certified internal auditor, a certified government auditing professional. My duties include office management, quality assurance programs for the division, and maintaining all the training and such for the auditors.
Hello, my name is Crystal Jones, and I'm the Executive Assistant to the Chief Audit Executive. I graduated from Sam Houston State University with a Bachelor of Science degree in Criminal Justice. I have been with the agency 4.5 years. 9 of those months, I have been with the Internal Audit Division.
So as Renee said, we have a very impressive team. Not sure who exactly said it, but I've heard it a lot. Surround yourself with good people, surround yourself with smart people, honest people, and you'll always do well. Several of the people who you just met on the video are here today. I'd just like briefly ask them to stand. So that concludes my presentation. On behalf of myself and my haircut, I am available for any questions you may have.
We appreciate that. Thank you. Thank Ms. Russell. Do we have any questions from the board?
Yes, Committee Chair. You've already answered, I think you and Ms. Russell have already answered one of the most important questions, which is, for any internal audit function, has management been cooperative, fully cooperative with the efforts of the Internal Audit Division from your perspective?
Absolutely. That answer is an unequivocal yes.
And then do you believe, Mr. Cerrito, that you have sufficient resources in order to carry out the functions of the Internal Audit Division, including what appears to us to be a very ambitious audit plan upcoming?
Yes, sir, we do. And I would also add that at any time we have a need for resources or additional support in our division, TBCJ, Mr. Collier, the CFO, have always been incredibly accommodating. I have been with internal audit for 25 years. I've been the audit director since 2015. Every need that I've ever had has been met.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Any other questions? No?
Yes. Yeah, I had
Oh,
just-
here we go. I knew it was coming.
Chris, I just wanted you to know, you and your team you all do such a fabulous job for us, and we so appreciate you. And I know you have heard it from other board members, so thank you, you and your team. Just a couple of quick questions. When you talked about the walkthroughs, would that be a walkthrough for any division throughout the Texas Department of Criminal Justice? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. A walkthrough is simply, we need to learn about something.
Okay.
My information may be a little dated. Processes that occurred in 1996 are different than they are today. And so we may need to go update our knowledge, or there's a new process, inmate tablets. Inmate tablets have been completely rolled out. It's time for my team to go learn more.
Okay, sounds good. And also, when you talked about under 2403, what type of supply chains disruption? You talked about disruption. What are you talking about when
I
you
saw
talk
your
about
face
that?
when I said it. So, post-COVID world, supply chain during COVID was an issue. Periodically in the past, over the years, and I'd say over the past 20 years, occasionally times have occurred where there were shortages in commissary items. And we're going to look at this in the post-COVID environment. One of the things that we want to make sure of is commissary, and the ability to access commissary is very important to our inmate population. It's one of the most important things. And so we're going to look at this and say, okay, do we have processes in place if we have a disruption in supply, and how those processes might work.
Okay, sounds great. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you.
Okay. Any other questions? Nope. And I know about a third of our group here, our board members, are new, and I know if they're like me, are probably sitting there as they go through all the information in the notebook and listen to all the different factions and groups that we have in TBCJ. It's difficult to think about how we're ever really how am I gonna understand what this is about? How long is it gonna take me before I know how these organizations all work together? And I'm not gonna be able to do like Ambassador Siv and go to every single unit in my first term I know you're out there, but it is, as Mr. Cerrito and Ms. Russell has said, we have so many good, smart people working in this organization, and to the extent you can't get to every unit and you can't go look over Mr. Steffer's shoulder as he's figuring out the budget and can't see everything that goes on. It's people like Mr. Cerrito who are out there every day working and providing us with the security to know that TDCJ is being handled, is being managed ably, correctly, and efficiently. I had a couple of other little kudos I wanted to give Mr. Cerrito, just because he is sought after nationwide for how much he does, for how his experience and capability speaks a lot at many of the correctional associations. He's getting ready to go this fall to Antwerp, Belgium, and I'm going to speak to some European global entities about what we do here at TDCJ, and that's very impressive. It tells us that we're not the only one who thinks he's a really smart guy. He's known throughout the world for what he does. Thank y'all very much. And there being no further business, the Texas Board of Criminal Justice Audit and Review Committee is now adjourned. It is 11:10. Good job.
Folks can stand in place for a second if you want. We are going to start with the Texas Board of Criminal Justice regular session here in a minute. Again, good morning to all in attendance in person as well as to those attending virtually. The 230th meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is called to order in accordance with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, the Open Meetings Act. During this meeting, the board will be conducting business from the agenda posted in the Texas Register. Members of the board present for this meeting include myself, Eric Nichols, Darrell Perriman, Judge Faith Johnson, Judge Molly Francis, Ambassador Sishan Siv, Dr. Rodney Burrow, Ms. Sydney Zeiker, and Pastor Nate Sprinkle. A quorum of the board is present, and the meeting is now declared open. This meeting is being conducted in person and is also being broadcast on the Texas Department of Criminal Justice YouTube channel. It is 11:24. I will now ask our board member, Dr. Rodney Burrow, to offer a word of prayer as we start our meeting. Dr. Burrow.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for the privilege of living in and serving in the great state of Texas. We pray that you bless everyone involved in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice and the Windham School District, Lord. Thank you for all the workers, staff, teachers from the ground up. Lord, we pray that you bless the students and those incarcerated, Lord, and we pray that the education that they receive will help them attain gainful employment, Lord, upon release. We pray that you bless all those dealing with the fire and the issues in Huntsville, Lord. We pray for a productive meeting and discussion. We pray that you bless all those that are here, Lord, and those that couldn't be here. We pray for travel mercies for everyone today to and from the meeting. In his name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Dr. Burrow. As a courtesy to speakers and guests in the meeting, please turn your electronic devices to the silent or vibrate mode. Thank you. As we did earlier today, I would like to recognize the public officials and or staff representatives with us here today. And specifically, I know that we need to acknowledge Mr. Corey Sharp with the Legislative Budget Board, as well as Ms. Mo Jenkins, clerk for the House Committee on Corrections. And I know we've been sending our thanks to the Texas Legislature with respect to allowing us to fund the programs that we know about and the public hears about through our meetings. But I also think we need to take a moment and also thank all of the staff members of those legislators and elected officials, and also the hard-working women and men at the Legislative Budget Board for all of the work that they do. So we recognize them and any and all public officials or members of such offices who are attending in person or online. The Texas Board of Criminal Justice is committed to providing an opportunity for public presentations on posted agenda topics, as well as public comments on issues within its jurisdiction as provided in Board Rule 151.4. Persons interested in speaking at today's meeting were required to complete and submit a registration card at least 10 minutes prior to the meeting's posted start time. Our posted agenda topics, including public comments, 38 speaker registration cards were received by board staff prior to the required deadline. If a presentation has been indicated as being germane to a particular agenda item, as in the case of one of the cards, those comments will be heard just prior to the board taking action on that topic. If an individual is not present when called upon, that person will forfeit her or his opportunity to speak. Individuals registered to make public comments on non-posted topics will speak during the designated item on today's agenda. All speakers will be allowed 3 minutes to make their presentation today. A red light on the timer in front of me will notify each presenter when her or his time has expired. And finally, regarding conduct and decorum, It is certainly our board's presumption that in presenting to the board, each presenter will present in a professional manner. If, in the unlikely event, we determine that a presenter or spectator is being disruptive, that presenter will be asked to immediately cease or leave the meeting, and if necessary, be escorted out. We begin today's session of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice regular order of business with recognitions. Manufacturing, Agribusiness, and Logistics Division Director Billy Hirsch would like to recognize Garth Parker on being the new Manufacturing, Agribusiness, and Logistics Deputy Division Director. Mr. Hirsch, if you are ready, if you would both come forward, please proceed.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Chairman Nichols, board members, Mr. Collier. I'd like to introduce Garth Parker as the new Deputy Division Director for the Manufacturing, Agribusiness, and Logistics Division. Mr. Parker will be overseeing the manufacturing, which is our industry programs, and the logistics side, which is our fleet, operations, freight, and warehouse. Garth began his career with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice over 24 years ago, starting as a correctional officer in 1998. Mr. Parker promoted through the Correctional Institutions Division, where he served each uniform supervision rank. He was promoted to assistant warden at the Garza West Transfer Facility in 2012. And then to senior warden in 2015 at the Rufus Duncan unit. Mr. Parker also served as senior warden at the Sanchez State Jail, Barry B. Tilford unit, and the French Robertson units. In 2020, Mr. Parker was promoted to serve as the Region 2 Regional Director in Palestine for the Correctional Institutions Division. In 2022, he was reassigned as the Director of Laundry and Food and Supply. Mr. Parker holds a bachelor's degree in Administration of Criminal Justice from Mountain State University and a master's degree in Organizational Leadership from Southern New Hampshire University. Garth's strong leadership and vast operational knowledge will serve the division well. Please join me in congratulating Garth on his new promotion.
Mr. Parker, congratulations on your new role as Deputy Director. Would you like to share a few words with us?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, Board, Mr. Collier. Just very honored and humbled to be here today. It's always great to speak to everyone, especially when it's a new job. But I look forward to the opportunity to work with everybody and just continue success with agency. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Let's come over here and get a picture. Our next recognition is from Renee Hinojosa, Director of Parole Division. Mr. Hinojosa, if you would come forward, I understand you would like to recognize Ms. Amanda Lowe on being the new Parole Deputy Division Director. And if you are ready, Mr. Hinojosa, you may proceed.
Good morning, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Collier, members of the board. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to introduce Ms. Amanda Lowe as the newly appointed Deputy Division Director for the Parole Division. In her new role, Ms. Lowe will oversee Regions 2, 3, and 4 for the Parole Division. That consists of 41 parole offices and a little over 51,000 parole clients. And those, just for everyone's information, Region 2 is the Dallas-Fort Worth area, Region 3 is the Greater Houston area, and Region 4 is Waco all the way down to the Valley. So it's a big area she'll oversee. Ms. Lowe has over 15 years of experience within the Parole Division and has held many positions there to include parole officer, unit supervisor, parole supervisor, and her most recent position was regional director in Region 5 in Lubbock, Texas. Ms. Lowe earned her bachelor's degree in psychology from San Angelo State University and has consistently shown her dedication and commitment to the agency and to our mission. Her leadership, field supervision knowledge, and integrity will serve her well in her new role. She's had a little difficulty, a little culture shock moving from Lubbock to Austin, Texas, but I think she's going to be okay. I did see a Keep Austin Weird bumper sticker on her state car. I don't know. We'll see. But please join me in congratulating Amanda Lowe on her new position.
Congratulations, Ms. Lowe, in your new role as Deputy Director. Would you like to say a few words with us?
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Nichols, board members, Mr. Collier. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm excited about the new adventure.
Thank you very much. Come over and get a photo before we proceed. Our next recognition is from Chief of Staff Jason Clark. Mr. Clark would like to recognize Ms. Hannah Haney on being the next Communications Deputy Division Director. Mr. Clark, if you would approach, and if you're ready, please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman, board members, Mr. Collier. It's a pleasure of mine this morning to be able to introduce Hannah Haney. As you said, Hannah is our new Deputy Communications Director. Hannah has a Bachelor of Arts in Communications from Texas A&M, and also a master's degree in technical communications from Sam Houston State University. Hannah brings a wealth of knowledge to TBCJ, and we're so glad to have her. She specializes in digital communications, audience engagement, and event planning. Hannah comes from us from Sam Houston State University, where she helped set up communications for the newly established College of Osteopathic Medicine. And Hannah has really hit the ground running and is doing a great job. I'll tell you, she's been up since 3 a.m. this morning, handling communications efforts, and we're just super excited to have her on our team. Hannah.
Ms. Haney, we congratulate you on your new role, and we also thank you for your efforts, especially during times like in the last 12 or so hours. So thank you very much, and would you like to share a few words with us?
Yes, sir, thank you. It's truly an honor and privilege to represent the agency and to share the good works and service and programs of our agency. And I look forward to seeing where this agency grows, and I'm excited. Thank you.
Great. Come on over, we'll get a photo. The next recognition is from the Correctional Institutions Division, and Correctional Institutions Division Director Bobby Lumpkin. I understand you would like to represent Elbert Holmes on being promoted to the Region 4 Director position. So if you would please approach, and when you are ready, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols, board members, Mr. Collier. Absolutely today have the pleasure to introduce our new Region 4 Director. And I'll go ahead and confuse our new appointees that Region 4 CID and Region 4 Parole do not have the same geographic boundaries, and we're working on that. So Region 4, it traverses from Cuero, Texas, all the way to El Paso, takes in San Antonio, and everything south, headquartered in Beeville. So Mr. Elbert Holmes is our new Region 4 Director. He began his career as a correctional officer at the Mark Stiles Unit in 1995. And has promoted through the ranks. Most recently, he held the title of Senior Ward at the McConnell Unit in Beeville, Texas. During his tenure, Mr. Holmes has always displayed a passion for his work in the correctional field. His authentic leadership is reflected through his effective communication skills, his ability to empower employees to reach their full potential. Mr. Holmes' adaptability, integrity, and perseverance will continue to be a valuable asset to the agency and the state of Texas. Please join me in congratulating and extending your support to Mr. Holmes as he takes on his new endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lumpkin, and congratulations, Mr. Holmes, on your promotion. And would you like to share a few words with us?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, Mr. Collier. It's such an honor to get this appointment to be the Region 4 Director. Who would have thought back in 1995 that this journey would take me this far? I got to see a lot of places on this journey, got to get invested in a lot of people, and this is the return in the investment they gave to me. So here I am, here for you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We'll come get a photo. Yes, sir, Ambassador Siv.
I have a privilege to meet Mr. Holmes of all the places in Pampa, Texas, which is the center of my universe. So you see, the people of Pampa always stay together. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ambassador Siv. Continuing with our recognitions, the Texas Board of Criminal Justice recognizes TBCJ employees who have dedicated 25, 30, 35, 40, and even 45 years of service to the state of Texas. These individuals represent the strong commitment of this agency's staff system-wide. Our board and executive director, Brian Collier, express our deepest gratitude for their continued service. During the months of July and August 2023, 76 employees attained 25 years of service, 28 employees attained 30 years of service, 14 employees attained 35 years of service, 5 employees attained 40 years of service, and 1 employee attained 45 years of service. Today, I would like to individually recognize the employees who have attained over 40 years for their dedication and service. First, Judy Goodwill. Ms. Goodwill began her career with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice on August 29, 1983. Ms. Goodwill worked briefly with the Parole Division, but TBCJ Internal Affairs has always been her home. Ms. Goodwill has served in many different roles over the years. She has worked tirelessly during many critical circumstances, including the search for and apprehension of the Texas 7 following their escape from the Connolly unit in December of 2000. Ms. Goodwill is a blessing to the Office of the Inspector General and is a role model to all who have worked with her over the years. Her quiet disposition and strong moral aptitude reflect her genuine commitment to the great state of Texas. Along with the staff of OIG, we all wish to congratulate Ms. Goodwill on this tremendous accomplishment. Next, Raymond J. Brumley. Mr. Brumley began his career in 1979 working in the maintenance department at the Walls unit in Huntsville, Texas. Mr. Brumley worked from 1979 until 1999 at the Walls unit and region maintenance. From 1999 through 2018, he worked at several units in the maintenance field. Mr. Brumley settled at the Ferguson unit farm shop in 2019. Mr. Brumley is well known among his colleagues as a man who always displays a positive attitude and gives a helping hand, sharing his extensive knowledge. Next, Correctional Officer 5, John J. Henry. Officer Henry began his career with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice in 1982 at the Ferguson Unit. Officer Henry promoted through the ranks to captain at the Holiday Unit, where he was known for his leadership skills, tactful approach, and understanding manner with his employees. He remained in this role until his retirement on May 31st, 2012. Officer Henry's dedication to the agency and its mission and his colleagues led him back to TBCJ in December of 2014 as an officer at the Goree Unit, where he currently works as one of the education security staff. Officer Henry is the ultimate professional with the spirit of service and high expectation of integrity. With his patient, pleasant demeanor and interpersonal skills to motivate and inspire those around him, Officer Henry has and continues to make a positive impact on the agency. Next, Correctional Officer 5, Clyde Cooper. Officer Cooper began his expansive 45-year career with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice in 1978 as a correctional officer at the Wainwright Unit, formerly known as the Eastham Unit. In 1987, Mr. Cooper promoted to sergeant at the Ferguson Unit before returning to the Wainwright Unit in 1992 as a lieutenant. Mr. Cooper held the title of lieutenant until his retirement in August of 2008. However, in October of 2008, he quickly returned to duty at the Wainwright Unit, where he is currently a Correctional Officer 5 assigned to supervise the Wainwright Unit Community Service Work Squad. Throughout his years of service, Mr. Cooper has grown and evolved, as has the agency. He is still mentoring and inspiring those around him to do all things with integrity. Next, Correctional Officer 5, Martin Lay. Officer Lay began his career with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice in 1982 at the Ramsey Unit. Shortly after, Officer Lay transferred to Hospital Galveston, where he truly found his passion for the agency. In 1995, Officer Lay was promoted to sergeant at the Carroll Young Unit and served in various roles, including STG, grievance, law library, unit armory, ERT supervisor, and unit hostage negotiator. In 2008, Officer Lay joined the Safe Prisons team and was later promoted to the Region 3 Safe Prisons Program Coordinator until retiring in April of 2013. Officer Lay returned to the Carroll Young Unit in 2014, where he currently serves as a transportation officer. Officer Lay's passion for the agency and his heartfelt motivation continue to inspire and motivate everyone around him. So I'd like to pause now and ask for a round of applause for these outstanding employees who've attained 40 years of service. Now, for that one employee that I mentioned having attained 45 years of service, Correctional Officer 5, Jimmy D. Langford. Officer Langford began his career with the Texas Department of Criminal Justice in May of 1984 at the Skyview Unit. Officer Langford transferred to the Hodge Unit for a brief period in September of 2000 before being promoted to sergeant and returning to the Skyview Unit in February of 2002. In December of 2016, after serving nearly 32 years, Officer Langford made the decision to retire from the agency. After a short 8 months at home, Officer Langford then returned to the Skyview Unit, where he remains today. His colleagues know him as a person who is always on the forefront, ready to help in any way possible. Officer Langford's positive attitude and dependability helped to make him not only an outstanding employee, but also an outstanding contributor to the agency. And so at this point, I would like to ask for another round of applause for Officer Langford. The names of these employees and others who are meeting career milestones will be submitted for inclusion in the official minutes of this board meeting. The Texas Board of Criminal Justice congratulates each of these employees and thanks you for your unwavering loyalty and dedication to the citizens of Texas. As a symbol of our appreciation, each of you will receive a board certificate along with a personal letter of gratitude. The next agenda item covers consent items on our agenda for today. Board members, are there any amendments, objections, or abstentions to the proposed consent items? Hearing none, the consent items posed for this meeting's agenda will stand approved. The next item on our agenda is concerns the election of officers. In accordance with our Board Rule 151.3, the Texas Board of Criminal Justice shall elect a vice chairman and a secretary each odd-numbered year. We have experienced and highly motivated members across this board who are each contributing to this board's mission to support the objectives of the state, TBCJ, and the Windham School District in the areas entrusted to our care. The board is committed to calling on the talents of each board member in contributing servant leadership to this mission. With respect to one aspect of that service, as board officers, the vice chairman shall preside over meetings in the chairman's absence, and the chairman and/or the secretary shall execute any necessary documents. So at this point, does a member of the board have nominations in this odd-numbered year, 2023, for a vice chairman and a secretary?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I proudly and enthusiastically nominate Faith Johnson as vice chair and Darylyn Perriman as secretary.
Members, I have a recommended slate, a nominated slate for board officers. Do I have a motion with respect to that, those nominations?
Mr. Chairman, because Judge Francis has been so nice to me, I volunteered to move a motion that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the nomination of Judge Faith Johnson as vice chairman, and that the board approve the nomination of Darylyn Perriman as secretary of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made. It has been seconded by Dr. Burrow. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. As chairman, I want to express publicly my appreciation for the past and ongoing service of all of our board members, including Judge Johnson's service as vice chair and Ms. Perriman's continued service as an officer as secretary during this upcoming 2-year term. The next item on our agenda will be a report from the TBCJ Executive Director, Mr. Brian Collier. Mr. Collier, when you are ready, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols. Before I begin my comments, I wanted to update you on the fire we had early this morning at the Walls Unit in Huntsville, Texas. As many of you know, we had a significant structural fire at the Huntsville Unit in the Walls Unit in Huntsville, Texas. That fire began around 2:20 this morning after staff identified the smell of smoke and then found the smoke and then contacted local fire officials to come and help. We had no injuries to staff or inmates. We were able to move inmates that were in the housing areas closest into the gymnasium. Those inmates ultimately will be transferred to other facilities, probably in the Huntsville area, but will be transferred at a later time. They got control of the fire later this morning. We had the Walker County Fire Department, the Huntsville Fire Department, Montgomery County Fire Department was also there on scene, as well as lots of TDCJ staff, lots of Office of Inspector General staff, and other EMS officials that were there to help us with the fire. The fire, again, was controlled, put out. It was in the administrative area as well as part of the roof structure on the front of the walls unit. If you're familiar with looking at the unit, if you look straight at the clock, it would be from the clock to your right of the unit is at the very top of the building is where that damage was. Today, we have the state fire marshal there now going through the process of evaluating the cause and trying to identify where did the fire begin. We'll also have site engineers on site in the next few days to identify the repairs and what that would need to look like as we look at what we need to do to address the issue. But again, fortunately, we're very blessed. There were no injuries of staff or inmates, and our staff did a phenomenal job. I just want to say thank you for those responding departments, as well as all those staff who have been there and, again, been there all morning and continue to be. Chairman, next I'd like to talk a little bit about, with our air conditioning and summer temperatures, just a little bit about the status of kind of where we are, and just take a minute and talk about some of the protocols we take to address heat in our facilities. In our system, we have 31 prisons in the state that have air conditioning in all of the housing areas, and we have many other facilities that have partial air conditioning in housing areas, and it totals to about 42,000 air-conditioned beds in our system. We house inmates with heat vulnerabilities based on what our medical staff evaluate in those air conditioning beds. For those prisons or housing areas without air conditioning, we take very deliberate measures to mitigate the heat for our staff and inmates. Those measures include providing cold water in housing areas, making respite areas available, providing more access to showers, limiting outside activities, and other measures. In the past 5 years, we have added air conditioning to several facilities and housing areas with over 3,400 beds of air conditioning being added between 2019 and 2021. As Mr. Hudson mentioned earlier today, we also received funding last legislative session for 6,600 additional air-conditioned beds. Those projects will be completed later in the next year. The legislature in this session and in the budget that is presented to you today provided $85 million to TDCJ for the purpose of air conditioning. That will add air conditioning to about 11,000 beds within our system, taking us to just under about 60,000 air-conditioned beds in the system. We're very grateful to the legislature for funding these system improvements, and will continue our efforts to keep our staff and inmates safe during these extreme temperatures. Next, I want to provide you with an update on agency staffing. Correctional officer staffing, as you hear me mention at every meeting, continues to be our agency's top priority, and during the month of July, we hired over 500 correctional officers, and we anticipate hiring over 700 this month. We continue to work through significant staffing challenges in other areas of the agency, such as parole, reentry and integration, rehabilitative programs, business and finance, and facilities. In the past 60 days, division directors have worked closely with Mr. Steffa and his team to collapse chronically vacant positions, to utilize the savings from those positions to increase salaries for other positions, to improve the opportunity to fill those more critical positions. Many of these changes will go into effect on September the 1st, and we're optimistic that we'll see significant improvements to our staffing this fall. I'll continue to update you on our agency staffing progress as we continue. Next thing I'd like to update you on or talk a little bit about is the sunset review process, because as many of you are aware, our agency is scheduled to undergo the sunset review process during this biennium. The Texas Sunset Commission is responsible for reviewing the need for an agency or program to exist. In Texas, an agency will automatically be abolished on its sunset date unless the legislature passes a bill to continue it, typically for another 12 years. The Sunset Advisory Commission is a 12-member body with 5 senators and 1 public member appointed by the Lieutenant Governor, 5 members of the House of Representatives, and 1 public member appointed by the Speaker of the House. That commission employs an executive director who oversees about 30 staff who will conduct the independent sunset reviews. As part of the sunset review, the commission will carry out the rigorous evaluation of the processes within TDCJ. This evaluation and subsequent recommendations provide a unique opportunity to closely examine our mission, our priorities, and performance, and take action to address any problems that they identify. The first step in this process is an agency self-evaluation report, which we have completed and will be provided to the Sunset Commission by August 31st. Sunset staff will then begin to review the self-evaluation report, receive input from interested parties, evaluate the agency, identify problems, develop recommendations, and publish a staff report. This is a lengthy process. We'll make ourselves available for all questions, open our doors for commission staff to take tours, and share all the information we possibly can so that they can take a deep dive into our agency. As the Sunset Commission works through their review, they will build a Sunset report, which will identify their findings and recommendations. They'll conduct public hearings to take testimony on that staff report and the agency, and during the final Sunset hearing, the Commission will vote on the recommended changes. These recommendations and changes will take the form of a bill which will be introduced during the 89th Texas legislative session. The bill goes through the normal legislative process, and if passed, the agency will continue with the improvements that were included in the bill. The Sunset Commission has not released its schedule for the 2024-25 cycle, but we anticipate it will be released soon. TDCJ welcomes the Sunset Review and legislative action by the 89th Texas Legislature to help us identify and implement any improvements and updates to our governing statutes. I'll provide you with updates on our Sunset Review as we continue through this process. Lastly, I wanted to discuss the recent American Correctional Association reaccreditation of several areas. As you may be aware, the Texas Department of Criminal Justice is fully accredited by the American Correctional Association and has the status of being a Golden Eagle state, meaning that all of our agency areas subject to accreditation are fully accredited. There are only a small number of states in the country that are a Golden Eagle state. We have also attained the Lucy Webb Hayes Award, meaning that our state is fully accredited by the American Correctional Association, and we are also fully compliant with the Prison Rape Elimination Act standards based on independent audits of our facilities. To maintain these levels of accreditation, we continue to meet the standards as they change, we undergo a process of reaccreditation every 3 years. I'm pleased to share with you that last week, the Byrd, Clements, Daniel, Estelle, Formby, Glossbrenner, Hodge, Jester 3, Ramsey, Roach, Skyview, Smith, Vance, Wheeler, and Wynn units, as well as correctional training, the correctional industries, and our administration areas of TDCJ went through the American Correctional Association reaccreditation process and were all reaccredited. To achieve this, correctional facilities and functional areas must meet hundreds of standards. In addition to having independent auditors visit the facility or division, wardens and staff must also attend the American Correctional Association conference and sit before panels answering questions on each of those reviews. It takes a significant amount of work from a number of different divisions to ensure that we're meeting those national standards. I just want to take a moment today to say thank you and congratulations to all those that played a role in the reaccreditation of these units and division, and thank you for your continuation to strive for excellence in our operations. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Collier, for your report. Board members, are there any questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much, Brian, for that great report. I know you and I have talked on several occasions about air-conditioned units, and I do appreciate your commitment and your staff commitment to trying to get us at a point where we have 100% of our units air-conditioned. What can we as board members, and more importantly, what can the community and the citizen, especially those who are here today, some of them probably going to be speaking, what can we do and they do to help in this process so that we can get 100% of our units air-conditioned?
I think, Judge, great question, and I think on a couple of fronts, one of the things that you can look forward to in the near future on our website will be pages that are dedicated to the current projects as well as the past projects, so that we can make the public aware of what projects are in play, which ones are in play for the next biennium. So that one thing I think is people understanding where are we as it relates to air conditioning. A lot of people may not realize, but we have for the last 4 bienniums tried to gain additional funding to air condition what we could. We received small amounts of money. They're not small, but they're smaller amounts of money compared to what we recently got. To do an entire system, and we have presented that to the Texas Legislature, is well over $1 billion to do the entire system. And it would be a project that would take more than a 2-year window to do. So what we did is prepared a 10-year plan that shows the legislature how you could continue to incrementally work through that process and achieve that, because you have to design those projects, as you know, because many of those projects come for you for design. You saw 2 today. that are big projects, they have to go through a design phase before you can even bid out and then get the final product done. So, and the number of contractors can sometimes be a challenge as well. So, one, I think educating, knowing what we're doing now. I think we continue to work closely with legislative leadership, and I can tell you there is a strong understanding of the issue with legislative leaders, and I believe a commitment to look at this issue as we continue to go further. And I feel like you have supported us as an agency, you have supported me, but also as we talk about that with other legislators, I think continue to educate them on where we are, what we do, and how we continue to try to move this ball forward. But again, great thanks to Ron Hudson and his team. They do a phenomenal job with the resources that the legislature has given us, and we've made that go as far as we possibly can. But we'll continue to pursue that as we go through the legislative cycle and make that an issue.
Thank you for your work.
Yes, ma'am.
Really do appreciate it.
And thank you, Vice Chair, for your question. And it goes without saying that further to this point that obviously this is an issue of significant concern for those who are remanded to the custody of the institutions under the jurisdiction of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, but it likewise is an issue of concern to our employees, several of whom we're going to be recognizing here in a minute. So for that reason as well, we very much appreciate the attention to this issue. Other questions or concerns from board members with respect to Mr. Collier's report? If not, our next item on the agenda is the chairman's report. I would like to begin my remarks by reporting out on some of the servant leadership work that the members of our board are doing. So yesterday, and I think we're going to see a couple of pictures here in a minute, I believe. Yesterday, I was able to join some of my fellow board members to tour the Baby and Mother Bonding Initiative Program, otherwise known as BAMBI, which is located here in the Southeast Texas region. The BAMBI program services commenced in April of 2010 to allow eligible mothers who are incarcerated in TBCJ facilities to bond with their infant child or children following delivery for the remainder of the mother's sentence in a residential facility. This program partners the Rehabilitation Programs Division with the Health Services Division, the Correctional Institutions Division, the University of Texas Medical Branch, and the Santa Maria Hostel, Inc., to provide services for up to 22 new mothers and to afford these mothers the opportunity to form a healthy attachment with their newborns in a secure setting. Each mother accepted into the program receives child development education, life skills, infant first aid and CPR, nutrition, peer recovery, cognitive skills, anger management, and family reunification sessions. Additional programming also includes substance abuse education and GED classes. Here you've seen on the screen displayed pictures of our board members, Judge Faith Johnson, Judge Molly Francis, and Dr. Rodney Burrow, having the joyous ability to interact with these mothers and their children. I know all members of our board join me in commending the agency, the University of Texas Medical Branch, and the Santa Maria Hostel for maintaining an invaluable program for mothers and their children. This program has served 377 inmates and 380 children. This is the type of rehabilitative program that meets core TBCJ mission objectives as established by our legislature, including promoting positive change in behavior of those remanded to custody in TBCJ facilities and reintegrating members of that population into society. We enjoyed being able to see the program firsthand and the positive impact it has on families. Next, as I previewed a minute ago, I would like to highlight some outstanding achievement among employees of the department. So as I call your name, if you would please join us up here at the podium. Our first recognition for today is of Angela Hampton, Correctional Officer 5 from the Stringfellow Unit. Please come forward. And thank you for joining us today, Officer Hampton. Officer Hampton began her agency career in 1997 at the Ellis Unit. You also had assignments at the Byrd, Chester 3, and Vance units, as well as the Keegan's Intermediate Sanction Facility. At each facility, Officer Hampton, you have exemplified all of the qualities of a correctional professional. Warden Carl Burson says of you, Officer Hampton approaches her daily duties with a positive attitude and is always willing to lend a helping hand to anyone in need. She is committed, demonstrates integrity at all times, and leads by example by ensuring that policies and procedures are adhered to. Just this past May, I understand that you began a new assignment in the Stringfellow Unit kitchen as a food service officer. You are a great role model for incoming officers, and you show that with determination. Anything is possible. Officer Hampton, on behalf of this board, we thank you for your dedication to TBCJ and its mission, and we ask for you to receive a round of applause. Would you like to share a few words with us?
Yes, sir. Okay, I'm not much of a public speaker, but I would like to say thank you, Chairman, the board, and Mr. Collier for recognizing me and allowing me to be here today. And I wanted to also say thank you for the 15% raise y'all gave us last year, and the raise y'all gave us this year and next year, because I was planning on retiring in 1 year and 3 months, but now I'm gonna stay for at least another 4 years and 3 months.
Thank you. Our next recognition for today is of Charles Sonny Stokes, Correctional Officer 5 from the Lynchner State Jail. Thank you for joining us today, Officer Stokes. You have been employed by TBCJ, as I understand it, since 1995. You began your service with the agency at the Terrell Unit, and then you transferred to the Atascocita State Jail, now known as the Pam Lynchner State Jail. We understand that you held your post at the state jail until your retirement in 2005, but that you returned to the agency a month later. We are glad that you did, as we understand that you play a critical role in welcoming newly assigned inmates to the unit and overseeing the unit's barbershop. Some of those need those services more than others. Lynchner State Jail Warden Rakesha Briscoe says of you, Officer Stokes is a role model to incoming staff and shares his knowledge and experience with anyone who asks for it. His work ethic and commitment make him a valued member of the Lynchner team. And Officer Stokes, I understand that you recently celebrated, if you don't mind my saying so, you recently celebrated your 80th birthday. So we wish you well on that occasion as well, and I would ask that we also give a round of applause. So, Officer Stokes, would you like to share a few words with us?
Well, I'd like to say thank you to everyone. And I think the warden made a mistake. I'm not a real good officer. I think there's a lot of others that were better than me. I know they are, you know. The only thing that I do is, I was talking with someone else, and you know, like at the end of my day, I always think that the end result is directly proportionate to the effort.
Sure. Yes, sir.
And that's all.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Our next recognition for today is of Emmanuel Monjuk. If you will come forward. Correctional Officer 4 from the Memorial Unit. Officer Monjuk, thank you for joining us here today, sir.
Thank you.
We understand that you began your TBCJ career in March of 2022 as a correctional officer at the Memorial Unit, and that even though your career with TBCJ has only recently started, You have already made a great impression on your colleagues. Memorial Unit Warden Bridget Hayes says of you, Officer Monjuk has proven to be a valuable asset. He is highly regarded by his colleagues for his reliability. The commitment and passion he displays for his work are a true representation of an exceptional correctional professional. Beyond corrections, I understand that you have a passion for research in the field of drug science and infectious disease. We understand that you hope to continue to expand your knowledge and possibly work one day in the field of prison health care. Thank you, sir, for your ongoing efforts and commitment to the agency, and I would ask that everyone provide you with a round of applause. And Officer Monjuk, would you care to share a few words with us?
Yeah, thank you. My name is called Monjuk. I'm very happy to be here and thank the board and the Colia for the raise and increase in salary. Once again, I'm happy to receive the award and thank the board and the warden for giving me this opportunity to be here, to be recognized. Though I'm very short lived in this system, and thank God I'm alive, because I was taken hostage by some inmates, and I made it through. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Officer Monjuk. Thank you. Next, recognition is of Tony Thompson. Mr. Thompson, if you would come forward. Correctional Officer 5 from the Ramsey Unit. Officer Thompson, thank you for being here today, sir.
Yes, sir.
And we understand that you began your employment with the agency in March of 2006, and that you were assigned to the Ramsey Unit, and that as a Correctional Officer 5, you are an inside yard officer who takes great pride in maintaining the facility and ensuring that the Ramsey Unit's landscaping is exceptional. We understand from your colleagues that you always maintain a professional demeanor and a can-do attitude. I'm quoting from Warden DeWard DeMoss, "There is no task or assignment that Officer Thompson is not willing to tackle. His standards of excellence are evident throughout his daily work, and he has continued to be an asset to his co-workers, the Ramsey Unit, and the agency overall." Thank you, sir, for your continued efforts in serving your colleagues and the agency and its mission, and I would ask that you too receive a round of applause. Officer Thompson, would you share a few words with us?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I didn't know the picture was going to be shown today, but I did a good job with picking them. I want to thank the board, the chairman, Ms. Collier, for just honoring me today. It was very unexpected. But I appreciate it, and I wanted to say that my hard work and dedication doesn't go unnoticed by on the unit level or the board level. Just real quick, I brought my son with me. He's 17 back there, and I just want to show him what hard work and dedication, and it actually will pay off. Lastly,
can you have him stand up? Is he standing up?
He can stand up.
Stand up. There he is. All right. Thank you for being here.
My cameraman too. And lastly, I just want to piggyback on my colleagues and thanking the board, Ms. Collier, for our raise again. Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. Our next recognition is of Cheryl Phillips, Parole Officer 2 from the Galveston District Parole Office. Please come forward. Officer Phillips, thank you, too, for joining us here today. We very much appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
We understand that you are an example of someone who truly goes above and beyond to make sure that the very important work of the Galveston Parole Office gets done and done well. We understand that you recently identified a staff shortage in the Galveston District Parole Office and that you volunteered to take on some extra days of duty. We understand that you've assisted in transporting clients on non-duty days and that you've worked on scheduling jail duties for several parole officers to avoid a shortage in staff at the parole office. More than once, we understand you have stayed after hours to ensure that jail assignments have been completed in their entirety to maintain compliance for the Galveston District Parole Office. Our Parole Division Director, Renee Hinojosa, says of you, Officer Phillips is just the type of officer who goes above and beyond and doesn't look for recognition. Well, we're giving you that recognition today, and we would like to do that with a hearty round of applause. And if you would like to share a few words with us, we'd be welcome.
Yes, sir. I just want to say thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members, and Mr. Collier for receiving this honor. I was very humbled, very shocked to find out that I was even nominated, but I appreciate it, and I'm truly grateful. And I plan on giving more years, okay? I'll be here.
Good.
We need a raise, too. Thank you.
All right, we're going to hold. Next, as we all know, TDCJ is fortunate to have a long-established partnership with the University of Texas Medical Branch. The commitment of the men and women of UTMB to provide care to TDCJ's inmate population plays a critical role in the success of the agency. So first, we want to recognize two of those vital contributors to our mission. First, we recognize Natanja Clark, case manager from Hospital Galveston. And is Ms. Clark? Okay. Ms. Clark, come forward. Thank you for joining us here today. We really appreciate it. We understand that you are a dedicated care manager who is kind-hearted and compassionate with strong communication skills. Your colleagues report to us that you listen to ensure that the patient's needs are your priority and that you pay keen attention to details with a commitment to the highest standards of care. We understand also that you consistently display professionalism in nursing and in leadership by exhibiting the core values of integrity, responsibility, advocacy, and accountability while providing top quality care to all patients. You treat all patients with respect, compassion, and integrity. You are passionate about your role when it comes to patient advocacy. We understand that you also go above and beyond by staying late to resolve problems to make sure that a patient is properly discharged or sent to the correct infirmary. Charge nurse Nancy Ritzman says of you, Nancy is an utmost professional who cares about everyone's feelings, including our patients. She is efficient when speaking with them and listens to all their needs to make the right decisions. We are very lucky to have her on our team. On behalf of this board, thank you, Ms. Clark, for carrying out your part in helping to provide great care to inmates in TDCJ custody, and we are giving you a big round of applause. Would you care to share with us a few words?
Yes. Thank you, Chairman Nichols and Mr. Collier and the board. It is a great honor and privilege to stand before you today. Because I believe there's no I in team, I would also like to accept this award on behalf of Dr. Lithicum, who's here today, also Dr. Owen Murray, the entire Hospital Galveston administration, Ms. Marjorie Cisneros, Dr. Ojo, Dr. Kwartanga Manning, and my nurse manager, Ms. Nancy Ritzman, and my entire care management department, which you saw up there. I'd just like to say without their encouragement and exemplary leadership and their caring words every day, I wouldn't stand here today. And I'm very grateful to them as well. So this award goes to them as well. Also to the board, the work you do every day is tough, comes with a lot of criticism, so that, I just wanted to just put a blessing over you guys as well and say, I just pray that God, continues to give you wisdom, courage, and strength, to do the work that you do every day.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. We appreciate you. And our next UTMB employee to be recognized is Tanya Roberts, correctional, there you go, correctional clinical associate from Hospital Galveston. So Ms. Roberts, please come up and join us. And thank you also for being here with us today. We appreciate it. In your role, Ms. Roberts, as a correctional clinical associate, we understand that you help in the infirmary at Hospital Galveston by assisting patients with paperwork, meals, and care. As you are, we understand you are a certified patient care technician. We understand that Hospital Galveston administration contacts you frequently for help on patient transports, and that you are always ready to respond. We understand that you recently helped a pregnant patient contact her family to arrange transportation to pick up the newborn at Hospital Galveston. Numerous patients have reported about you and your ability to assist in providing outstanding patient-centered care. Alexander Williams, who I understand works with you, says of you, "I can think of no one more deserving of this recognition than Ms. Roberts, who consistently goes the extra mile to ensure quality care for the patients under our watch." And for all of that good work, we give you a round of applause. And Ms. Roberts, would you share with us, all of us, share with us a few words?
First off, I want to say thank you. I'm overwhelmed with gratitude to have been selected to receive this award. I want to give thanks to God first for always leading and guiding me every day of my life. I would also love to thank my two beautiful children for making me grow and helping me to remain to be a good person. Big shout out to my boss, Mr. Williams. He always displays teamwork throughout our facility, and that makes it so easy to display it as well. This award goes to my mom, as she watches over me every day. She would always tell me, no matter what, always remain a good person in life. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to you. Thanks to you and to your fan club. We appreciate it. The next item on the agenda is a report from the Judicial Advisory Council. Judge Brock Thomas will be presenting. Judge Thomas, if you would join us here at the podium. And once you are ready, please proceed.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Nichols, members of the board, Director Collier. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to present a brief update to the board on behalf of the Judicial Advisory Council and on behalf of our chair, District Judge Rose Reyna. First of all, we would like to recognize the collaboration between the various CSCDs, the Community Supervision and Corrections Departments across the state, and TDCJ, both prior to and during the legislative session. There is no doubt that that collaboration helped to achieve a much-needed infusion of funds, both as to department operations and staff salary increases for CSCDs across the state. In July, the upcoming fiscal year department funding schedules were released, reflecting this additional funding. So we appreciate that. Last month, the council held our quarterly meeting. Mr. Jason Clark, Chief of Staff for TDCJ, presented to us and presented information related to TDCJ's heat mitigation processes and plans moving forward relating to the installation of air conditioning in TDCJ units. This information was very informative. We appreciated the opportunity to hear from Mr. Clark and also look forward to inviting other TDCJ staff members to speak at future meetings. Next month, September 24th through the 27th, the Correctional Management Institute of Texas, in collaboration with CJAD, the Community Justice Assistance Division, will host the 51st Annual Chiefs Leadership Conference. The JAC will have an opportunity there to meet with probation chiefs across the state and as well to conduct our quarterly meeting at that upcoming conference. And this will give an opportunity for more CSCD staff across the state to both participate in our state meeting, in our quarterly meeting, and also visit with our council members. As always, the council remains available to assist this board in any way possible. If we can ever be of any assistance, feel free to reach out to our chair, Judge Rose Reyna, myself, or any of our members. And thank you again for the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you, Judge Thomas, for your report, and please relay, as always, our thanks and appreciation to the leadership of our community supervision and correction departments. And we know that the faith and trust that the legislature has placed by putting more resource into those departments will be a good use of the state's resource. So we very much appreciate your keeping us informed from the standpoint of the Judicial Advisory Council. Members of the board, any other questions or comments for Judge Thomas? If not, we very much appreciate you being here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
The next item on the agenda is the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the proposed fiscal year 2024 annual audit plan. Internal Audit Director Chris Cerrito will be presenting. Mr. Cerrito, please proceed.
Chairman Nichols, Mr. Collier, members of the board, I stand before you and request that you approve the proposed fiscal year 2024 annual audit plan that was presented earlier in the audit committee meeting, and also request that you grant me the authority to modify that plan if the risk or the need arises, so long as I notify the board at the next stated meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Cerrito, and also for the comprehensive report that we received during the audit committee meeting. Are there any additional questions or comments from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the internal audit plan for fiscal year 2024 and authorize the internal audit director to perform audit work outside of the audit plan if the director deems deviations are warranted, documented as required by the Texas Internal Auditing Act, and presented to the board at its next scheduled meeting.
Thank you, Judge Francis. I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been made. It's been seconded by Ms. Perriman. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Cerrito.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the TBCJ fiscal year 2024 proposed operating budget. Over the last month, each board member individually met with TDCJ's finance leaders and reviewed the details of the fiscal year 2024 proposed operating budget. These budget plans were the result of many months of preparation and numerous meetings with leadership offices on the needs of the agency. Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Ron Steffa, will be presenting today. Mr. Steffa, if you are ready, please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Nichols. Good afternoon, Chairman Nichols, board members, Mr. Collier. I will be presenting the fiscal year 2024 operating budget for your consideration today. I had given you a briefing on it earlier in the committee meeting, and I also again want to thank you for the time that we met individually to go over that. The operating budget does reflect the decisions made by the legislature during the regular session and represents a significant investment in the criminal justice system. I will highlight the more significant funding decisions impacting the fiscal year 24 operating budget for you. As has been said and recognized many times this morning, all agency staff have received and will continue in fiscal year 24 to receive the 5% or $3,000 salary increase. Funding was received to provide local community supervision and corrections departments employees the same pay raise as state employees. And they also received a $23.9 million in fiscal year 24 to maintain the programs in basic supervision and community corrections. Correctional managed health care received funding for the 5% employee raise consistent with state employees with targeted nursing positions receiving a higher percentage. Correctional managed care also received $58.6 million in 24 to maintain current operations, as well as they receive funding to add mental health staff to the agency's self-harm prevention offices and staff a converted housing area at the Montford Unit Trustee Camp. Funding for the Texas Correctional Office on Offenders with Medical or Mental Impairments, or TCOME, was provided to increase the contracts with the local mental health authorities that will allow them to provide similar raises to their staff and address their increased operational costs. Contracted facilities per diems were fully funded, and the agency was provided funding to transition the Estes, Diboll, and Bell facilities from contracted to state-operated. $35 million was provided to construct a training facility specifically designed for the agency's training needs. Funding of $27.4 million was provided to address the increased costs for food, fuel, and utilities. The agency received funding to replace aging vehicles and equipment. $4 million was received to provide protective gear for correctional staff. $3.1 million was received to refresh and maintain the agency's comprehensive video surveillance systems. Additional funding in the amount of $138.6 was provided for the major repairs and renovations for fiscal year '24. Funding was received to provide body-worn cameras to all officers at maximum security facilities, as well as providing body scanners at facilities to aid in contraband interdiction. The Office of Inspector General received funding to provide 12 additional investigators on correctional facilities to address the incidence of contraband. The OIG also received funding to add and equip 12 investigators to address prolabsconders. And funding was received for additional positions to provide and address for cybersecurity, legacy modernization, and our transition to the centralized accounting payroll personnel system. The agency's operating budget for '24 totals $4.37 billion, and we will closely monitor and manage the budget throughout the year and look forward to implementing these new initiatives. We'll pause for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Steffa, for your comprehensive reports here today and also the comprehensive briefings by you and your staff to individual board members in preparation for this meeting. Are there any additional questions from members of the board with respect to the presentation? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the Texas Department of Criminal Justice fiscal year 2024 proposed operating budget as presented and authorize the Executive Director of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice to make transfers as necessary and as authorized through the General Appropriations Act and other applicable laws.
Thank you, Ms. Perriman. I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Ms. Perriman. I have a second from Judge Johnson. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Steffa. The next agenda item is the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the salary for the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Executive Director under the General Appropriations Act as passed by the 88th Texas Legislature. The legislature authorizes a salary for the Executive Director. We in the state have been very fortunate and blessed to have Brian Collier serve as TDCJ's Executive Director since 2016. The board, in its meetings over the years, has evaluated and continues to evaluate Mr. Collier's performance and his contributions to TDCJ and to our Texas community at large. Based on that consideration and consistently with the requirements of the Texas Legislature for setting the Executive Director's salary, the board is taking up for consideration the following action as outlined in a proposed letter to the Comptroller of the State of Texas. That letter reads as follows: to the Honorable Glenn Hager, Comptroller of Public Accounts. Dear Comptroller Hager, the governing board of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice met today in a public meeting. Among the items discussed pursuant to Section 3.04D, Article 9 of the General Appropriations Act was the fiscal year 2024 salary for TDCJ Executive Director Brian Collier. In a manner consistent with the salary level established by the legislature, the board approved this salary increase for the TDCJ Executive Director as both warranted and justifiable. In making this decision, the board has considered Mr. Collier's outstanding performance and his ongoing responsibilities in administering one of the largest state agencies in Texas, which, as you know, includes over 31,000 employees. The new salary, as unanimously approved by the board, will be $287,657. If you have any questions or need further information, please feel free to give me a call at my work number. So are there any questions or comments from the board with respect to this item up for the board's consideration? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the salary of the Executive Director of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice as set forth and funded in the General Appropriations Act of the 88th Legislature with an effective date of September 1st, 2023.
I have a motion from Dr. Burrow. Is there a second?
I strongly second that.
I have a motion from Dr. Burrow. I have a very strong second from Judge Johnson. And all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. The next item on the agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding purchases and contracts over $1 million. Members of the board, I don't ordinarily vote unless it is to break a tie. However, my firm represents entities included in the purchases and contracts over $1 million. Therefore, I will not be taking action today on the purchases and contracts over $1 million. Mr. Steffa, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nichols, board members, Mr. Collier. I'm bringing 19 purchases before you today for your consideration and approval. They can be found on pages 16 and 17 behind tab J of your booklet. The first item is an increase to the fiscal year 22-23 contract for sex offender treatment services due to the addition of 9 treatment site locations. Item 2 is an increase to the fiscal year 22 contract for fleet vehicles from the amount previously approved in June of 22 due to receiving a newer year model. These vehicles are used for transportation of inmates across the state. Item 3 is a fiscal year 24 contract for deferred maintenance at the University of Texas Medical Branch at Hospital Galveston. This was as appropriated by the 88th Legislature General Appropriations Act. Item 4 is a fiscal year 24 contract for Freightliner tractor trucks for the agency's transportation needs across the state. Item 5 is a fiscal year 24-25 contract with the Department of Information Resources to provide data center services to the agency. Item 6 is a fiscal year 24-25 increase to the Takumi contract for case management and continuity of care services through the local mental health authority. This increase is due to the addition of Jasper County as a result of the service area being redistricted. Items 7 and 8 are fiscal year 24-25 interagency contracts for the delivery of health care services to TBCJ inmates. Item number 7 is with the University of Texas Medical Branch, and item 8 is with the Texas Tech University Health Science Center, and these contract amounts are consistent with the amounts appropriated by the legislature for these purposes. Items 9 through 12 are fiscal year 24-25 contracts for the operation and management of privately operated correctional centers. Item 9 is the Coleman unit located in Lockhart. Item 10 is the Bridgeport unit located in Bridgeport. Item 11 is the Moore unit located in Overton, and item 12 is the Kyle unit located in Kyle. Item 13 is a fiscal year 24-25 contract for the operation and management of rehabilitative treatment services for inmates in the substance abuse felony punishment facilities, intermediate sanction facilities, substance use treatment program, intermediate sanction facilities, cognitive intervention program, and the DWI program. Items 14 through 19 are fiscal year 24-25 contracts to provide residential resources for parolees at the residential reentry centers. These centers are located in Austin, Dallas, 2 locations in El Paso, Fort Worth, and Edinburgh. And I'll now pause for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Steffa. Are there any questions or comments from the board on this item? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal, Mr. Chair, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the purchases and contracts over $1 million as presented.
Thank you. I have a motion from Vice Chair Johnson as to this item. Is there a second?
Second.
I've got a motion has been made. It's been seconded by Ms. Perriman. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Please let the record show that I abstain from voting on the purchases and contracts over $1 million. Next item on the agenda is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed land transaction, request to right-of-way easement, Holiday Unit, Walker County, Huntsville, Texas. MAL Division Director Billy Hirsch, Mr. Billy Hirsch, will be presenting. Mr. Hirsch, please proceed.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chairman Nichols, board members, Mr. Collier. As discussed during the Business and Financial Operations Committee earlier this morning, we have two items on the agenda. The Texas Department of Transportation is requesting a permanent right-of-way easement consisting of 3 parts at the Holiday Unit in Walker County, Huntsville, Texas, to include an area of approximately 1.697 acres of land to be used for TxDOT's Interstate 45 widening project. If you'll put your attention on the screen for a second, the red areas there on the east side, right there closer to the unit, that's the entryway going into the unit. There's 2 small spots of land there. And then on the northern point of the unit where 45 and FM 1791 join, there's the other side, other part there. The Texas Department of Transportation has agreed to pay $74,286 for these tracts of land. We recommend the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request for a permanent right-of-way easement to the Texas Department of Transportation. I stand available for any questions.
Board members, any questions or comments with respect to this first item on Mr. Hirsch's report to us? If not, is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request for right-of-way easement at the Holiday Unit, Walker County, Huntsville, Texas, as presented.
Thank you, Ambassador Siv. I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Ambassador Siv. I have a second from Dr. Burrow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Hirsch. Next item.
Yes, sir. The Texas Department of Transportation is also requesting a permanent right-of-way easement at the Windham Unit in Walker County, Huntsville, Texas, to include an area consisting of approximately .0546 acres of land to be used by TxDOT's Interstate 45 widening project. It's actually just on the other side of the freeway from the previous easement request. If you'll notice there on the screen, there's a little tract of land with about 1.3 acres that we still own between the Prison Museum and the Texas Forest Service there across from the Wind Unit. The Texas Department of Transportation has agreed to pay $7,131 for this easement. We recommend that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request for a permanent right-of-way easement to the Texas Department of Transportation. I'll stand available for any questions.
Board members, any questions as to the second item being presented by Mr. Hirsch? If not, do I have a motion?
I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the right-of-way easement at the Wynn Unit, Walker County, Huntsville, Texas, as presented.
I have a motion from Judge Francis. Do I have a second?
Second.
I had a motion from Judge Francis. I'm sorry. I had a motion from Judge Francis. Now, wait a minute. I got this confused.
No, you have. That's right.
Motion.
I got a motion from
Second
Judge
by-
Francis, and I have a second from Judge Johnson.
Yes.
Okay, I got it.
Those judges get confused.
We all no. It's just the lawyers that get confused. It's not the judges, Judge. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hirsch. The next item for consideration is the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Facilities Division Construction Project, request to contract for design services for a training facility at the Holiday Unit, Walker County, Huntsville, Texas. Facilities Division Director, Mr. Ron Hudson, will be presenting. Mr. Hudson, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Nichols, Mr. Collier, members. In your agenda packet, you will see the job scope of a new project for design only to construct new training facility at the Holiday Unit located in Huntsville, Texas. At the Business and Finance Committee meeting, I briefed this new project and am now asking for the board approval for a total program cost of $4,338,800. I'll pause for any questions you may have.
Mr. Hudson, if you could just give us a few words on what this training facility is and what it's, how it will serve our mission at the agency.
Yes, sir. This training facility will be for all agencies' divisions to use. Currently, right now, we are in partner with Sam Houston State, and as Sam Houston State grows, that area that we have at Sam Houston, we have outgrown that area. So as the agency grows and we add more training to our agency's needs, we are needing a new training facility to take care of us from now and on into the future.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments from the members of the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request to contract for design services for training facility at the Holiday Unit, Walker County, Huntsville, Texas, as presented.
I have a motion from Dr. Burrow. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Dr. Burrow. I have a second from Ambassador Siv. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. We also have a second item from Mr. Hudson. This item is the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding Facilities Division construction project, request to repair fire alarm system and install fire suppression system at building number 2040 at Chase Field, B County, Beeville, Texas. Mr. Hudson, please proceed.
Yes, sir. The next project you will find in your agenda packet, you will see the job scope of a project to repair fire alarm system and install fire suppression system building 2040 at the Chase Field located in Beeville, Texas. At the Business and Finance Committee meeting, I briefed this project and am now asking for board approval for a total program cost of $1,765,800. I'll pause for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Are there any questions or comments from members of the board? Ms. Perriman.
I do have one question. What's the timeline on this again?
The timeline on this, we should be done with this project in the next 6 months.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Perriman. Any other questions or comments? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the request to repair fire alarm system and install fire suppression system at building number 2040 at Chase Field, B County, Beeville, Texas, as presented.
I have a motion from Ms. Perriman. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion, and who did I get? I got the second from Judge Johnson.
Yes, sir.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Hudson. The next agenda item is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed new board rule, Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 151.54, Employee Training and Education, Tuition Reimbursement. TDCJ's General Counsel, Kristen Warman, will be presenting. Thank you for being here with us, Ms. Warman, and please proceed.
Thank you. Chairman Nichols, board members, Mr. Collier. This proposed rule would authorize TDCJ to adopt policies and criteria related to training and education for agency employees and also allows for tuition reimbursement as permitted by the Texas Government Code.
Thank you, Ms. Warman. Are there any questions from any members of the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve for publication in the Texas Register the proposed new board rule, Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 151.54, Employee Training and Education, Tuition Reimbursement, to receive public comment as presented.
I have a motion from Judge Johnson. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Judge Johnson. I have a second from Judge Francis. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Sure.
Chairman and members, I just want to say thank you. This is one of the many steps that we have in our 2030 plan that will help improve our employee services, so the things that we can provide for employees. So this would be your typical like line level type staff as they meet certain criteria, could be reimbursed for tuition as they pursue their education. So thank you for approving that.
Thank you, Director Collier. The next action agenda item is the discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed amendments to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 152.3, Admissions. Ms. Warman, please proceed.
Chairman, board members, Mr. Collier, this board rule, the amendments to this board rule before you would implement House Bill 2620 as passed by the 88th legislature. It will replace offender with inmate and revise similar language throughout the rule. It is also revised to clarify the criteria for which TDCJ shall accept inmates sentenced to prison within 45 days of the date commitment papers are certified instead of sent throughout the rule. Grammatical and formatting changes were also made, and Section B was revised to clarify the Classification and Records Office to certify those commitment papers no later than 5 business days after receipt.
Thank you, Ms. Warman. Any questions or comments from the board members? If not, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do have a motion. I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve for publication in the Texas Register the proposed amendment to Board Rule Title 37, Texas Administrative Code, Section 152.3, admissions to receive public comment as presented.
A motion has been made by Ambassador Sibb. Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion was made by Ambassador Sibb, seconded by Dr. Burrow. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. The next agenda item is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed revisions to Board Policy 03.85, Revision 4, Inmate Visitation. Did I get that one? No, it doesn't. Ms. Warman, if you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Nichols, board members, Mr. Collier. Before you are revisions to Board Policy 03.85, Offender Visitation. This policy is being updated to revise language and change offender to inmate throughout the policy, updating the signature authority, and the formatting and editing. Formatting changes were also made for clarity and grammar.
Thank you, Ms. Warman. Are there any questions or comments from the board on this item? If not, do I have a motion?
I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the proposed revisions to Board Policy 03.85, Revision 4, Inmate Visitation as presented.
I have a motion from Judge Francis. Do I have a second?
Second.
A motion from Judge Francis, a second from Judge Johnson. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The next agenda item, is a discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding proposed revisions of the TDCJ Inmate Visitation Plan. Ms. Warman, please proceed.
Chairman Nichols, board members, and Mr. Collier, the Inmate Visitation Plan is being revised. Language has been changed to update offender to inmate, administrative segregation to security detention, travel card to unit file, mainframe to computerized system throughout the plan. Several sections were also amended to remove language concerning solitary confinement, as well as updating sections to reflect current practices and policies in the agency.
Thank you, Ms. Warman. Are there any questions or comments from the board first? I know we have one public comment that we would invite a speaker to come forward and speak on this agenda item. It's Ms. Marcy Marie Simmons. Ms. Simmons here? Would you like?
I forfeit my public comment on this agenda item, and I'll be speaking to you guys later.
On the public comment period. Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate you being here. Any other comments or questions on this item from the board? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Texas Board of Criminal Justice approve the revisions of the TDCJ inmate visitation plan as presented.
A motion has been made by Ms. Perriman on this item. Do I have a second? A motion was made. I heard a second from Judge Francis. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Warman. Next, for public comments on issues within the jurisdiction of the board, but not posted on the agenda, 37 registration cards were received by board staff prior to the established deadline. Today's comment time, as I mentioned earlier, is set at 3 minutes per individual. As I said earlier, a red light in front of me will notify each presenter when his or her time has expired. During this comment period, speakers' comments must remain pertinent to issues under the jurisdiction of the board. I trust that everyone will do that. If I sense a deviation, I may interrupt and notify the speaker of such. Continued deviation may be considered to be disruptive conduct. If an individual registered to speak is not present when first called upon, his or her name will be called once more following any other registered speakers. If he or she is not present at that point, he or she will forfeit his or her opportunity to speak. Board members and agency staff may ask questions for clarification purposes only. However, under our rules, a discussion of the topic cannot take place due to the requirements of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Again, we presume that we are all citizens and that we are going to treat ourselves with professionalism and courtesy. In the unlikely event that I determine a presenter or spectator is being disruptive, he or she will be asked to immediately cease or leave the meeting, and if necessary, be escorted out. So I'm intending to go forward with the cards in the order in which they were presented to me. So the first one that I have is Ms. Melissa Cleveland. Ms. Cleveland, are you here?
Sorry, I've never done this before.
Well, you're a citizen, and it's great that you're stepping forward to take your right as a citizen to speak. So we appreciate being here for the first time that you have done it. And
Thank you.
Please proceed.
I want to speak about the importance of physical mail. I know that y'all are talking about changing it to digital, and I was in TDC. I had a child there. I can't imagine, like, once being sent back to the unit and then having postpartum on top. I cannot imagine not being allowed to have a picture of my son, or having one that's contingent on a tablet that has to be charged. That's it.
Well,
that's what I think.
Well, we really appreciate you being here. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our next presenter is Ms. Jennifer Toon. Ms. Toon, if you're here.
Thank you, and I see some familiar faces. Hello, Mr. Collier. My name is Jennifer Toon, and I'm the project director of Lioness Justice Impacted Women's Alliance. We represent current and formerly incarcerated women. So before I talk about higher education and Pell Grant opportunities, I want to acknowledge what y'all are doing right. And I know that that can be hard for some of us that have been in the system. But the Windham School District and the Reentry Division, under the leadership of Christina Hartman and April Zamora, are doing a phenomenal job when it comes to increasing women's programming in a meaningful way. Those two ladies have shown that they value lived experience and collaboration, and I think the gentleman in gray earlier said something pretty impactful that I wrote down that I will probably use, which is the end result is a direct outcome of the effort. And we see that with the Windham School District and with reentry under their leadership. So I want to acknowledge that first. Talking about higher education, as of July, incarcerated students are eligible for Pell Grants for the first time in almost 30 years. This is a huge deal. It's a big deal. I got my college degree, my associate's degree, under Central Texas College when I was in Gatesville. I did about 20 years, and we see programs flourishing with Lee College, right? Phenomenal program that serves mainly men. They do some programming at Plain State. Gatesville is where the majority of incarcerated women are at, and this is where they're receiving their higher education opportunities through Central Texas College, which at one time had a thriving program that I was a part of. But now we're hearing from the ladies on the inside frequently that programming is not what it was, and that they've been told that the Pell Grant implementation process may be another 2 or 3 years. And that partly is because they didn't utilize the pilot program that was given to them for Pell implementation that we saw Lee College develop and really grow out of. So what we're here today is to ask that the Rehabilitation Division really hold these colleges accountable for those outcomes, right? I mean, we can look at the graduation rates, we can look at the types of classes that are offered. When you offer English 1 and 2 over and over, you can't expect people to graduate. And those women really need those Pell Grants. Sometimes we were told that we weren't as interested in higher education because we couldn't afford it, because our money was at home going to kids and family. And I'm not saying the men don't send keep that money in the home, but our loved ones just show up different for women on the inside. So there are complicated reasons why women can't pay for college the same way men can. So please, really just continue that investment in women's opportunities, especially with higher education now that we have Pell available.
Thank you so much. Now I have a follow-up question for you, real quick. So where do you perceive the holdup to be? In other words, what's holding up the provision of these higher education services?
I think it's falling on the college right now. I'm not even really saying that it's TDCJ. I mean, it's the responsible of TDCJ as kind of overseeing that program being implemented, but we really are seeing kind of Central Texas College falling short of that investment that we see that Lee College does.
Thank you very much for being here today.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
your comments.
Absolutely.
Next on the agenda, we have LaDonna B. I don't have a last name, but LaDonna?
I'm not sure who the lady was that was taking the notes out there when I filled that out, but when I saw it said fill out your name, I said, in all honesty, I don't want to.
No, I understand. But we really appreciate you being here today, so please give us your comments.
Never thought I'd be here. It wasn't a choice of mine. It was a choice my son made. But with that being said, we stood here and said the Pledge of Allegiance under God, and I commend that application that I feel like everyone's on the same page, that we do stand before God and answer for choices that we make and things that we do. What I want to say is God created every one of us, everyone sitting in this room, everyone behind those bars. They are human beings. My son is a human being. He broke the law, but he's not beneath humanity. Punishment is a penalty that's inflicted for someone that breaks the law. Not torture or torment. The action of someone suffering to a level that's not necessary for breaking the law. The heat's just one of them. That's just one thing. As a mom, I implore every human being that is in charge of TDCJ, and, you know, we sit here in this air condition, y'all as employees of TDCJ, and you have people that work alongside you in the same TDCJ that do not get the privilege of sitting in air conditioning and working. And that reflects on the behavior and treatment toward the inmates. They're not happy. So it's not just about the inmates. It's about the employers as well. The people that are employed, that take care of, that have been put in charge of overseeing the rehabilitation of the inmates. So implore means to beg. And as a mom, I beg that something be done. One thing I wrote down here is compassion. And that's who God is. God's compassion. That's what He is. And that's what we're supposed to represent on this earth. And it says to recognize the suffering of others, then take action and help it. And I also wrote up here that y'all have the authority to do that. The power or right to give orders, to make decisions, and to enforce obedience. That's what y'all have been given. And that's what everyone that's in charge of TDCJ will stand before God and answer for.
Amen. Thank you, ma'am. We really appreciate your comments here today. Next, we have Dr. Gloria Spencer, on my list at least. Dr. Spencer?
Okay, I first of all would like to thank the people that are doing a good job and that want to improve, and that's where I am. That's what I'm talking about now. Having an educational doctorate and being a registered nurse, I have a sincere wish that we improve, and I've seen today that we are looking at mental health issues, but I want for us to do better, because we, according to the statistic, are the 7th, we're at the worst list in the U.S. for health care and the ability for access and to be able to take care of the cost for our citizens and more so for our inmates. A lot of what's happening is when they closed a lot of the mental health facilities in our history, and they put all of these people out in the community, they now become members of the jails and the prisons because there's nowhere else for them to go. So you all are now suffering with those types of people who don't need to be in prison but need to be taken care of. The other part is that not only the inmates and the need for education for the inmates, but for the staff. The staff have to recognize what is mental illness, what are some of the behaviors, what are some of the signs and symptoms, and what are the interventions and resources we have for this. Because a lot of this mental illness has turned into more severe violence. And then on top of that, you add the heat. And then on top of that, you have the lack of good food. Okay? They're not getting the nutrition they need. They're not getting the medication that they need. They're not getting the training that they need. The staff is in the same situation. They're in the same amount of heat. They're under those same conditions of not being able to understand what is mental illness. They don't understand that the behaviors that are being demonstrated in our prisons are due to mental illness. They're not getting their medications. They're not getting counseling. So what happens? It turns inward. The violence is there. and it's increasing. Now, there are good things that are happening, and I want to say that, because Warden Cosby at the Robertson unit instituted a lot of things that I've never seen before. Activities for the young men to do, to play sports, to do things. They've also have a peer assistance program that was developed, of which my son is part of. But there's more needed than this.
Thank you, Dr. Spencer. If you could wrap up your comments. Thank you.
Please do something.
Thank you so much for being here. We really, really appreciate it. Next, we have Mr. Charlie Maloof. Mr. Maloof, I saw you earlier. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members.
Yes, sir.
My name is Charlie Maloff. I've got two subjects, but I'm going to stick to one right up front here. My name is Charlie Maloff. I'm the Vice President of Texas Cure. We're a statewide advocacy group. I've been down at the ledge. Some of you know me for that, and actively involved in the air conditioning side of the fence. I am an honorably retired public servant. I'm a military veteran, and I'm formerly incarcerated, and I was an interested party in the Wallace PAC unit against TBCJ and the air conditioning. And I am here because, as a government body, and some of you, most of you, have taken multiple oaths to defend the Constitution, the conditions are deemed Eighth Amendment violation, unconstitutional conditions, the stuff that we suffer through here, and it is ridiculous. It's actually kind of despicable as a government agency with the heat that we're having right now, that it was proposed repeatedly that why can't they not take some of the money that they did, like with us at the PAC, and go rent air conditioning, because you only have to go from April 15th to October 15th in the heat, and you don't have to have a statewide bid. All you have to do is get on GSE for all these people that are HVAC certified people and just say, hey, in this region, we've got these 3 prisons, give us a price. In these 3 prisons, we got to give us a price. And get in there and just go and put in the temporary air conditioning. We use the Trustees. We put in the air conditioning. They had these really nice, like a dryer duct kind of expandable thing. They ran them through, and everybody got air conditioning. And they actually had it done in less than 4 months. There's no reason why that we have to have just only cool beds. And right here this afternoon, unfortunately, I think those fellas left. We had those guys in gray. If you notice, they all had long sleeve shirts, and they all wear stab vests. And when you're on the inside, those guys are stuck in a picket. Those guys are stuck at a desk. They can't move around, and they suffer worse than we do, because at least we had short sleeve shirts. They don't. And those are state employees. And if I'm correct, there was, what, at least 9 that may have passed due to heat-related, or which started through heat-related issues. So now we're killing off state employees because we want to wait till September or October to go ahead and air condition. That's ridiculous. That is really ridiculous, when we could sit there and go to the LBB and say, hey, we need a quick administration of some extra funds to go out there and put this in and get temporary air conditioning. We can work on the permanent later. And so I'm up here to bring this to your attention here. We have disability classes. There were 2 disability classes in the PAC, which have to do with people with obesity, heart conditions, that kind of stuff. And then you had the other disability class, which were like your amputees. And so those people, you have, as we all know, Texas leads the country in exonerations. You have people that are there for enhanced sentences, that are white collar with other crimes and that kind of stuff, that are not there as violent criminals. But yet now, because of their condition, they're not getting respite. We have a policy that came out of the PAC lawsuit, but when the policy is constantly violated, or because we have a staff shortage and then everybody's on lockdown, so they're not getting water passed around, they're not getting the respite, it really kind of defeats the whole purpose of what you're trying to do. So why can we not come up with a simple plan to try to fix a very, very serious problem? Because as far as I know, sir, it's not getting any cooler in the next 3 or 4 days. So with that, I just want to thank you.
Mr. And I think I may have mispronounced you, Mr. Is it Maloff?
Maloff?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Well, we really appreciate your being here today. Thank you for your comments. Next on my list, we have Ms. Marcia Marie Simmons. And I don't know if it was Marcia. I had Marcia on one and Marcy on the other. My wife is Marcia.
Well, you know what, Chairman? They called me Marcia all through grade school, so you kind of gave me a flashback there, but it's Marcy.
Okay, Marcy. Thank you so much for being here.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman and members of the board, Mr. Collier, for having me. I am Marcy Marie Simmons. I am the Community Outreach Coordinator for Linus Justice Impacted Women's Alliance. I'm also formerly incarcerated. I spent 10 years in Gatesville, been home for 2. So my nerves got bad for a moment, but I promise they're going to be all right.
You'll be okay.
Yes, sir. So Linus had supported a bill in legislation last session, Senate Bill 1146. It was regarding medical transport. And so I know that you guys are working on getting those changes made, and I just wanted to let you know sometimes those kind of things can slip through the cracks when we have all of these other issues, but we are looking forward to hearing from our members on the inside that those are being done and carried out. And then I wanted to talk about the digital mail policy. So when I got incarcerated, I left 2 children in diapers. I had 8-month-old and a 1.5-year-old, and I left 3 middle school kiddos. Our relationship and our bond that we kept during my incarceration had to do with visitation, phone calls, and that mail. And there is something to be said for handwritten mail from mom to child. There is a connection there that cannot be done digitally. When I was getting handprints, you know, I remember very clearly mailing my handprint to my youngest daughters and them mailing that back to me with their handprint on the inside. And I know that they felt me in that mail. We have a beautiful relationship today, even though we are still healing from the traumatic experience of mom being incarcerated. But those letters were key to keeping that bond that we had. And so I just very much encourage you guys to consider that. I know you had other reasons for that digital mail rollout that I don't know about, but this is how it negatively affects families. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate you. Next, I have, on my list, I have Tana Southards Naranjo. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to each and every one of you for having me here today. I should not have to stand here today. Let me introduce myself. I'm Tona Southards Naranjo, the mother of John Anthony Southards, who perished in Texas Department of Criminal Justice on June the 28th of 2023. John was so much more than an inmate. He was my son. John was my only son. I am not a mother that would ever allow my children to be a menace to society and not hold them accountable for their actions. You see, ladies and gentlemen of the board, I myself turned my son in tough love. I believed in doing so that my son would be rehabilitated, he would pay his debt to society, and he would come home a different young man. 2 of those things did not happen. He was not rehabilitated, and he did come home a different young man, a dead one. John Anthony was an artist. He had this heart of a sovereign servant. My son didn't get jailhouse Jesus. As a matter of fact, he was an atheist when he went in. His dad and I are both pastors. My son bent his knees on December the 17th, 2017, accepted Christ as his Lord and personal Savior. Whew, happy mama I was. The only peace that I have today has my son still not been laid to rest and was cremated as I made this trip here yesterday. It's changed my life. It's changed the life of my 2 little girls. These conditions are inhumane. Who's responsible? Mr. Collier, I know that you have. Whew, I'd hate to be in your position, brother. Sir, I mean that. But could I see your hands for a second? I just wanted to see if the blood of my son were on them. I'm a mother who fights to take my next breath before you, sir. This was my only son, and I'm angry.
Mr. Anjo, we appreciate you sharing what you've shared today. We are so sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
And I know that everyone at this table feels exactly that way, and we pray that you can find some level of peace in a very, very, what must be the most difficult situation as a mother and as a parent. So
Yes.
we appreciate you being here and sharing this with us today. We really do.
Thank you. I just ask for humane conditions for these prisoners. I'm not the only mom. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next on my list, we have Ms. Tina Flores. Ms. Flores? Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Hello, distinguished board members. My name is Tina. I have a son, Robert, who's in the system, and I'm just coming to talk to you a little bit about a hate situation that's very personal to me. I talk to my son every day on the phone, and I usually look forward to his calls, but lately I cringe when the phone rings because I know during our conversation we're going to end up talking about the heat and the horrific conditions that he faces every day. He'll tell me about the sweat that's dripping down his face and how his hands and arms are wet with sweat from holding the phone when he speaks to me. Then there's times when he describes how he just got out the shower and how the shirt he has on is clinging to his humid body because of the water, because of the moisture from the sweltering heat of the building that he's housed in. Then there's the rashes and the blisters from the heat, the jock itch, infected sores on his face from clogged sweat glands. I can't tell you how often I get calls to, hey Mom, can you look up some home remedies, how I can treat this, or what I can do for that? Because there's nothing really in the system that they can get without having to go to medical, which is now a cost on top of everything else that we have to pay, because you know it comes from us, the money that they get on their commissary and their phone calls and everything else, e-com, it's a cost to the family. Then sometimes I hear voices in the background shouting, 114, 120, 116. And I say, what are they shouting about? And he says, they're doing temperature checks in here, Mom. He says they're required to check and record the temperature in the housing areas at different times every day and document it. Then there's times when they run out of ice or they weren't given any water except for 12 hours at a time because due to staffing shortages. And it is difficult right now. I sympathize with the staff that are working out there. but it's really hurts me when I hear of a death in the dorm related to a heat issue, such as dehydration or stroke, and that sometimes they can't get the respite because of the staffing shortages. But I listen to these things in horror, and as a mom, I feel so helpless. And a mother shouldn't feel helpless with her child. I know that, I agree, you know, they have to pay the price for what they've done or for what has been told that they did. I even make requests from God, you know, God, send them rain, send them a wind, send them clouds. Sometimes I even bargain, hey, if you send them rain, you know, you don't got to send me any. And I was really praying for that storm out there to come this way and to maybe make a little bit of a difference. But I know that there's $85 million available to help with the AC, and I appreciate that. However, it's not enough, because when you have 93,000 beds without AC, and you're saying that you have enough to do maybe 66,000, that's still going to leave 33,000 people without any AC. And I asked that the 10-year plan that was mentioned today, no, that's not good. That's not good enough. Like she said, the other lady, it has to be something now, something like the gentleman said about even the temporary AC units.
Ms. Flores, if you could wrap up your comments, we'd appreciate it. We definitely appreciate you and what you're saying.
Yes, sir. I just want to say that the men are already serving sentences, and they shouldn't be mandated to serve a death sentence in this horrific heat. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you. Next on my list, we have Mr. Gerald Swain. Mr. Swain? I'm sorry, I got to work off these cards, because I've got Gerald, on this one, I've got Geraldine Swain, and we met. Yeah, and come on up. And you and I talked before you came up, so
yes,
shame on me.
I want to reiterate what Marcy said. I was a resident on the Mountain View unit for 32 years and 7 months. It's very important for the bonding with your children. My youngest daughter was 9 years old when I left. She sent me handprints, pictures that she'd drawn, all kinds of things, and of course visitation made a lot of difference too. But when I first got there, there was not contact visits, so I had to talk to her through a screen. Thank God for the contact visits. But then now I am not only a grandmother, I'm a great-grandmother. My youngest daughter is a grandmother. And for the women who have all these children at home and they can't see them every day. Yes, maybe they can talk to them on the phone, but to get these personal pictures that these children draw, when they stopped the birthday cards and things like that, I started sending pictures to the ladies and of things that I'm doing and writing happy birthday on the back of the picture. Now they can't get the pictures. Now they have to be scanned into the computer. So it's losing something in transition. People just are not going to have the connection that they had. And I recognize the fact that I'm very blessed to have the family that I do. I live with my oldest daughter, and I have great-grandchildren now. So it's important to the ladies, so they look forward to the family days that the ministries bring in. They can spend all day with their children. They can go even, I went in the bouncy house, if you can imagine that. But it's important to keep the bonding up with your children for the women. It really is.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Sounds like you have a beautiful family. We appreciate you being here. Next, I've got Laura Cummings. Ms. Cummings, thanks for being here. We appreciate you.
Welcome. I'm here today, too, about the mail. I spent 29 years and 5 months in prison. 18 years on Mountain View with the air conditioning. I'm very appreciative of that. And my last 11 years I spent on Lane Murray. But the physical mail, I'm one of the lucky ones. My husband was there for me. And it was only through the mail that we were able to keep our bond. And when I went home to my husband. I don't think without that mail, without the personal effects of seeing his handwriting, we would have never made it. We'd have been one of the statistics who just fell away. That mail means everything. And if I'd had to spend another year on Lane Murray in the summer, I never got to go home. I wouldn't have made it. The heat's here, it's terrible. And I lived in a dorm that was like a huge tin can, and it gets really hot, and I lived upstairs. People my age just can't do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cummings. We appreciate you being here and your comments. Thank you. Next on my list, I'm going to make sure I've got the name. So Heather Rainwater is what I've got. I've got Heather Rainwater next. Ms. Rainwater.
Members of the board, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I've never done this before.
Thank you for
either.
being here.
So I came to speak. I recently did some research, personal research, on the incarcerated citizens versus the correctional officers ratio that's going on right now. They are our front line. They are critical to the operations that we're all here doing. And I prepared a report that I'm happy to share with you afterwards. It's got a lot of numbers on it, but I know you know what the situation is right now. 48% of our reporting unit, I obtained this information from TBCJ website and from public information requests. 48% of our reporting units are exceeding 95% capacity of incarcerated citizens. 25% of those reporting units have less than 80% active security personnel. 72% of reporting units exceed the Bureau of Prisons' 15-to-1 ratio requirements for incarcerated citizens and security personnel. In 2010, TBCJ reported an average incarcerated citizen to active security personnel ratio of 5-to-1. In 2023, only 4% of the units are at that level. When an organization has an attrition rate this drastic, an investigation would be prudent. Factors to consider would include poor management, employee dissatisfaction, lack of training, no mental or little mental health support for working in a dangerous, stressful, and inhumane environment, poor working conditions, including unbearable heat in the summer, freezing temperatures in the winter, dangers from certain incarcerated individuals, mentally and emotionally grueling tasks, overcrowded units, dilapidated facilities, mandatory overtime, family stressors, among others. And I know you all are working to improve this horrendous, massive thing that you have to do. And I appreciate it. I was very encouraged by a lot of things, but it's It's not the money that these men need so much. That's good. They want that. It's helpful. But it's not money. It's the conditions they're living and working in. This level of understaffing leads to safety issues, which we've all seen in the last year, health issues, management crises. It's too much. There are a lot of numbers and statistics presented here, but the bottom line is that these represent human beings that work and live in this environment.
Ms. Rainwater, we appreciate you being here today. If you do want to provide a report for our consideration, you can if you don't mind just walking right over there and provide it to Ms. Jill Durst. She will take it, and we would be happy to review that. But we really, really appreciate you being here today.
One more
Sure,
statement.
of course.
It's my understanding that you members of the board are responsible to set policies and rules that TBCJ is required to follow. And I'm asking you to set a policy that would mirror the state jail 65 to 85 degree requirements and get it done right away, please. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. She's right over there. She'll. Next on my list, I've got Dr. Amite Dominic. Dr. Dominic? Thank you for being here.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am Dr. Amit Dominic. I am president and founder of Texas Prisons Community Advocates, and those who know me know the AC has been my purple passion since about 2018, and I've been instrumental in speaking with our legislators to try and get some legislation passed that would establish, and funding, that would establish air conditioning in our Texas prisons. Today, I don't want to come to you in eloquent speaks. I ask my members to speak from their heart today, and we lead by examples and precepts, so I'm going to do the same today. Today, I'd like to ask the board to listen diligently to the family members who are here, because they don't usually come to these places to make these comments. They don't usually stand up and be brave and have these conversations. And what I'm hoping for is a new vision. Director Collier has charged the members of his team to come up with a 2030 plan, and to me that sounds like state the vision and make it plain. So what does my vision look like? My vision looks like an agency where folks are truly being rehabilitated, where they're truly treated with humane conditions and compassion and love, instead of just an issue of punishment. And that is an all-encompassing precept, and it would include things like providing psychological services, providing medical services, providing the air conditioning. If we start at the root, let's go back to the root, please, and yank out what's bad and put in what's new. I would ask the board members to look into things like what's happening in Norway, in our Norway prisons, our Scandinavian models, the MEN project out of California, the Maine prisons where they're trying pilot programs where you have incarcerated individuals that are truly being assisted and rehabilitated, and you have officers that are walking side by side with them and reporting things like they enjoy their job. They feel like they're valued. They feel like there's a worth there. That's what we're looking for. That's what we're asking for. That's what we're hoping for. And I would also ask that we would open the door for communication. You all need to be able to hear the perspectives of these family members. That's why I ask them to speak from their hearts. Because over and over again, I have told legislators there is nothing like listening to a screaming mother crying about what's happening to her child. And now you're getting a chance to see and to hear some of that. I would like to see this board communicate more with other advocates, with other family members, to gain perspective on the situation so that you're not just enmeshed in groupthink, okay? Those are the things that I'm asking for today. That's what I'd like to see. And then last and finally, if your loved one was the person in that prison cell right now, and 105 degrees. And my organization has a mock prison cell that we brought to the Capitol recently. I had heat exhaustion for 2 weeks behind setting that up. If it was your loved one, how quickly would we move to get this job done? We need it now.
Thank you, Dr. Dominic. We really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
Do you have any material because of what's happening in Norway? You mentioned that. You have anything that we
I
can
will
look-
get you something.
Yeah, and
gladly.
you also said California.
Yes.
Yeah, could you get that to us, please?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Thank you.
All right, next I have on my list Gina Castaneda. Ms. Castaneda, thank you for being here.
Well, thank you. Chairman, board members, and I know some of you, but I'm Gina Castaneda. I'm from San Antonio, and I talked to Dr. Amit this past legislative session and up in Austin, and I was very profoundly touched about what some of these inmates go through. And it is that of, they might have done something wrong. Some of these people have mental health issues, or they become sickly in the system. But when you have heat, it exacerbates them, the seriousness, to where many of them have seriously been in critical conditions. I'm talking from the heart here because I feel like I'm repeating what's already been said. But it hurts. We're in the United States of America, and we got some human rights problems, issues here in Texas, and that's sad because I love Texas. And I will do anything or get people elected that are going to do the right thing and the good people. I've had communications this past legislative session with several of the House representatives, senators, and I even talked to the lieutenant governor and the governor, who I am a friend of. It is imparable. We're having a amount of problems that we know we have to redirect some of our resources, our state funding. But please, don't let our own citizens get hurt when we're spending billions of dollars down in the border. We're treating the migrants better than the people that are in prison. It's getting to the point, it's a human rights issue and possibly a civil rights issue. You've got to take the step. I implore you to look at this. I know the executive director, Mr. Collier. He gave me some good news. It's a step, but we need to take a leap, not a step, a leap.
Thank you, Ms. Castaneda.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Next I have on my list Andrea Vasquez.
Good afternoon, Chairman, board members, Mr. Collier. My name is Andrea, and I'm here on multiple capacities. One, I am was formerly incarcerated. Two, I'm a TBCJ board member. I am also here as a concerned friend and advocate. And I come before you to ask, and not only hear, but to be compassionate to everyone that has spoken or will be speaking today. These voices are important as it lets you know that the concerns in the areas that really need addressing within TDC. right here, I have 29 letters that came to me this week from incarcerated inmates, begging and asking for help. They just want to be heard. They want you to know that there is an AC issue, that they are not getting respite, they are not getting water, and they are having heat exhaustion issues. And that's just one issue. There's medical transportation issues. They're not getting to Hospital Galveston from the units. Their appointments are being canceled. And I can go on. And one of the biggest things that I have been told on here, that they're so worried about their names because they are worried they're going to get retaliated on from writing grievances, from talking to an officer, talking to rank and saying, why aren't you giving us water? Why can I not get respite? Why was my appointment canceled? And yes, they are getting cased up for that. And I am being asked for help in multiple capacities to say, please help me. But also as an advocate, I am having a problem with administration not even wanting to respond to me at the unit level. I have had wardens hang up the phone on me this week because they don't want to hear it and they don't want to help. And unfortunately, because of that, we are having to reach out to Mr. Collier's office, to Mr. Lumpkin's office, and ask for help. Email the regional directors, email people above them. And it shouldn't have to come to that, because it is a simple fix. It is a simple fix. There are rules and procedures and policies in place that need to be followed that are not getting followed. So I implore you, I ask you as board members, Mr. Collier is the executive director, even Mr. Lumpkin, please hear these inmates out. That's all they want, is to be heard, and they need just a little help. So again, I'm asking you, and I'm imploring you to please continue to investigate this and to continue to look into these matters, because they do need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vasquez. We appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Chairman, Ms. Vasquez?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you feel comfortable giving us the names of those people who feel they being retaliated against, and the nature, I mean, you don't have to just provide it to us if you feel comfortable.
So I will be extremely honest. The ones that have given me permission in their letters to provide, yes.
Right.
But the
Yes.
ones that have stated
No, that's
no,
okay.
I will not.
No,
Because
so-
I hold that in confidence with them keeping in contact with me. I'm sorry.
No, I wasn't asking for those who did not want you to do that, but for those who did give you permission to give us the names and the nature of that retaliation. If you can provide that to us, give it to Jill, we really would appreciate that.
I would, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Next, I have on my list Elizabeth Salazar. Ms. Salazar? Thank you for being here, ma'am.
Thank you for having me. My name is Elizabeth Salazar. My daughter was Elizabeth Haggerty from Corpus Christi. And Lizzie was 2.5 months when God put her in my hands and I adopted her. I chose to listen to God to take care of this child, and I did my best. But you know, many times they make bad decisions, and I always told my kids, no, between a mistake and a bad decision. Bad decisions, we can, you know it's bad. A mistake, sometimes we don't know that it's going to turn out that way. But today, I ask Governor Abbott and everyone involved to please release that money in fully, not in sections, because by the time you get to someone else, some other unit, they might die on the, waiting to be helped. So they need the help right now. And so the prisoners won't be dying. Our loved ones do not have to live without, without them. Now, Lizzie we called her Lizzie, and she was a very talented person. You give her an instrument, and she would play it. She would sing. And yes, the best job a parent can do is raise them in the Lord. But at some time or another, they make a bad decision and go backwards. But Lizzie, in her last year and a half or two, she rededicated her life to God. And I got the paperwork on the ministry. Thank God for the ministries, women's ministries that go, and the men's ministries go to the prisons. Because all her questionnaires and everything were good grades, 100s, 90-something. And she says, Mom, when I get out, I want to get married. She was 37, never got married. And she says, I want to be a mom, just get married, have children, and be a mom the way you brought us up. And that made me so happy. And I have an illness that Lizzie thought I was going to go first.
Ms. Salazar, we appreciate your being here and sharing these thoughts with us. And I tell you on behalf of the board, we are very, very sorry for your loss.
Thank you so much.
And we can only pray that that you will be able to find peace. And we appreciate you so much being here, sharing these very, very personal thoughts with us.
Thank you. One more thing. I was hearing about the audits, the different audits. Who audits the people running, their lives? The wardens, the jailers, and everybody. They're human beings they're working with.
Thank you, ma'am.
They must not forget they're humans.
Thank you, ma'am.
God bless you.
God bless you.
And may God give you all the wisdom to make those changes that need to be made.
Thank you for being here.
God bless.
God bless you. All right, next on my list we have Mr. Jeffrey Taylor. Mr. Taylor? Mr. Taylor, thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeffrey Taylor. I'm a former resident of TBCJ for 25 years. I remember sitting in a hot cell 1995 on the Hughes unit in Central Texas, thinking about this type of day, this type of opportunity, to speak to people who can make a difference in the living condition that I was subjected to, in the living conditions of so many I left behind. It is a mixed set of emotions that I feel from my incarceration, because it saved my life. I needed incarceration. It helped me become a man. It helped me figure out who I am, what life is about. I began to understand things on the big picture from my incarceration experience, but I chose that because I had to choose that. Because the system, and that's what I want to speak to today, the system, everything that's been said boils down to one thing. The attitude of the system is punitive. Everything about the system is punitive. It's not rehabilitative, it's not reformative, it's punitive. And I've been told, Mr. Collier, that you are a Christian man and that you have a good heart and that you're sincere. And I believe that because the source of that information was a reliable source. It starts with you. And you have a lot of responsibility, and I don't dismiss that. And by the way, I stand before you. I got 3 college degrees while I was in. Windham School District is great. I have a business that I learned from a skill that while I was incarcerated. So I'm not upset, I'm not bitter, I'm not angry, but I want to present some things to you guys. I want to present to you that would you rather someone come home rehabilitated, with a good attitude, prepared for society to become an asset, or do you want somebody rebellious, resentful, bitter? Because that's the attitude of a lot of people that I've left behind. Because of all of the things that's been said, because the system is punitive. When you're trying to do good, the system is throwing every obstacle in your way to prevent you from doing good. I had to fight to go to college. I had to fight just to get out the door to go to college. The ICE situation, the staffing shortage, I'm still in touch with people right now who are in the system that are not afforded any of the creature comforts, any, that we are. I've slept on sheets on the Darrington unit that were supposed to have been white, that were brown. It is horrible. And I'm not saying you guys don't have a lot on your plate, a lot of responsibility. I would not want to be in your shoes. But I am saying you've been charged with the position and the authority to make a difference. And you have to make a difference immediately. I watched the phone system be mandated by a federal judge. Years later, we got phones. Years. We can't do that with the AC. There has to be, I'm going to leave you with this statement.
Yes,
there
sir.
has to be some immediate action taken with this AC system, cooling system, however you want to do it, because respite is not doing it. Staffing short, there's so many obstacles in the way, it's not going to happen. So I thank you guys for listening to me, and I really wish you take what I'm saying to heart.
Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate you. Next on my list, I've got Janet Delk. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you.
Thank you for having me. I'm one of these people that Dr. Dominic said, come tell your story. Even though I didn't want to be here. I never wanted to be here. And they said, find somebody to look at. And Judge Johnson, I'm going to look at you because of some of the comments you've said. They said, tell your story and tell who your person is. So I brought some pictures. This is my husband when we met. We were 8 years old. Our parents were best friends. This was him when he joined the Navy and served almost 20 years. And this was us when we got married, almost 35 years later, to the courthouse, because he said he wasn't going to take a chance of me saying no again. So we were just going to go there. I thought the worst day of my life was the day that he was sentenced. I didn't know that every day after that would be worse. See, the judge, she sentenced him to incarceration, but TDCJ is sentencing him to death. I don't want my person to become another Lizzie. I don't want him to be another John. I want you to know that the people he served with in the military and the people he served with now, call him Delk. You guys have changed his name from offender to inmate, or maybe just 1-9 top. But for 40 years, he's been my person. And we've talked about the heat issue, and we've talked about what people say, what it's like. But I want you to hear what he told me when I asked him, how do you cool down? He said they take their shirts or their sheets at night and put them in the toilet so that they can get them wet and then lay in them. He said they used to take the water and put it on the ground so that they could lay in the water and cool down. But it's been so hot lately that the water evaporates right away. And if a guard finds him, they catch a case. 3 times he's already been to medical, and the nurse says you have to stay hydrated. So tell me, how do they do that? When they get water from the guards who don't want to give them water, or they're not enough. Or they can buy them from commissary and stockpile. But his unit hasn't had commissary bags all summer long, so they can't carry them. And if they take their chain bags, they get another case. So they don't have that. I asked my husband to tell me about the hottest day he's ever had. And it wasn't at TDCJ. He said it was when he was serving in the Persian Gulf in Bahrain. And he said they would go outside to the ship, and they told the Navy people, the sailors, you have to keep walking, because if you stand still, your boots will melt. I asked him what was worse, and he said by far TDCJ, because at least on the ship you could breathe. I don't know what John did when he couldn't breathe anymore, or what Lizzie did when she couldn't breathe anymore, but I don't want Joe not to be able to breathe anymore. And I challenge all of you. Dr. Dominic said that she has a box that she brings. I just want you to sit in that box for 5 minutes and see if you can breathe. Because that's what it is. You're taking away their breath.
Ma'am, we really appreciate you being here today, and we appreciate your comments, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next on my list, I've got Hillary Randall. Thank you for being here.
You're welcome. My name is Hillary Randall, and I came today as a voice for the people who Texas Department of Criminal Justice has silenced. Though I'm fully aware these people are criminals who have done something along the way to get them there, they are still human beings. They deserve air conditioning, food for proper nutrition, hygiene, clothing, and bedding. The treatment they receive is inhumane, to say the least. They are living with roaches and rodents. These inmates are denied proper medical attention and mental health help. TDCJ does the bare minimum. Y'all wonder where the drugs are coming from, and you try to pin it on innocent people trying to properly support their loved one when it's your own staff bringing in the drugs. These inmates are dying at an alarming rate, 135 and counting since June 1st alone, one of which was my husband, Randy Butler, known to you as inmate 2324071, at Byrd Unit, June 20th, 2023. Most of your facilities are not providing proper care, and especially during the extreme heat we've been having. Unfortunately, I dealt with y'all for many years. In those many years, I've had to advocate for my husband because apparently his voice was not enough. Many of those times I had to resort to the ombudsman to actually get things accomplished due to wardens not doing their jobs properly by choice. And I say by choice because there's no reason why it couldn't have been handled in a more timely manner. We reached out for mental health help for my husband after his mom passed away many times. He was never taken seriously and was met with a very derogatory comment from one CO, of which I'm sure still works for y'all. Something has to be done about these conditions in which these men and women are being forced to live in. Basic human needs go beyond food and water. Restricting commissary to higher security levels is inhumane. They still deserve to access to food outside of the toddler-sized portions they are served. The trays on some units are left in heating carts that are unplugged, and by the time they reach the inmates, they are nasty and have a high chance of causing gastrointestinal issues. Necessary medical supplies should be allowed to be carried on their person during transport because as of now, they are not. I was held hostage by our red unit for about an hour. This was during shift change. There were many of the staff coming in with solid colored backpacks, not having to go through the metal detectors, and just buzzed right in. That's how your drugs, phones, and other contraband is getting in. And I'm sure that you guys know that from the bust that just happened on May 28th of this year. When you know better, you do better. Do right by these human beings because you are well aware of what is going on and they have families to come home to. Me and my husband have 4 children together that have to live the rest of their life without their dad, one of which only ever got to hug him in a casket. I hope that you guys thoroughly listen to what is being said to y'all today because it's not right. It's not right. I listened to my husband cry. I have letters upon letters upon letters of his step 1 grievances, his step 2 grievances on a riot that he was charged with, that he had nothing to do with, that your people would not red dot him and watch the tape to make sure that it was not him. He was G5'd for that, for a whole year. 1 5-minute phone call every 90 days that he was allowed to have. Half of the time he couldn't even have his stationery with him because he was being transferred around so much. No contact with the outside world. That's inhumane because it goes far beyond food and water. Their mental health has to be looked at as well.
Ma'am, we really appreciate you being here and sharing with us today. We really do.
Thank you.
Next on my list, I've got Kayla Green. Kayla Green? All right, we'll pass and then we'll come back to Kayla if she comes back with us. Next on my list, I've got Jessica Dickerson. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, sir. My name is Jessica Dickerson. I'm a board member with Texas Prison Community Advocates, and I'm wearing a button today that says I'm affected. And I've been sitting here listening to all of this and realizing that in this room every single person is affected. But outside of this room, in this state, every single person is affected by the decisions that are made in this space. 95% of Texas prisoners go home. But today we've had to hear about the ones who won't. And this is a fear that family members deal with every day. When you're trying to schedule visits to keep your people in air conditioning for 2 hours and you can only do that when there's a space and there are no spaces because it's so limited. When you have 128,777 people, according to LBB today, you don't have the room for what we can do to save our people. I had planned to talk about mail and visitation and phone calls because my focus in the I'm Affected campaign is the fact that people go home, and how they go home matters to the greater community. It matters to the greater society in general. It's important that we send people home in a condition to be successful, not just for them, not just for their family, not just for their children. A disproportionate amount of children affected in this state by incarceration generational problems from that, poverty, all kinds of things that exist. But my heart just keeps breaking for the burden that y'all must carry in making these decisions, because we live with this fear so continually. And I wanted to be more composed, but I can't be.
It's okay. We
I can't be in what I'm hearing.
We appreciate your comments. We really do.
I obsessively check the weather. I take photographs of the heat index at my person's unit every day. And I worry constantly. And there are so many of us, 127,728,777 people, with how many people connected to them that spend all of their time worrying. Are they going to make it today? Will they make it to the end of their sentence? When they come home, will their mental health be so poor? Will their physical health be so poor? We have a massive increase in 55 and older. It's our fastest growing demographic. If we don't improve these conditions, not just the heat, but the food, the water, and mental health care, we're removing people from our system that are elderly and have been under these conditions for so long that their success is problematic on the outside. And like I said, I really did want to talk about. Dr. Spencer mentioned mental health, the male situation that does something to hinder mental health. I don't mind paying the cost of Securus phone calls, but God, I wish I could actually hear him when he calls. The static, the interruptions, constant disconnect. He tries 7 times and he can't get a phone call through.
Yes, ma'am. If you could wrap up your comments, we really
That's
appreciate
it.
you.
I just want to say, when we weaken one, we weaken everybody. We weaken our whole society.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Next on my list, I have got Pamela Bryant. Ms. Bryant?
We get nervous when we gotta come before y'all.
Well, come on up. Come on up. Don't be nervous.
Jesus.
Don't be nervous.
Okay.
We're just human beings like you.
Okay.
We appreciate you.
Okay,
Come on.
Don't start with 3 minutes yet. Let me get it together. Oh, Lord. Okay. Let me get these glasses. Oh, Lord. Okay. Let me give it to you. Okay. Hello. My name is Pamela Bryant. I'm the founder of Walking by Faith Prison Ministry. I am the founder. Okay. It said first, okay, I want to start preaching. I'm going to tell y'all the truth. Hallelujah, but I can't do that. First of all, I would like to thank all of y'all for allowing my voice to be heard today. I come before you being a voice for the mental health. And then I'm not going to read the rest, because I just want to tell you how it's like a visit going to see my son that has no mental capacity. He already was mental ill before he caught the cases that landed him in prison. And I was so scared of my son, I had asked for so much help for him. I told him to take the 15 years that they gave. I am originally from Dallas, Texas. Mental illness running my family. I had reached out. So now I'm visiting him, and he's into his 7-year sentence. So let me describe a visit. I drive from Austin, Texas, all the way 4.5 hours by myself for a 15 to 20-minute visit. As he watches every food I get, he's non-responsive. He'll talk or maybe give you a conversation for 7 minutes. I have been doing it for 7 years. When people see me come, they say stuff like, I could be almost late after the time frame. I say, I don't need number 15 minutes with him. That's all I need, just really to pray and watch him eat his food. I come before y'all today about the mental issues. Some of the officers and people are seeing that the mental people, they caught the cases and they just pushing them into a wall. I just think that something has to be done about that. Just like the heat, just like everything else, I served my time. Thank you, Jesus, that I'm out. I made it through. And I go back into prison. I'm living out my past trauma, and I speak a lot. Most of these people know me in this room. But I am here to say, just ask God for each and every one of us to just be touched about what has been said. You know, when the lady said, Mr. Brown color, the blood is on your hand, I said, no, the blood of Jesus is on his hands, because that's what I ask God for, all of us to just be touched about, not just go home and say, yeah, that lady was crying because her son died. You know, we live, we reap what we sow in. It could be your granddaughter, your daughter, because fentanyl is out there. Them drugs, opiate, they popping pills. And everything with the generation that's coming up behind us, they might be your grandchildren and grandchildren that might be out there in that heat, or your son and daughter. So don't get it twisted. We all can have enough money, but money can't stop you from going to prison. And your children will be in there hot too. Your children will be in there with mental issues too. And you'll be saying, well, what went wrong? My mama and grandmama and them said the same thing. They taught me right from wrong. I just did the wrong thing. And then you get in a predicament, and here we go. So I just ask for sympathy. If this is my first time coming down here, I got here at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I just want to thank Windham High School, because I got my GED in prison. Now I work and have a nonprofit and for a profit. Yeah, Parents Way Kitchen, and I make over almost half of your salary with a GED. And I just want to be a witness to that. So I just want to say, you know, I ain't coming here just do a whole lot of complaining and murmuring. I just want to encourage y'all, but I also want you to have empathy for the people that are out here. And we all drove from different areas. And thank y'all for letting me share.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you. All right. Next I have on my list Grace Renee Nicholas. Thank you for being here, ma'am. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Well, Dr. Dominic told us to bring pictures, so I brought a picture of my son. This is his senior picture. He graduated, I think, number 3 in his class of, I don't know, 500 or 1,000, because he switched schools. But anyway, he's very, very intelligent. Unfortunately, he also, here's a picture of him here, more recently. He also has a mental health issue, and he's got severe bipolar and possibly schizophrenia. They're still kind of trying to diagnose it, but he went to the Montfort unit to try and get some help once he was at the Smith unit, and he started having a lot of trouble, so he went to the Montfort unit, and he was severely and regularly abused, not by the other inmates, by the COs. And it went on with other people who were in there with him. They witnessed what was going on, and I called about it. I drove out there a 5.5 hours every weekend to let them know I knew what was going on with my son. I reached out to social media. I reached out to our senators, our representatives. I reached out to everyone I knew to reach out to at the staff at TBCJ to try and get some help. And thankfully, at one point, and Dr. Lithicum, thankfully, at one point, she decided that she would move him to the Jester 4 unit, thank God, and he is not abused there. But there is a lot going on at the Montfort unit that you all need to investigate, because it's very dangerous. And as a matter of fact, a man that he met there, he's since relocated, I believe, to the Clements unit. He told me that he'd had 4 of the cellmates that were around him commit suicide. This was 2 weeks ago. And I don't know if that was related to the heat or what was exactly going on in there, but I believe what he's telling me. There's no reason for him not to tell me the truth. But anyway, I just want to let you know there's some very, very, very serious issues in TBCJ, and it breaks all of our hearts because we're moms. We love them, we love our children. So thank you.
Thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. Next on my list, I have, it's either Chivas or Levis Watson. Sorry, I couldn't read that handwriting very well, but we appreciate you being here.
It's all good. I'm sure you had Chevis and Scotch before. Give me a second. I'm Chevis Watson with Working Group 512 and Texas Prisons Community Advocates. I am a former inmate. I came here today with mothers from all over the state, mothers who long to talk to, meet with, and hug their sons and daughters. I came here today with men who I did not do my carceral stay with, but that know exactly what I've seen, and I know what they've endured. I'd like the board to receive this. $85.7 million wouldn't have mitigated the horrible fire and outcome of evacuating 600 inmates this morning. $85.7 million ain't gonna do nothing with 11,000 beds. Y'all need to go back to the drawing board. Formerly of the Huntsville units myself, I can only imagine waking up in my sweat at 2 a.m. to a massive fire in the unit, in the absolute heat. Last night, I spoke with my brother who's been denied a shower since August 1st in the Michaels unit. I find what was reported earlier, that TDCJ does all it can to mitigate the heat issues and care for their inmates, Ms. Johnson, to be untrue, highly untrue. Not with 135 plus inmates dead since June 1st. When I walked in today, I overheard Ms. Kinsing say that if you care about someone, leave them better than you found them. This was received with applause and even a photo afterwards. I couldn't help but wonder if what she said transcended over the educational element of Windham School District, like per se, if it meant anything to the guys in the Byrd unit, or even the Michaels unit, the Darrington unit, the Lane Murray unit where the ladies are. As previously said, these units need an independent investigation that you all can observe, as well as community stakeholders. I heard that a Mr. Fredericks challenges his students to be better. I couldn't help but consider if women at Lane Murray or guys at Darrington, if when a particular inmate arrives to the Wynn unit, when they get into that program, do they ever achieve better, or is that all a disguise for social media? I'm grateful to hear of budget decisions that will be going to air condition. I'm grateful to hear of an external peer review within the department's auditing process, but truth is, how can we as community members ensure that we help you all ensure that the U.S. Constitution is upheld, which supersedes anything in the Texas Constitution? If the ability to access commissary is important to TDCJ, like what was said earlier, to another round of applause and photo op, then eliminate capitalism from within the retail industry and reduce cases of water back to reasonable cost. $7 is not reasonable to guys and gals that depend on their families to fund their inmates' accounts. These tears today that you've seen are real, and I'm sure y'all have them too on Christmas and New Year's, crying about all your memories. These are tears of moms and dads who have lost their people forever. I'll never forget the filthy water we had to drink in 2020. I'll never forget it. And when I came up for parole, I got those same eyes that you're giving me today, the eyes of white supremacy.
Sir.
These tears today are real. I'll never forget that filthy water, that coffee-colored water that we have to bathe and drink in. My client caught chained to Garza. My client caught chained to Garza in April, and he passed out within the second week. You all need to do something now.
Mr. Watson, we hear you. We hear you.
Department of Criminal Justice, please don't interrupt my speech. I came
Sir.
I don't care. You all need to do something now. Bottom line.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Next on my list, I have a Ms. Cheryl Ballard. Ms. Ballard?
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here.
I had practiced good morning, but it's afternoon now. Before I start, there are two things I wanted to say. About the digital mail, tablets are great. I am a professor and I teach online. I love it. But tablets can't handle the heat. That's something that's come up lately. But my comments actually deal with the Caulfield unit. Many inmates and family members have expressed concerns about issues with the administration at the Caulfield unit. The head warden has been on medical leave since the end of 2022. Because of this, TDCJ policies are not being followed, and there is a huge staff shortage. This unit is run like no other. It is a rogue unit. I-60s are not answered. This is not limited to any one department. It is unit-wide. Officers are rarely on the blocks with restrictive housing inmates. Inmates from general population actually perform the counts of restrictive housing inmates. Inmates are left in the day room for up to 5 to 7 hours. This is a non-cooled day room that they have no access to water or bathroom because those facilities are broken. Inmates requiring special diet food trays often do not get food trays at all. Mail is delivered not after 2 to 3 days according to TDCJ policy, but after 2 to 3 weeks. When mail is denied, it is very rare for an inmate to actually receive a denial form explaining why it was denied and an appeal form. Since March of 2023, we have tried to get these issues resolved at the unit level, but have been very unsuccessful. A few times the family liaison submitted I-60s on my behalf and on behalf of other inmates to departments including property, mail, maintenance, and Securus, and none of them have been responded to as of today, August 25th. I have tried to contact the regional director, Carol Monroe, in mid-July and in early August, and I have not yet heard back from his office. These circumstances are causing human rights issues which are resulting in negligence and ultimately have contributed at least partially to the death of Patrick Womack this past Monday between 2:30 and 3 o'clock p.m. when I was on the phone with my loved one and the SSI walked by my loved one's cell and said, "Oh my God, I wasn't prepared for that today." During the hottest part of the summer, Mr. Womack was in restrictive housing, which at Caulfield is a metal door that has sheet metal welded to prevent airflow. So those carefully placed fans that are talked about on the news do not go into the cells. Mr. Womack had sent numerous I-60s requesting to be issued an indigent fan. Unfortunately, I-60s are not answered at the Caulfield unit, and it was not an officer who found him, it was another inmate. In the few days since Patrick's death, there have been officers and medical staff on the block. So it's apparent that someone there actually understands what the job is of a TDCJ officer.
Ma'am, if you would please wrap up your comments, we'd appreciate it. You can finish up. You can finish up.
This type of treatment of people who will be released back into society is atrocious. And it's not hard to see how people reoffend when they're being treated like animals or worse within the walls of TDCJ. I hope we can do better. This is my home state, and I love it, and I don't plan on leaving.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Appreciate you being here. Next on my list, I've got Savannah Eldridge. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board, Director Collier. My name is Savannah Eldridge. I'm the Executive Director and founder of Be Frank for Justice, the board chair for Texas Incarcerated Families Association, and I serve as a spokesperson for family members. I have 3 loved ones who are currently incarcerated in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice, and there's been so many issues that have been spoken about here today. My main concern is the lack of transparency and the lack of clearance about what it means to file a grievance from the outside in. And so I know that we have the Office of Family Services, and they've done a really great job at trying to meet the needs and answer the calls. We have the ombudsman, but it's really unclear about how these 2 entities work together and where the starting point should really be. Regarding the heat, I mean, What else can we say? I personally, as a registered nurse and healthcare professional, believe that this is a crisis. We've been under a heat dome for 3 weeks, and I understand that some change has to be made, and I'm accepting of the incremental change that you guys have put forth here, but we need to do something today. People are dying, and we need to do what we have to do for the preservation of life. Also, directives are not being followed, which you've heard about that, but clean water is a necessity for health. Clean water is a necessity for health. People are not getting water, they're not getting cool water, and I mean, I could call out several units. You've heard from many of them today. I think that we need to make sure that the directives are actually being followed and implemented. And lastly, I want to say that the cost of incarceration cannot solely rest on family members. We are struggling to help provide for our loved ones on the outside, and I'm not just speaking for myself. I spend upward of $700 a month just to help with my loved ones, and it's putting a significant strain on us. I don't think that we should have to pay for water, even bottled water. I think we know right now that water is necessary. It should be free during the summer months, knowing that it's necessary and there's no AC. Why are we charging for water, period? It makes no sense. And the last thing is visitation. I've heard the change for the policy from offender to inmate. I'd like to challenge you to go further, because we know that language is powerful and it has an impact on how society treats our loved ones when they come home. These are residents of TDCJ and they're people, and I ask that we refer to them as such. And visitation, please expand it outside of weekends. There's just too many people. There's hundreds of people, over 100 people on our red unit I know that they were trying to get in for visitation. And by the way, All Red's doing a great job. They are doing a good job. So I do want to elevate them on that. They're doing a great job, but we need to expand the days and the times for visitation, not just in person, but for the video visitation, because it is a necessity and it does improve outcomes. And if we know and believe that, and we are about rehabilitating and correcting people, then we need to make sure that we have that avenue to encourage them and make sure that they are, the family members are a part of their reentry and their rehabilitation.
Thank you, ma'am. We really appreciate your comments. Thank you. Next on my list, I've got Kyle Matthews. Mr. Matthews, thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kyle Matthews, and I'm speaking on a different subject altogether. I was incarcerated in TDCJ for 23 and a half years, and I'm not going to compound on what you've already heard. I'm on the other end of the spectrum. I work with men and women through my company, the K. Matthews Group, that come home and suffer a lot of indignities, both real and imagined, from their stays of incarceration. And one of the areas that we've identified that a lot of people do not know until it's far too late, they don't have good credit scores. I bet every one of you have over 700 credit score, which means that you have access to loans. You can get business loans, you can get homes, you can get vehicles, and you can get housing. A lot of individuals leave prison not knowing how the credit system works. They don't know that they can be discriminated against, not illegally, but almost morally, for having just a terrible credit score. Now, how they got that bad credit score is, one, they spent a lot of time incarcerated, there was nothing being reported, and two, their family members started putting bills in their names. I just talked to a young man last week. He's over $25,000 in debt that interest accrued during the course of his incarceration, and he broke down crying and said, I can't pay that. He's in fear that he will forever be stuck in low-paying jobs, because the programming is fine. It's how it's utilized once men and women are leaving prison. I propose that we have a program in place for financial education that strictly speaks on the credit aspect of financial education, because budgeting is good. We all need to know how to budget. We all need to know how to save. But if people don't understand why they're not getting jobs in certain arenas because their credit score, they're not being promoted in certain jobs, their credit score, I don't want to be a victim. I work with people who have very violent past. I'm not afraid of them, but I don't want to be victimized, and I don't want anyone in society to be victimized because they just ran out of hope. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate you. Next on my list, I've got Francis Vaughn.
Mr. Chairman, sir, are you recommending that we do some type of education in terms of credit repair? Financial planning, Is that what you're asking? Are you asking us to try to incorporate that credit education?
Yes, ma'am. But also, if I can just take a few seconds.
Oh, of course.
But also, let those of us, there are many men and women in society who've been through what a lot of people are going through, and they're a lot more receptive to what we can offer. And we want to work with, not against. And it's just, it's hard for some people. It's very hard because we understand the institution doesn't pay. So if you can't pay your debts down or you can't do anything out, with that, there has to be an alternative solution, because I don't want to focus on just the problem. I want to be a solution-based individual.
Would you talk to me afterwards so I can get a little more information?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next on my list is Francis Vaughn. Ms. Vaughn, if you'd come up, and we appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Congratulations and welcome to the new members, and good to see the rest of you familiar faces again. What I want to talk on today is a grassroots effort of a field minister at the Memorial Unit, a program that he's devised that he calls the Grindstone. And I'm going to read from something. All of this is what he gave me. Life is a grindstone. It'll sharpen you up or it'll dull you down. It all depends on what you're made of. And he's quoting his grandfather, and that's kind of who he's modeled this program from. Excuse me. And he focuses on the inmates that are in SEG, and they have a mind, body, and soul approach to this program. And they go out there, even in the heat of this summer, they go out and they have these workout challenges, and they are intensive workouts. They do a little bit of education to them. They talk about their experiences. They have a musical element to it. And not too long ago, I saw on Facebook a musical ministry that's going on at Hughes Unit, and so that made me think I want to bring what Chad Carney has going on there at Memorial. And I encourage y'all to go check it out sometime. They'd be happy to have you. And to Pastor Sprinkle, they're excited that you're in their neighborhood and hope you'll come to the Bible college there soon. And I'll leave this with Jill because it's all Chad's information that he put together, and I'm just bringing it forward.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. And please, yes, do leave that with Ms. Durst.
Okay,
Appreciate that. All right, next on my list, I've got Gloria Ruback. Ms. Ruback? Mr. Ruback, we appreciate your being here.
Thank you. You know, I'm looking at my phone right now. It's 105 degrees in Huntsville, and it says excessive heat warning. I think there's 7 prisons in Huntsville, and then you go a little farther north and there's more. This is what's going on. People are dying every day. And I didn't really want to come talk about the heat because I know we're all aware of it, and it ain't going to get any better. I'm going to talk fast because I'm mad, and I've got 6 things I want to bring up. Number 1, at the Polinsky unit where my son is, Building 12 houses 185 people on death row, and then hundreds that are in ad seg or solitary or whatever nice word you're changing it to. When they need to go to medical, whether it's to Huntsville to get glasses or they're going to Galveston for surgery, if you're in building 12, there's no handicap accessible van like there is for the other buildings at Polunsky. I want to know why. And the people that are in wheelchairs there who can't get on the regular van, they tell them, get in any way you can. If not, you're refusing to go and you won't be treated. That's wrong. Number two, last year when I was here, when y'all had your meeting here in August, I talked to you about diabetes because my son's diabetic, and I know a lot about it because I am. White bread, white rice, white potatoes, this is what you do not eat. I was upset because I would have been calling 911 if my blood sugar readings were as high as my son's. Y'all don't want to pay for the insulin that the doctor at UTMB said he needed. It costs too much. Well, a year later, he now has stage 2 kidney disease, so thanks. Number three, last Thursday when I was visiting at Polunsky, we're eating on one side and the incarcerated people on the other side. Both sides, they're exterminating and they're spraying God knows what as we're eating. They need to do that when there's not people having visits. Next, on A-Pod in Building 12 at Polunsky, there's a horrible infestation of ants. And it's been in the news lately. I live in Houston. I got ants all over my yard. I sit out on my swing and they start crawling up my leg. But anyway, A-Pod Building 12 somebody needs to figure out how to get rid of the ants. My son said he can put Vaseline around the perimeter or whatever, and he can keep them out. I don't know, but that's a problem. Number 5 is water. Water should be free. I've gotten mail from guys, particularly in the old units down Darrington, Ramsey, and on down south. Those water pipes are older than God. One guy said he cuts up his sheet and makes a filter to put on his faucet, and the stuff that comes out of that faucet is unbelievable.
Ms. Rubeck, if you, I know you got number 6.
Okay, I got one more thing.
Yes, ma'am.
But you shouldn't have approved that contract with, was it Royal Pacific International. I can go buy a case of water for $2 something at the grocery store. $7 and something? No, that's criminal. Last point, solitary confinement has been declared torture by the United Nations, by psychiatrists and psychologists. Why is every single person on death row in solitary permanently? Not if they're in trouble, but permanently. That's torture and that's wrong. It's got to stop.
Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate you.
Okay.
Next, I have on my list Catherine Bonin.
I came here to talk about the heat, and many people have already done that much better than I could. So I'm going to talk about the fact that the department that you oversee denies that there have been any heat-related deaths in the past several years. And that is absolutely absurd. July was the hottest month in recorded history. Climate scientists say it was the hottest month in likely about 120,000 years. The pigs that are raised by the prison system have air conditioning, but incarcerated people do not. And not only are you denying that you're denying that there have been any heat-related deaths, even though any doctor will tell you that heart-related deaths go up during any heat wave, and there have been dozens and dozens of people dying, including people in their 20s and 30s, during this heat wave in your prisons. And usually it's impossible to prove definitively whether a death is heat-related or not, but even in cases where a death has been declared heat-related, as in the case of Robert Robinson in 2018, your department still denies the doctor's findings. Not to mention, more heat-related illnesses have been recorded among staff than incarcerated people, even though staff members are free to leave whenever they choose, and incarcerated people are not. That makes no sense. There is a discrepancy there. It is not realistic. That means there are countless cases of heat-related illnesses that are going unrecorded. This kind of thing needs to be acknowledged, so that, because I understand that it's the legislature who has the power to allocate a budget for air conditioning, but when your department is denying that people are dying from this heat, that is contributing to the problem, and that is not going to get the legislature to allocate the budget that is clearly needed. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. We appreciate you. Next on my list, I've got Sister Mama Sonyis.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and it's Sister Mama Sanya.
Sanya.
My country, tears of weeds, a land of gross inequity, of thee we sing. In TDC, where our fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters are crying. In TDC, where our fathers, mothers, sisters are dying. From every corner of TDC, will humane treatment ever be? As a sister of a certain age, I come to speak on the ramifications of the Texas heat. I have no one in the system, nor have I ever been in the system. But when one of my brothers and sisters are hurting, we all are hurting. We have heard during the budgetary reports that all units eventually will have air. Eventually? Really? This is not a new problem, yet it's taken so long, it seems as if you don't really care. In 1954, the Brown v. Board of Education case, which integrated our schools, they said, with all deliberate speed, but look how long it's been taking. In comparison, will the inhumane living conditions and inhabitable conditions for our sisters and brothers be more state-sanctioned killings in the making? 10 years is a long time to bake inside the walls. For the inmates, workers, and everyone there should be relief for all. I wonder how many more will succumb to the deadly Texas heat. In Houston last week, 117 was how it felt. Before the uninhabitable becomes habitable, because only with air, the heinous living conditions will be beat. All human beings deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. Article 1, Section 13 of the Texas Constitution mandates there should be no cruel nor unusual punishment. That's also stated in the United States Constitution, which supersedes all of that. I submit that the uninhabitable environment, i.e. lack of air conditioning, Constitution is an infliction of cruel and unusual punishment. Therefore, act with due diligence, speed up the process, and put these heinous conditions to rest. I can imagine I'm a woman of a certain age, so I get hot real easily. So I can't imagine baking. I'm gonna say it again, there are baking in those walls. We used to go into the prisons and I would do HIV, we would do HIV prevention. And it would be so hot, we couldn't even go in the summertime. We would only go when it was cold. So all I ask is one question. Will humane treatment ever be?
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you. Next on my list, I've got Yancy Balderas. Thank you for being here.
Hello. Dear board members, thank you so much for this time and your attention. Last time I was here, I requested this board to look into providing mental health services more at the Pulaski unit to especially people on death row, people on administrative segregation. We're still waiting. Unfortunately, presently, there's still no adequate mental health services to prevent further mental deterioration of people living almost 24/7 in those cells. I pray you all can make the change in considering solitary confinement. Decades in solitary confinements without proper mental health services, it's mental torture, and it's hard for family members, for staff, for others seeing those things happening around. It's just not. Warden Dickerson took initiative, constructive steps were taking, allowing religious services. I was so thankful for Mr. Warden Dickerson. Unfortunately, he got promoted. He's not there no more. We're going to miss him because he was doing so good. Now, like other administrations I've observed, things are kind of falling back. And that's what happens. Many times I've observed in the 9 years that we've been there, good wardens do a good job, and then they get moved, promoted, good for them, but then we fall back, and that's what's happening. Unfortunately, under this new wardenship, communication has fallen back and needs to be revived to the same level or better. Presently, communication between family members and administration is almost non-existent. I wanted to get in touch with the warden to address one issue. Unfortunately, after a few attempts in several weeks, I've been unsuccessful. I even went yesterday to the office to try again, just to bring to attention, because I would like to bring anything that's not happening, bring it to attention so we could work better, so it could be better for everyone. And that's why I went, and still, no warden around, no one called me back. So that wasn't like that when Mr. Dickerson was there. Warden Dickerson was there. Warden Dickerson, his office was always open for us family, and we'll miss that. And we just want for the good work to continue at the Pulaski, not fall back.
Thank you, Ms. Balderas. We really appreciate you being here today. Next on my list, I've got Lisa Rodriguez Malguin. Mulgin? Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Lisa Rodriguez Holguin.
I come to you with 33 years of experience as being a criminal justice practitioner. I have taught criminal justice. I have a master's in criminal justice. As a professional, I've gone to prison tours, male and female. I now find myself with a daughter who's incarcerated. As a practitioner, I know the challenge that our system faces. Shortage of staff, shortage of funding, lack of training. I recently have met with many parents, former incarcerated and incarcerated, and I'll be honest, I was blindsided. I have learned that the conditions don't reflect what I was teaching, which was that prisons were providing humane conditions, which consisted of sustainable meals, adequate living conditions, providing health care, and basic water needs. I now know that all this was false. I have learned that Texas inmates are living in inhumane and horrible conditions and not having their basic needs met. This is clearly a violation of our 8th Amendment. I'm a firm believer and I'm invested in this criminal justice system. I've got 33 years in here. I believe in accountability, I believe in rehabilitation, and I've witnessed many success stories. But I've also witnessed many men and women who come out with post-traumatic stress disorders and other mental health disorders because of the situations they've been endured to live with while incarcerated. Recently, I had the opportunity to meet with some students that had graduated, and I asked them, what do you want to do with your life? Go into corrections. You know, right now, it's a great time to go into the field. And I was met with, no way, I'm not going to go there. It's horrible there. It's hot there. People are dying there. And I was taken back, and I was like, well, can you give me some reasons, other reasons why you wouldn't want to go? Well, it's inhumane, and I was like, wow, this new generation that's coming up, we need to motivate them, and we need to educate them, and we need for them to want to work in this system to help people. I'm proud to be a criminal justice practitioner. I'm proud of the work I've done in the communities. I'm proud of the people that I've worked with. My challenge to the board is, how do we create a positive change in the system that treats inmates with humanity and gets their basic needs met while benefiting the TBCJ employees, allowing them to have less stress and better work conditions? One goal is to decrease recidivism and continue rehabilitation efforts in the prison without poor living conditions. I hope that each of you consider everything that you've heard today. Your leadership can make a positive change in this system and fix what is broken. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. We appreciate you. Next on my list is Regina Mullis. Thank you for being here.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me. I come today, I didn't want to come today, but I have a son that's incarcerated at the Byrd unit, and I understand it was just recently reaccredited. I don't see how, with no AC. Inmates are dying. There was one that just died there about 3 weeks ago, I believe, a young man in his 20s. But this money that y'all put aside, these audits, these 60,000 beds that will now have air conditioned, when there are over 128,000 beds. So you're barely touching half of it. I mean, we're depriving our inmates of their constitutional rights, their human dignity, and they're actually getting suicidal thoughts. I have I have actually 3 terrifying letters from my son. One to his dad, one to his girlfriend, and one to me. And it's, "Dear Dad, I'm literally baking in a hot oven. The heat is taking a toll on me for real." And he scratched out the word suicidal, and he put pain and torture. And to be honest with you, I believe our governor appointed all of you, and I thank him for that. But what I don't thank him for is, I believe he's brought back modern-day slavery. He's making slaves of our inmates. The ones in East Texas are having to build the wires that are for the buoys in the river in federal waters. There's a big lawsuit about that. Okay? Governor Abbott does not need to be reelected if he cannot address this situation. It's been going on for years. I'm mad. I'm tired of it. I want my son to come home alive. He's 33 years old. He caught a 6-year sentence, and we look for him to be able to be eligible for probation here in the next 8 months. Thanks God for the judge for that. And he's got a little 2-year-old girl to come home to and a whole family that loves him more than anything. But people are dying. The state of Texas is complicit. We are a punitive state, punitive. It's like our inmates are just put aside. I mean, if an animal's left out in the heat, they close down that animal shelter. The person that left that animal out there gets put in jail. But yet our inmates are in there suffering in 115 to 135 degree cells. I mean, it's inhumane. We've had that word said several times today, and I don't like repeating things, but you know, the other day I called for a welfare check. Last week and this week, and the lady that answered the phone, I'm not going to call her a lady. I think I should call her an animal. She told me...
Miss Mullis,
Okay.
I think we need to wrap up your comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I called for a welfare check, and she told me that if there's nobody in the hospital, then everybody here is okay. And I said, no, ma'am, that's not a welfare check. And then so she transferred me to somebody else, and they filled out the form. Ended up having to talk to the chaplain. We can't get anything done.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your time, appreciate your comments here today.
Okay. I want my son to come home alive. Okay? And that's y'all's duty. That's y'all's duty.
Thank you, ma'am. Next on my list, I've got Lee Greenwood Rollins. Lee Greenwood Rollins. I'll put that card aside. Oh, coming. Oh, she's coming. Thank you for coming here today.
Thank you for your indulgence. To Chairman Nichols and the rest of the board, I came not prepared to speak today, but several persons thought I should. I spent 25 years on death row, literally. My son did. I'm still a bit angry about that. He's been gone 16 years now, and the board that was sitting then could have saved his life. He was incarcerated at 18 for a crime he did not commit out of Harris County, and the board could have corrected that, but they did not. After 25 years, they killed him at 45. I said that to say this. The years that he was there, the heat problem was there. So as the lady said before me, it's not a new problem. And I understand that part of you are new board members. If you can make a difference, and I know that you can, you should. The very first inmate that was exonerated off of death row, the death penalty should have been abolished. We should not be at 165 or so now. The conditions that are being spoke about here today should not have to be spoken about in a meeting such as this. I see mothers, I see fathers, clergy, and just plain human beings. Texas is a great state. I was born in Texas, I grew up in Texas, but I've lived in other states that treat their residents better than we do. It should not be. There are things, all of these inadequacies in the prisons, the other boards that preceded you have to have known about them. I venture to say, how do you sleep at night? How did those people sleep at night? Did they have children? Did they have brothers? Did they have sisters? We should not have to go over these things. We should not have to address issues of clean water. Yes, there has to be law, and there has to be punishment, but there has to be humane punishment. There has to be things within our system, which is very much flawed, that administers punishment for crimes that are committed, but it has to be humane. I implore you today, if you're a new board member, do what you can do. Do not act in maybe what the law has taught you to do, but what human rights and human moral feelings, moral fortitude, a sense of God has taught you to do. And I assure you that we will have a great state then.
Thank you,
you
ma'am.
for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your time. We appreciate you. Next on my list is Kent Whitaker. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Before I begin, I want to say thank you so much to the panel for being here. It's obviously a very important relief valve for those of us who have an opportunity once or twice a year to speak to someone who actually has the ability to make a change, and I'm so grateful for that. Now, you all have a copy of my comments in your file somewhere, but I'm going to change it a little bit because I didn't realize that Mr. Collier would be here, and that encourages me greatly. I'm so glad that you are here because anyway, it's just a possibility that we could actually resolve the issue that I'm facing with today. Most of the things that you deal with, or you've heard today, are issues that are huge, and mine's a single one. And so let me tell you a little bit about me. I'm Kent Whitaker from Sugar Land, Texas, and I am the only surviving victim of a double murder in 2003, which was orchestrated by my son. He was convicted in 2007 and sentenced to death. He spent 11 years in ADSEG on death row, during which he led an exemplary life. 3 death row guards wrote letters asking for his commutation. 2 days before his scheduled execution in February of 2018, the Pardons and Parole Board, for the first time ever in the history of Texas, voted unanimously to recommend commutation to life in prison. Their votes were based on all of the positive changes that he'd made in his life since conviction, including getting a bachelor's and then a master's from Cal State. It's been 5.5 years since his commutation, and he's still in ADSEG, still in segregation. This is not the result of gang membership, an escape attempt, drugs, violence, or disciplinary issues. He's a peaceful person and is not asking for more than was told would come. One day after his commutation, the warden at Walls said that he would be moved to G2 and placed in general population. Since then, wardens and majors have tried unsuccessfully to get him out of solitary, but say that there's a tag in his file that says no one from the unit level can change his status. Specifically, they report that only the executive director's office can make that change. People from multiple classification hearings who are supposed to have the ultimate decision in these matters have expressed surprise that he's still in ADSEG and promised to change it, but nothing happens. Now, everyone in this room believes in the goals of TDCJ. I know I certainly do. But I'm here because the system hasn't worked. We've done everything we can within the system, but have been unsuccessful in clearing up this mystery. Chief of Staff Jason Clark graciously has spoken to me multiple times and promised an investigation and explanation, but there's been nothing forthcoming. Our attorney tried unsuccessfully to reach Mr. Collier directly. This should be an easy thing for you guys to confirm. Somebody here is bound to have a computer and access to inmate files.
Mr. Whitaker, if you
Yes.
could wrap up your comments,
I
we
will.
appreciate it.
If there is a secret tag, something outside TC guidelines limiting his reclassification, I just would ask how we could clear that up and find out why it's there. And if there isn't a tag, find out specifically what it is that's keeping him in solitary 5.5 years after he should be in general population. And I really do appreciate your time.
Thank you for being here, sir. We appreciate you. Next on my list is Danielle Allen. Okay, it's okay. We'll wait. Take your time. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. I am Danielle Allen. I'm with the Prison Show, and I'm also a member of the Texas Death Row Angels. We help a lot of the death row men and women, and also general population, with legal matters. As you well know, or you should know, a lot of the men and women have issues with their state-appointed attorneys giving them mail, their legal mail, which they should have every right to have. Well, and Linda and I, along with the Prison Show members, would mail we would download it and mail it to them on our own dime. We would download it. Well, with the digital mail, we can't do that anymore. And it's made it impossible for us to do that. So the men on death row and the women, we have more men, so we're dealing with the legal mail for the men more. We have a lot of legal mail that they're not getting from their attorneys. The attorneys, one way or another, they just don't see the need to mail it to them. So they're going without. So that's one thing I wanted to let y'all know. I know that there's a few people that have talked about the digital mail, but that's another aspect of it, legal mail. And several of the GP guys have written to us also stating when they file, they have to have like 3 or 4 copies of things, and we would mail that in for them. Well, they can't get that anymore. They can't get those copies. And some of them are mailing it pro se, they're filing it pro se. So that pretty much nixes that for them completely. So keep that in mind. And then when in the heat, I have several friends whose tablets have completely shut down, and they haven't been able to look up things for their legal, and they have deadlines. And Securus, the people dealing with Securus on the units, I know the Stevenson unit, the lady or man, I don't know if it was a lady or a man, but they go like once every 2 or 3 weeks. So someone dealing with a legal matter, if they're only going every 2 or 3 weeks and their tablet is out, which my friend's was, they're out of luck. And if you miss a deadline, you miss a deadline. I mean, there's no, you can't make that up. So I think that there's a few things, I don't know who came up with the digital mail, or I understand why digital mail was implemented, but there's so many. And the photos, another thing with the photos, one of my friends who was transferred from the Estelle unit to Stiles, and none of his photos transferred with the tablet. Like but they took his tablet at the Estelle unit. He got a new one when he went to Stiles.
Yes, ma'am. If you could wrap up your comments.
I can't complain more? You won't let me?
We have to respect everyone.
I know.
And 3 minutes is kind of the rule.
Keep that in mind with maybe something can be done about that, like legal paperwork.
Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate you. Next on my list, I've got Joy McFadden. Joy McFadden?
She's slow, too.
Okay.
Not only am I slow, but
Take your time. We appreciate you being here.
my brain also doesn't work very good, so you have to, it doesn't connect sometimes, so just bear with me.
Well,
All
glad
right.
you're here.
All right, so I have a couple things. Death row. Inmates, the phones specifically, the tablets, they only have 10 people on their list for death row. Of that 10 people, it makes it very difficult because a lot of them have overseas people, and the overseas people, they don't want to take them off their list, or their visitor list, because the people that are on their phone list have to be on their visit list, right? The overseas people come to visit, so they don't want to take them off their list, but they can't call them. So therefore, they're taking up space. Essentially, it makes it so that they have nobody to talk to. It makes it so that there's nobody literally for them to talk to. Yet ADSEG has 20 on their list, and it doesn't make sense. You know, it makes no sense whatsoever. So if ADSEG can have 20, why can death row only have 10? It's redundant. Also, video visits for people that are indigent, families that are indigent, that are elderly, that are maybe perhaps coming from a long distance. Is it possible that they could have video visits maybe once a month for these families that can't, like, say, elderly that are coming from the valley that can't afford to? Can we set up a video visit for death row inmates? I know that there's one family in particular that I know of for sure. They haven't seen their son in years, and they just live in Houston, but the mother she only lives on $800 a month, and she can't make the trip from Houston to Pulaski, and because she has to put money in his account, and there's nothing left over, you know. And so a video visit, just one video visit a month, you know, for a mama is everything, you know. Is just something that we can do like that, just for indigent or, you know, these inmates. Let me see, what else was it? Minister visit. The spiritual advisors, they are already vetted. Can they be added? Because this, I think, is such a crucial thing, and not have them be listed as a part of their person on their call list as, you know, an essential, like an additional person. This is so good, because it provides someone for, like, have their number listed with TDCJ, like have every person list their spiritual advisor, but have it so that the spiritual advisor is someone that they can call should they need. It's like a reach out person, you know. They're trapped in their cell every day, all day long. It gives them someone to be able to reach out to.
Thank you.
You know, it's a good for, like, suicide or whatnot, you know, suicide prevention, because I know that they're big on that right now.
We appreciate your being here. We appreciate your comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
I'm going to call this card. I don't think we had Miss Kayla Green. Kayla Green? Okay. Without Ms. Green being here, I think we have come to the end of our public comment period. We want to thank all of you who have presented today. Your comments have been heard, noted, and recorded. Thank you all very, very much for exercising your rights as citizens and being here. And I would like to thank all of you for being here today. The next meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice will be Friday, October 13th, 2023 in Austin, Texas. The board will reconvene at 3:30 p.m. to conduct executive session, which is closed to the public in accordance with Texas Government Code Section 551.074. Executive session will be conducted in the executive boardroom. The 230th meeting of the Texas Board of Criminal Justice is now in recess. It is 3:22 p.m.